Entries will be pulled. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/your say. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/your say, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Exciting news. Every Friday, my Patrick Christie's Tonight Show is going to have a twist to it. We're welcoming some special guests. You. That's right, on Fridays I'm going to be doing my show in front of a live studio audience, because this show is about you and what you have to say. It's going to be the same big debates, same big topics, same big opinions. But every Friday night at 9 p.m, you are invited to come on down to Patrick Christie's Tonight to be a part of the action. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, you didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
Because
the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff.
Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood.
So join me on Jubes & Kerr weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I think GB News is completely unique in the way that we interact with our viewers.
Our audience aren't afraid to have their say. They want their voices heard now, and they've got a channel where that can happen.
I find more and more as I'm wandering around, people come up to me and they say, "We saw you on television." I say, "Oh yes, on what?" "On GB News."
Hello, are you the famous Sue? The whole crew is me here now. We came to celebrate.
It's our job to be the eyes and ears of the viewers.
They are part of the GB News family, and I'm pleased to say it's a very large family.
And if people go to the time and trouble of listening and watching, then we've got to do a good job for them.
Well, I'm here, right in the epicentre of the protest.
Here we go again. You just tuned in. Where have you been?
It is raucous here tonight.
That's what makes us the fearless champion of Britain.
Good morning, Britain. Good evening, America. Hello, wherever you're watching around the world. We are live from the GB News studios in London, England, with all the stories shaping Britain and America.
Do you think Starmer's going to survive as Prime Minister?
The tough thing, unless he can straighten out immigration where he's weak, and if he doesn't start drilling, then stop with the windmills all over the place and are causing havoc.
Well, he's not wrong, is he? That was President Trump who has said that Sir Keir Starmer will resign after failing badly on immigration and energy, the same issues he has attacked the PM on for months. Will he be proven right?
If there is a contest, just to be clear with you, then yes, I will run, I will stand, and I've said repeatedly, I'm not going to walk away from that.
Well, Sir Keir Starmer was defiant just the other day amidst the leadership speculation, but with multiple reports now stating the PM has accepted the game is up. Is the final countdown on for Keir Starmer? And...
So, when I say permanently, it should be permanently. But if it's not permanently, we will bomb them. They will be bombed, just like I bombed them on Wednesday night and Tuesday night.
Well, that's relatively clear. That was President Trump at the G7 last week, and the tough talk has continued. Iranian negotiators stormed out of peace talks in Switzerland following another barrage of threats from the Commander-in-Chief. And... a Green MP is preparing a bid to bring the King and the royal family under the Freedom of Information Act. Would this be a fishing expedition or a boost for transparency? And
really enjoy it. I mean, we don't get it very often, do we? So we've got to make the most of it.
I won't be out and about too much, I'll be honest with you. I'm not a big lover of the heat.
I've got water with me and I've got suntan lotion, so yeah, I think it's fine.
Oh, the French. They have banned alcohol at festivals across the country as millions brace for a record heatwave. Just how would a similar decision go down in Britain? I'm Will Kingston. This is The Late Show Live. Welcome to The Late Show Live, ladies and gentlemen. Joining me in London is my panel, GB News contributor, comedian, the People's Gammon, Paul Cox, political commentator, Stella Santakidou, and journalist and broadcaster, Claire Muldoon. And across the pond in Washington is Republican strategist, Matthew Hurt. Thank you for joining me, one and all. Let's move on to, well, let's face it, the only story in town this evening. President Trump has said Sir Keir Starmer will resign as PM. It's hardly a scoop, but nonetheless, to have a President of the United States making this sort of intervention is, of course, notable. Writing on Truth Social, President Trump predicts that Starmer will resign due to his failures on immigration and energy, before clarifying, "I wish him well." Well, that's nice. It comes as the newspapers are widely reporting Starmer will announce his resignation on Monday to clear the way for Andy Burnham as his successor. With me now is Chair of Republicans Overseas, friend of the show, Greg Swenson. Greg, great to see you again. What do you make of Trump's intervention here? We're past the point of saying, is this presidential or unpresidential? We know what Trump is like now. Right. For the record, I think he is most likely correct in what he is saying. Has he got the diagnosis right that really Starmer's failures come down ultimately to those two policy areas of immigration and energy?
Well, yes, definitely he's right. I mean, of course, he's impolite. He's not very diplomatic. We all know that, right? We get that. But he's right about the top two issues, for sure, immigration and energy. But that's something that the Tories failed on as well. And I've been very critical of them over the years for embracing the net zero nonsense and also, ignoring the boat crisis. So, but it's also, there's some other things, though. There's Greenland, there's, free speech, there's obviously Chagos and Diego Garcia, and the ultimate was when Keir Starmer denied the U.S. the use of Diego Garcia when we launched the attacks on Iran. So, there's a long list. They're all failures we all know about. We don't have to beat those to death here. But I think the president, as usual, is unfiltered, but he's absolutely right.
Greg, we were on a panel on Megyn Kelly's show only a couple of weeks ago, and we were talking about immigration in the context of the US and the UK. And the thing which is so notable is that the immigration challenge is the same challenge that is facing the United Kingdom, most of Europe, Australia, the United States. It feels like this is a consistent problem no matter which government is trying to attack it, which leads me to ask, will a future Labor leader, and let's assume it is most likely Andy Burnham, be able to actually deal with the threat of both, or I should say the problem of mass migration and the separate but related problem of illegal migration?
Something tells me no. As long as they stay in the ECHR, and they're just afraid to do that because a great percentage of their voters are migrants, and they're afraid of losing those demographics. And so, they might say some things to pander a little bit, but I don't think so. And it's funny, the leftists in the UK are not different than the leftists in the US. They talk about ICE and they talk about, how mean ICE is and how mean the right is. But they never talk about Laken Riley, who was killed by an illegal migrant. They never talk about, Sheridan Gorman, who was killed by an illegal migrant. They never talk about them. And so I think that frustrates this president and frustrates other people in the government here. So, I'm not sure it's going to turn around quickly. I think my guess is we have to wait till 2029 in the UK.
Yeah, well, that's three years away. That's 3 long years and potentially 3 very critical and dangerous years for this country. When we look at Trump's intervention in the UK, we look at the comments that he's made. Some people suggest that this is just Trump being Trump. Is there a deeper significance behind these comments? Is there a political strategy here in terms of why he would be making these types of observations about UK politics?
Absolutely, because you hear it also from J.D. Vance. You hear it from the State Department. You know, you've heard criticism not only from Marco Rubio, but Sarah Rogers, who's had some real criticism about the free speech challenges. Remember, the UK is still, as we know, still a G7 economy and a really, if not the closest ally of the United States. And so it's really important for this president and any, at least Republican president, that relationship is secure. And that relationship can't be secure if you don't have proper spending on defense and security, you don't have free speech, you don't maintain the values that have made both of our countries great. And that's why when you and I were on Megyn Kelly, it was in the context of Belfast and Henry Nowak. And that really annoys the president. He's not going to bring up the rape gangs. He's going to stick with the top two issues, again, which is immigration and energy. But, I think there's a lot of things that we in the U.S., I'm here in Washington, you can see the monument behind me, we're worried about the UK, and we should be.
Greg, always a pleasure to chat to you. Thanks very much for coming on.
Thanks, Will. Great to be here.
Let's get the thoughts of my panel now. I'm going to start in London. Stella, I'll go to you. Team, can we get up the post from Trump where he made those remarks on Truth Social? Trump basically said that there are two fundamental problems that Starmer has been unable to resolve: immigration and energy. You can see that now. Keir Starmer will resign as Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. He failed badly on two very important subjects: immigration and energy. Brackets, open North Sea oil, exclamation mark. I wish him well, President DJT. Well, that's a nice little sign off. You can say this is unpresidential. You can say that this is not his place to be talking about UK politics. At the same time, he's not wrong, is he? These problems have fundamentally not been solved by Keir Starmer.
And they have been made a lot worse by Donald Trump, right? Because, one, energy prices are going to skyrocket because of the Iran war, because of a war that Trump chose to go into without having any clear objectives. And now he's in a worse place than he was before, both in terms of the US and in terms of his European allies. And we're going to all suffer because of this. Europe is going to be poorer. The UK is going to be poorer. Our industry is going to suffer. Our consumers are going to suffer. Immigration, again, it's going to be worse because of Donald Trump. Because of the wars that he has supported, there will be more refugees who will be seeking to come to the UK.
I take that point, but that's not his problem fundamentally. The UK's problems are for the UK. America's problems are for him. How would you respond to the allegation that Keir Starmer has been unable to address those two key policy areas?
I just responded to him. These are not his problems. It is his creation. It is something he has created.
What I'm saying is that ultimately the responsibility for energy policy and for immigration is the United Kingdom and the leader of the United Kingdom. Now, you can say that maybe the Iran war has exacerbated those problems. That's debatable. But ultimately, you have to say that accountability should lie with the leader of this country.
Yeah, and Keir Starmer absolutely did do a lot of things wrong, and I think that tomorrow we will likely see him resigning. This is certainly what has been briefed to the media throughout the weekend. We will see whether they have managed to convince him or not, but I think he will be resigning this week. If not tomorrow, then by the end of this week. But what I would say is that on foreign policy, the one good thing Keir Starmer did was saying no to Donald Trump, putting a pause on Donald Trump's insane ambitions that had no logical basis to them. And if I judge him on something in terms of his foreign policy, it's that he wasn't more critical sooner.
Claire?
Well, I take a bit of umbrage, actually, Stella, from what you've just said, because I thought I think there were clear objectives from the Israel.
What was the objective? What was the objective?
To overthrow the theocracy and to ensure that Iran had no nuclear weapons.
So they
failed. Would cause a real and present danger to us here in the West.
One at a time, Claire.
Well, so to ensure that we would not be under threat from the regime in Iran, for nuclear
more in
weapons.
threat than ever before. We are more in threat now than ever before because Iran now knows
we're more in
that
threat
they
now,
can
Stella,
keep
because
the
we're
rest.
in defence. We're not defensible as a country because we've not committed to our defence spending in our budget that our government should have done to defend us. And I'm not just laying this at the feet of the Labour Party. This is back of the 12, 14 years of Conservatives as well. They did not fund our defence policy as a proportion of our GDP. They did not. We've got soldiers
You're
having
saying
to buy
that if we
their own
did
books.
the Iran war would not be a problem. You're saying that if if our defence budget was higher, if Keir Starmer 2 years ago had entered Parliament and said, I'm going to class welfare and I'm going to increase defence, you are telling me that within these 2 years, the UK would have become such a massive military power that they would have been able to solve the war in Iran.
Did I say massive military power? I really don't think I said that, Stella.
I want to bring Paul in here because I think there is a more basic point that perhaps we are missing. And again, you can argue with the way Trump goes about things, you can argue with the tone and the rhetoric, but everyone knows he is fundamentally correct that immigration policy and energy policy have been the two great failings of this government. They coincidentally are the two things that people care about most in this country at the moment.
Yeah, so Donald Trump's message...
There is a truth here, right?
Yeah, well, yes, I believe there is a truth in this. Donald Trump's message wasn't for Keir Starmer. Donald Trump's message was for anyone who's coming in, likely to be Andy Burnham. And he is setting the tone for future conversations, which is that in order for your country to be successful, you need strong borders, you need a strong economy, and for a strong economy, you need fuel sovereignty. We have an opportunity...
Fuel security as well, and that's back to the reason that the Labour Party and the SNP lost that by-election in Aberdeen, to get the Conservatives in so they can drill baby drill. We've got Jackdaw and Rosebank up there that have got limited resources, yes, but we still need to have them for national domestic security of energy.
So because of what happened in Makerfield, we lost sight of the fact that that was a referendum on fossil fuels.
Absolutely.
And as a result, there is now a clear mandate. I mean, this is a Scottish constituency that has voted Tory in order to help themselves out because they feel in such dire straits economically. That's a huge message.
That's a fact.
Claire, I think you are spot on saying this. I think this has been dramatically underreported and probably fairly so given the implications of Makerfield with Andy Burnham. But the Conservatives winning in Aberdeen, which would have been, unthinkable not so long ago. And don't forget, people have been saying the Conservatives are dead and buried as a political party.
Well, they're not polling well at all.
It's an extraordinary result, an absolutely extraordinary result, which has gone underreported. We will go back to that. I'm keen to talk about it. But just before we do, I want to get the thoughts of Matthew in DC on Trump's comments. Matthew, you've heard what the panel has said. You've heard Stella say that, look, the Iran war has exacerbated problems around energy and immigration. Where do you stand on this?
You know, I think Paul made some excellent points just a moment ago. I do think that President Trump made this announcement to set the tone for, very likely, Andy Burnham. And I think that there's an opportunity here for the Labour government to perhaps restart the conversation on that special relationship with the United States. And so I'm cautiously optimistic here. Obviously, there are a lot of lessons that the Labour Party can take from the election results recently and Sir Keir Starmer's imminent exit as Prime Minister. But I do think that President Trump made that announcement to set the tone and to send a message.
So the relationship between Trump and Keir Starmer, perhaps strangely, initially appeared to be quite good. You know, it was an odd couple dynamic in that you have one of the more charismatic, interesting people in public life in modern history compared with the most boring, charisma-free person, arguably ever to be seen in politics anywhere in the world. But that then seemed to, as we've seen with Trump's messaging, to fall flat. How will Starmer be remembered if he is to resign? How will he be remembered in the United States?
I'm not quite sure that most most viewers in the US would remember him at all.
Yeah, well, doesn't that just say it all? And I think you're spot on. Matthew, we'll get back to you in a second. Paul, I want to go back to that comment around the Aberdeen by-election. We will take a detour here because Claire is right in pointing this out, and I think it has been underreported. Can we say that the Conservatives are back?
I wouldn't go that far, but what I would say is that what the Conservatives rightly understood about Aberdeen South is the economic pressures up there and how to solve them. And it wasn't through some sort of vibes politics. It was about pointing out the flipping obvious, to be quite frank. And in doing so, they won over 60%, I believe, of the constituency vote in South Aberdeen. Now, if you've ever been to Aberdeen, they're not big Tory fans. No. The idea that they would vote Tory tells you there's an endemic issue with the politics that's going on in that area. So does this mean the Tories are back? It means the Tories haven't gone away, and they haven't. Kemi Badenoch has in some way brought them back onto the scene because she in herself is quite popular, so people are listening. But I don't think what's going on in Westminster is what's affected that result whatsoever. I think that's simply the local politicians in Aberdeenshire identifying rather acutely what the resolutions are to their problems.
I think we're seeing that across the country, actually. I think what we're seeing now, especially in Makerfield and Aberdeen, is people actually looking to themselves and looking to what they need locally. Because beforehand, with the two-party system that we have in this country, it's far too easy just to think who you want to lead the country, who you want to be in Westminster. And what we've seen in Makerfield, from what I've listened to the electorate there, from what they've been saying, is vote for Andy Burnham, vote Starmer out. In Aberdeen, what with the scandal of Peter Murrell, Nicola Sturgeon and the whole of the nefarious SNP cabal, they've voted with their feet. They've said at least the Conservatives have a fiscal view that might actually give us some security to our country, and let's do it. I mean, this is what it is. People are starting to vote now for what they want and what they need.
And long may it continue.
Absolutely.
Stella, the point here, and this has been the fundamental problem for modern left-wing parties, the SNP and Labor, in that they still claim to be the parties of the working class, of the people, but they have energy policies which fundamentally make it more difficult for people to pay their energy bills. And also, if you look at the Aberdeen electorate, that is costing jobs in that area because if you were to, say, drill, baby, drill in the North Sea, that would provide more jobs. How do you reconcile being the party of the working class but then having energy policies which fundamentally hurt working people?
Well, I agree with my union, Unite, and with the GMB, and I do think that they should allow fracking, because I do think that while net zero, I think, is a popular policy, I think it's the future, I think it makes no sense for the UK to try to rush to it faster than anybody else. I completely appreciate the sentiment and the legitimacy that it gives the UK if we are doing what we're doing. But
what do you mean by that?
I agree with the unions, and for me, my priority is if somebody is on a high-paying job up in Scotland and they are getting paid £65,000 and they are able to raise their family, and then you are telling them, don't worry, we're going to take away your job and we will give you, a 30k salary in 2 years after you get training.
What do you mean when you say net zero gives the UK legitimacy?
I mean, in terms of if you're going to be telling China and other countries, look, you need to reduce your carbon emissions, then it does make sense that you would also want to be doing the same.
Do you think that Xi and Putin and Modi care really?
They're going about it. I think that Xi Jinping, I think that China is going about it in a different way.
Sure. My question is, do you think the UK has any sway over the energy policy of foreign nations?
I think it clearly has had some sway. I mean, clearly, it clearly has had a sway.
Make it clear for me.
Net zero has been driven by the UK. I mean, China is going about it in a different way, but they are
more coal stations every week.
They are producing. I mean, I was in China for 2 weeks, like a few weeks ago, and it was incredible. You were in some cities, and by no means am I saying we need to,
India's opening more coal stations every week. The US has given up on it entirely.
So I was in some massive Chinese cities, massive, right, with hundreds of skyscrapers everywhere, and it was completely quiet. And my asthma was gone, which is usually exacerbated when I'm in London, because of the electric cars. And I swear, I wasn't like an electric car super fan before that. I was like, oh, it sounds, it sounds costly, or it sounds.
To be clear, you think that is because China is listening to Ed Miliband?
Sorry, what?
To be clear, you think that policy is because China is taking...
No. I'm just explaining to you how they're going about. They are going about net zero in a different way. They are going about they're going about environmental, like climate change and all these things. They're going about it in a different way.
How have they learned from Britain then, or how are they defining Britain as the go-to, as the paradigm of.
I'm not saying that they are copying Britain. That's not what I'm saying. But if you look at if you take it from Margaret Thatcher, she was the one who started with climate change and who took it seriously and who said this is an important issue. We need to listen. We need to pay attention to climate change. That's when that started.
And this isn't nitpicking. The reason why I'm pushing on this is because you hear two arguments really for why Britain should act on climate change, because there is no real impact for the UK on global emissions. I think it's below 1%, right? So really,
it's negligible.
The two arguments that you get are either A, we need to take advantage of this new green energy revolution and that should be directed by government, or B, the UK should be a global leader. And it's this second argument that I'm keen to hone in on, because I'm sorry, Paul, I just don't buy this argument that you have foreign governments that are taking the UK's lead and therefore that justifies us committing economic suicide in our energy policy.
No, look, I've said this before a number of times. Net zero is the monetisation of climate alarmism. It's an international massive business. The UK itself spends £10 billion a year on net zero. Its return will not save the planet, even if it was to work, and ultimately it will start killing its own citizens, because the economy will die, the people will die with it, won't be able to afford to heat their homes. You have to have a smorgasbord of options available to you. The idea that Ed Miliband might become the Chancellor of the Exchequer is probably the most terrifying idea of all of this change right now, because if he was in position as a net zero zealot, then I think we'll end up in a whole world of pain as a result.
And of course, that was being reported by The Telegraph about a week ago, that there are conversations behind the scenes that would potentially see Miliband be Chancellor in a Burnham government. I just want to get the thoughts on the net zero conversation from Matthew in DC. Matthew, do you think that the UK has the soft power to influence the way that the US shapes its energy and climate policy?
You know, the point that I really honed in on over the last couple of minutes was Stella's comment about the reduction of asthma when she goes to London. And the point I want to make about that is
It was going to China.
So go to China. The plural of anecdote is not data. And this is exactly what the climate zealots want you to think. This is a situation where if it feels good, we should try it, where really it's a top-down, command and control approach, where the change of fossil fuel use in the United Kingdom and Great Britain has almost zero impact on the global climate. I think there are reasons why, and I think that we should pursue alternative energy resources and avenues, but this top-down command and control approach is to push people into hovels and back to the Stone Age. It's really a ridiculous and dangerous argument to make.
Stella, right of reply.
Well, I didn't make that argument. So you just used a straw man there, and I didn't say that, okay, let's become China. China has coal mines. I'm not suggesting that we should we should start opening up coal mines again. The argument about net zero, firstly, it started under the Conservatives. The reason why we're not fracking is because of the Conservative government. It's not because of Labour, who has been in government for 2 years. Even if we gave the green light tomorrow, fracking is going to take time. It's not something that happens from one day to the next. In terms of economics, and as I said, you didn't listen. I said, I'm okay with fracking. I support fracking. I'm not okay with taking away jobs from people and telling them to wait until the time where net zero will come and we will have all the renewables we want. But the point is, the economic point is, companies are really tired of the U-turns of the British government over the last decade. They are really tired because every time they're throwing away millions of pounds into the British market, and that doesn't end up, in the end, bringing them profit. And Ed Miliband, say whatever you want about him, he has brought £90 billion of private investment in the UK. That is something that is not easy to do.
How would you balance that up against the productivity costs of having the world's highest energy prices?
Yes, you're absolutely right. I think that we need to bring energy costs down.
But can't you understand that the net zero policies the UK have are directly responsible for having the world's highest?
Some of them certainly are. There are some of them that certainly I would like to see reformed. But I don't think that it is as easy as saying, oh, we're just going to do this and the problem is going to be solved. it won't be solved.
Well, we will continue to discuss this. This issue isn't going away, ladies and gentlemen. But let me know your thoughts, gbnews.com/your say. Still ahead on The Late Show Live, though.
If there is a contest, just to be clear with you, then yes, I will run, I will stand, and I've said repeatedly, I'm not going to walk away from that.
Fighting words just a few days ago from Sir Keir Starmer, but he is reportedly preparing to resign and make way for Andy Burnham. What would the new PM mean for Britain? We'll be discussing all of that on The Late Show Live, only on GB News, the People's Channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
No,
because the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back,
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
and we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
From court mornings
to warm family brunches,
from football to tennis in the car,
in the kitchen.
GB News Breakfast is there with the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again.
To start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question.
Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way.
You will not want to miss it, trust me. The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact that Trump made a good start, no.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up? About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back to The Late Show Live with me, Will Kingston. We will be continuing on the story in town, and that is, of course, that Sir Keir Starmer is widely expected to announce his resignation on Monday to clear the way for Andy Burnham to succeed him. It is believed the PM will set out his intentions outside Downing Street after spending the weekend in Chequers with his family. With me now is the newsletter's editor at The Spectator. In the studio, Angus Colwell. Angus, lovely to see you. I'm going to start with a comment that's come through on gbnews.com/your say, and don't forget you can get your comments in. Joe says, has anyone considered if Starmer is resigning to back someone else in a leadership challenge against Burnham, someone popular in Labor? What do you make of that theory from Joe?
I think, Prime Ministers tend to go quietly. There's a scenario in which he backs Darren Jones if there is a leadership contest. So Streeting is the only person who I think really could decide that he also wants to challenge Burnham. I think he'd be a bit silly for doing so. It would look like he was trying to frustrate Burnham's plan for his government, because he definitely won't win anyway. However,
And that's
then
because he just doesn't have the support amongst the Labour base.
No. And even if he does, most of them will go over to Burnham now. And so if that happens, then you'll get more people throwing their hat into the ring. And then there's been some talk that Darren Jones might try a sort of continuity Starmer thing. I mean, I don't know how popular that would be.
Continuity Starmer.
You do know how popular that is.
Yeah, the only thing potentially that's more depressing than Keir Starmer is continuity Keir Starmer. You mentioned when we were talking in the break about what a potential Burnham cabinet would look like. Who do you see as the potential winners and losers if, as expected, Andy Burnham he becomes the next Prime Minister of this country?
Well, you know, a lot of viewers won't shed too many tears for some of the losers. Like, I think it'll probably go quite badly for people like David Lammy, Lord Hermer, some of, like, Starmer's closest political allies. And it'll probably go very well for sort of figures of the soft left. Angela Rayner will basically definitely return. Louise Haigh is apparently sort of in charge of allocating who's going to go where.
And of course, she resigned in disgrace only, 18 months ago?
She was the first, I think, ministerial departure, So she's going to come back into the fold. Lisa Nandy, I think, will come back into the fold as well. But there's only really one that matters, I think, which is the job of Chancellor. Because we've seen what the bond markets think of Andy Burnham. I mean, they're a bit more calm when he actually did get elected in Makerfield, but we'll still see. There'll be so many people in Team Burnham that will say there's no point in doing this if you don't appoint Ed Miliband as your Chancellor. You know, this is...
Surely he'll keep Shabana Mahmood, though, as Home Secretary.
Yeah, I think that sounds like... I mean, I don't think
she wants to move either. That's what I've heard.
I think... And so that is also, I think, a bit of a branch to the right of the party. I think he's aware that, you know, he's just been reformed once, but, you know, keep her in place to do that. But it's this chancellorship that I think is the real criticism.
We were just saying before, the Telegraph were reporting, I think about a week ago, that conversations are taking place behind the scenes for Ed Miliband to potentially take up that role. How credible are those whispers?
I think they're probably pretty credible. I mean, if you do believe that Andy Burnham is, you know, it's the future, then I don't know why you'd want to see him hemmed in and not being able to be Andy Burnham. I mean, that's if you're on his team, right? Now, if you're a bond trader, you'd probably rather it was like some of the incredibly boring names going around at the moment, like Yvette Cooper or Pat McFadden, right? I mean, kind of like almost like it's so inoffensively dull to try and like just not have any bond market reaction whatsoever. But if you are on the soft left, then of course you're going to be pushing for Ed Miliband to be Chancellor.
I think that the people who are briefing about Ed Miliband are Darren Jones and Shabana Mahmood's team because they want their own boss to become the Chancellor. I think that's why you had briefings about Shabana Mahmood over the last few months saying, no, I don't want to be Chancellor. I love being Home Secretary.
So you don't think it's likely that Miliband will end up as Chancellor in a Burnham government?
I do not know. I think he could be. But the reason why people are talking about Ed Miliband as a possible Chancellor is not because he is briefing. It's because he's very good at being on top of a department. It's because he's our best minister. You may disagree with his politics, that's fine. You may disagree with his decisions. I certainly do with some of them. But he's very good at being...
I agree with you entirely. I disagree with his policies aggressively, but there is no doubt he is an effective operator, which again makes him, in some respects, for me, even more...
How can we trust him? He committed fratricide against his brother, for goodness sake, a few years ago. I mean, the man's...
I think that's... I like that.
I like David Miliband. I prefer David.
Angus, you said something really interesting there, which is, you know, let Andy Burnham be Andy Burnham. I think the question which so many people at home have is, what does that mean? Because the common line is that he has moved with the Labor Party. He doesn't have any fixed positions. So when you say let Andy Burnham be Andy Burnham, what does that mean? I mean,
I don't think he's got a serious diagnosis of what's gone wrong with the country. He's said he's blaming sort of our ills on 40 years of neoliberalism, which means that the rot started in 1986, which is a sort of, I mean, I'm not quite sure what is meant to have happened there. There's a paper coming out tomorrow.
The Maastricht Treaty and John Major.
To me, it just feels like he comes from Manchester, where Margaret Thatcher is widely disliked, and so basically he's saying all of the problems of this country basically start and end with Margaret Thatcher. I don't think he really knows what neoliberalism means. If he thinks it's like low tax, low spend, smaller size of the state, this has coincided with a period where you have quangos for literally everything.
And devolved powers for everything.
Devolved power, high tax, high spend. By definition, what we are seeing at the moment and what we've seen for the last 15 years has nothing to do with neoliberalism.
No, I mean, I agree with that analysis, but I think, you know, what he has come around to, I think, fairly consistently in the past 4 or 5 years is he wants to sort of slowly renationalise utilities, basically. Is he thinks that there's a sort of... people are paying a privatisation premium, as he says. There's a paper being launched by his mainstream group tomorrow that I would recommend people keep an eye on, because that's where they've got the endorsement of Burnham, they're fleshing out a full economic strategy. that's being launched tomorrow, and that might give us more of a clue. Paul?
I think it's very interesting because we've already discussed this tonight on a couple of shows. Burnham's not been under any scrutiny. We really don't know what he stands for. Everything we can only judge by some of the things he did in Manchester or some of the things he said to the press. Everything about Andy Burnham that's positive has come from Andy Burnham or people that are going to get something from Andy Burnham.
He's good with PR.
So, great, but we don't need another good with PR in charge of the UK. Not that. That's not a comment on Starmer, by the way, because I'm not sure what he's good at, but we just haven't discovered it yet. But what we need is someone who has a very clear vision. The diagnosis of what's wrong with the UK is such a good term, because we do need to look at this medically almost. The UK now is on the stretcher. It's in serious trouble, and Andy Burnham's looked over and gone...
He's got the defibrillator, has he really?
Well, yeah, exactly. It's exactly what we need. But who's going to administer that defibrillator? Because it doesn't feel like it's Andy Burnham to me. Andy Burnham has not set out what his vision is. So in the next, let's say, 3 months, we could have a brand new Prime Minister who none of us understand what it is that his vision is for this country. At probably the worst time.
We'll be continuing on this story throughout the evening. Thank you very much, Angus, for your insights. Coming up on The Late Show Live.
So when I say permanently, it should be permanently. But if it's not permanently, we will bomb them. They will be bombed, just like I bombed them on Wednesday night and Tuesday night.
Well, that's clear enough. President Trump seems to be backing up his rhetoric at the G7 after he threatened to seize the Strait of Hormuz and kidnap the Iranian negotiators. This is The Late Show Live, only on GB News.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question.
Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way. You will not want to miss it, trust me.
The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
no,
isn't it?
No,
Because the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff.
Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood.
So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact that Trump made a good start, no.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up?
About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I've been in Westminster for a long time, but I know that though power may be here, its effect on people's lives is across the whole of the country. We may be where rules are made, but it's where they're implemented that matters. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for forthright and frank discussion on where Britain has come from, where it's going, and where it will end up. That's State of the Nation, Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Vox Populi, Vox Dei.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m. weekdays here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back to The Late Show Live with me, Will Kingston. Well, Iranian officials walked out of peace talks today after President Trump made expletive-laden threats to seize the Strait of Hormuz and kidnap their negotiators. In one post on Truth Social, Trump threatened to hit Iran very hard again, just like we did last week, only harder. The most explicit warning was aimed at Tehran's diplomats in Switzerland. They were told if Iran reclosed the Strait of Hormuz, they wouldn't make it home to their country. It came just hours after Vice President J.D. Vance arrived in Switzerland for negotiations. With me now is CEO at Ahura AI and the Future of Humanity Foundation, Brian Talebi. Brian, thank you so much. As with everything with Trump, it is sometimes difficult to separate the bombast from the intention. What did you make of his comments?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me. I, for one, think it's fantastic that we have a president that is very clear and articulate with the world and with the people that he's talking to. It's such a breath of fresh air after years and decades of politicians who beat around the bush and speak in code. But here's the reality of the situation. Everybody is talking about how the Qataris and the Iranian delegation left to the president high and dry, left to J.D. Vance without shaking his hand. What people aren't talking about is that as this was happening, there was an MP in Iran by the name of Nabavian who went on live state television and attacked the deal and talked about how the Ayatollah Mujtaba Khamenei had given specific directives and commands to the negotiators, Araghchi and Ghalibaf, and Ghalibaf and Araghchi went against the directives of the Ayatollah and negotiated their own deal anyway. And so as a result of this, Nabavian was arrested. The director of the IRIB, which is the state-run television show, has resigned. But the reason this gentleman, this MP, was arrested was for sharing classified information on television, which tells you that there is not a cohesion within Iran. There is no single group of people that are speaking on behalf of the entire country. There's a lot of infighting.
Well, Brian, here is my question on the back of that, and that if you have this mess at the senior levels of the Iranian regime, combined with the fact that the Iranians have never stuck to a deal that they have signed up for in the 8 years since the fall of the Shah, given those two things, why is the US proceeding with this deal and proceeding on the assumption, by the looks of things, that they think that it will be worth the paper that it's written on? Because from my perspective, I don't think it will be.
Well, I don't think it will be either. But look, I give full credit to President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance and Secretary Rubio. This is the president of peace. He's ended 8 major wars. And it is in his nature to try to come up with a peaceful resolution to this conflict to minimize the suffering and death of many humans. Now, with that said, you're absolutely right. There's this idea called taqiyya in ideology and Islamic ideology in this extremist belief system that says that they are allowed to lie to Jews and Christians if it will bring them political or military advantage. And that's exactly what they're doing right now. Their goal throughout this entire peace negotiation since the bombing stopped has been to push everything out, essentially to filibuster, try to get to the next election in America or to outlast President Trump completely until there's a new president. They're hoping for a Democrat president that will just allow them to do whatever it is they want, have a nuclear weapon, attack their neighbors like Biden and Obama did.
Well, Brian, I understand that, and I think that the deal under Obama was a failure. At the same time, if this memorandum of understanding was to translate into a deal on the terms of that memorandum, it would be a worse deal than the Obama deal. You would effectively be paying $300 billion in reparations, and I know it's not phrased that way, but that's effectively what it would be, to the Iranian regime, which they would use to rearm, which they would use to basically make up for the damages to their armed forces. Again, I don't think the memorandum will ever become a deal, so I'm not as worried about it, but surely you must concede that if it was to, this would be a terrible deal for the United States.
Well, respectfully, I'm going to push back on that, because these $300 billion that have been talked about and discussed at length, this is not a cash infusion like the cratefuls of cash that President Obama sent to the Iranian Islamic regime. This is a willingness to allow Gulf nations to invest up to $300 billion specifically in infrastructure projects that they would then own. So this infrastructure is not a carte blanche to the Islamic regime. It doesn't allow them to spend it where they want. It would be projects that outside parties would own inside Iran. It would be investment into hospitals, roads, buildings, hotels, things like that.
Well, again, I think this is still very much a theoretical conversation, but maybe I'm just a cynic. Brian, thank you very much for joining me this evening.
Thank you so much for having me.
Let's go to my panel now. Matthew, I'll start with you in Washington, D.C. Again, as I said to Brian just before, I think that this memorandum of understanding in some respects is a theoretical conversation. I don't think a deal will be signed on these terms. And even if a deal is signed, I don't think there's any chance that those terms would ever be enacted. At the same time, it reads to me like a surrender document. The optics to me are terrible. Surely, why has Trump proceeded on these, what would appear to be very, very negative terms for the United States?
Will, I certainly can't answer that question for you, and the conversation with Brian was Orwellian in my perspective. Look, I'm a Republican. I want Republicans to win. I want President Trump to succeed. But this deal is absolutely insane. What we're seeing is on February 27th, the night before the United States started to bomb Iran, I was on this program. The Strait of Hormuz was open. Iran did not have access to billions in resources and cash to build up random parts of their economy or their infrastructure. Money is fungible. This is something I think that the previous conversation missed altogether. If you invest, if outside countries, outside entities invest billions or hundreds of billions of dollars in Iran, they're just going to use the money they didn't spend on those projects on other projects. The one thing that Brian got right, spot on, was that we can't trust the Iranian regime. And so this entire, for the last 110 or 115 days, I've been truly gobsmacked by a president who claims to have wanted to end all wars and then engaged in this activity in Iran, in the Middle East, that has now shut down the Strait of Hormuz. And now for the next 60 days, we don't know if the strait is going to be open or closed from one day to the next, which cripples, global economic activity, particularly in the energy sector.
Claire, your thoughts on what you've heard?
Well, just to go back to what Matthew's just said there, I agree completely in your recollection of what Brian said as well. And I think for the people of Iran, I mean, we've got Iran playing. I mean, I watched the game tonight against Belgium and they played really, really well. But then Will reminded me of the Iranian women's football team playing in Australia, and the faces, the haunted faces of those women that did not want to go back to Iran for fear of them being killed. I mean, we have a regime there that really has to get rid of. We in this country haven't even prescribed the IRGC, for heaven's sake. It's appalling. Where is the optic on that? And I think with OPEC's changing as well, the UEA from the 1st of May have withdrawn from OPEC. We know that the excess oil in the Straits of Hormuz cannot be stored in Iran, and Iran just does not care about it. They really don't care. All they want to do is, with Hamas and with Hezbollah, bomb the West. That's all they want to do.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. I will get to the rest of my panel after the break. Still ahead on The Late Show Live, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the story that's across all the front pages. The Express leads on, brace yourselves for more reckless tax and spend. Is our next PM going to push Britain even further to the left? We'll discuss that next on The Late Show Live, only on the People's Channel, GB News.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From cold mornings
to warm family brunches.
From football to tennis in the car.
In the kitchen.
GB News Breakfast is there with the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again.
To start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters. Real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact is Trump made a good start. No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up?
About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave. I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's political podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's political podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
no,
isn't it?
No,
Because the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes and Co. weeknights at 6 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back to The Late Show Live with me, Will Kingston. Let's round out the conversation we were having before the break on the Iranian negotiations. Of course, Iranian officials walked out of peace talks with President Trump after some typically Trumpian threats. Paul, the problem we have here, in my eyes, is Trump has said several things which have not come to pass. He said, I'm going to end Iranian civilization this evening. You know, fire and fury, we've heard all of the rhetoric, and he hasn't followed through. So has he run out? Has he played this card one time too many?
Sorry, I was just a little worried then you were going to say, should he have done? The answer to that is no. Look, it's difficult to identify exactly how better off we are. Now, it's true to say that their nuclear disarmament is in progress. Their navy's dead. Their air force is dead. But in terms of the future, without regime change, there was never going to be the change required. So I really don't understand what the benefits have been of this. What was fascinating from what Brian said, and Brian, having been on a show a couple of times a week now, for as long as the show's been going, I've seen Brian over the last few weeks. He's got some very interesting insights. But the idea that the Ayatollah is not necessarily in charge, i.e. the negotiators are not following through on his word, is symptomatic of the chaos. So whatever deal or whatever they were trying to negotiate will never stand up if it's not tied to whoever's in power in Iran. And if the Ayatollah's not in power, then who's in power? But to go back to your point, I don't think we're any better off. Many times I've supported Donald Trump. Many times I've been criticised for that. But it's becoming increasingly very difficult to support Donald Trump on Iran at the moment.
Stop.
Yeah, he's speaking some sense at last. The problem is...
I've been doing this 4 years.
You
had to get it right eventually, I suppose.
Donald Trump keeps on saying that. He was saying the other week that, a few days ago, actually the people we're negotiating now, they are better, they're much more reasonable, they are more moderate. And it's absolute nonsense. Everybody knows he has killed the most moderate people in that government, whoever those were. And the ones who are left over are a lot more radicalized, they're a lot more emboldened. They now know that by closing the Strait of Hormuz, they can threaten the US and the West whenever they want, the whole world, really. They have this new power. They're in a much stronger position than they were before. And the fact that they get to walk out of negotiations shows that. The fact that they get to dictate terms in their agreement, which were either the same as with the Obama agreement in 2015 or worse, shows that.
Yeah, well, look, again, there are still a lot more questions as to how this will end up, or we will be discussing this over the next 2 hours. There's a lot more coming up on The Late Show Live on the People's Channel, GBNews.
From cold mornings
to warm family brunches.
From football to tennis in the car.
In the kitchen.
GB News Breakfast is there with the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again. To start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There, you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question.
Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way.
You will not want to miss it, trust me. The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country. There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor. Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact is Trump made a good start, no.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up?
About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Tom Harwood. This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Good morning, Britain. Good evening, America. Hello, wherever you're watching around the world. We are live from the GB News studios in London, England, with all the stories shaping Britain and America.
Do you think Starmer's going to survive as Prime Minister?
The tough thing, unless he can
straighten out immigration where he's weak, and if he doesn't start drilling, then stop with the windmills all over the place and are causing havoc.
Well, words that may well be prophetic. Donald Trump wrote on Truth Social today, Keir Starmer will resign as Prime Minister. I wish him well. Do you believe him? And
if there is a contest, just to be clear with you, then yes, I will run, I will stand, and I've said repeatedly, I'm not going to walk away from that.
Well, so Keir Starmer was defined just the other day amidst leadership speculation, but with multiple reports stating the PM has accepted the game is up. Is this the final countdown for Keir Starmer? And a Green MP, obviously with nothing better to do with their time, is preparing a bid to bring the King and the royal family under the Freedom of Information Act. Would this be a fishing expedition or a boost for transparency? And
This is going to blow every other tournament you did. You're going to say how terrible a job you did in the past, because this is so much better, Gianni.
well, not according to the Iranian national football team, whose manager has suggested they are the most oppressed team in the whole World Cup. Is he exaggerating or does he have a point? I'm Will Kingston and this is The Late Show Live. Welcome back to The Late Show Live, ladies and gentlemen, for another hour. Thank you very much for joining us. I'm thrilled to have my panel with me in London, GB News contributor and comedian Paul Cox, political commentator Stella Santakidou, and journalist and broadcaster Claire Muldoon, and of course across the pond in Washington DC, Republican strategist Matthew Hurt. Thank you very much for tolerating me for another hour, team. Moving on to the main news of the evening, and of course it is that President Trump has said Sir Keir Starmer will resign as PM. Writing on Truth Social, President Trump predicts that Starmer will resign due to his failures on immigration and energy before clarifying, I wish him well. It comes as the newspapers are widely reporting Starmer will announce his resignation on Monday to clear the way for Andy Burnham as his successor. With me now is President of the Mississippi Centre for Public Policy and former UKIP MP, Douglas Carswell. Douglas, great to see you. What did you make of Trump's comments, yesterday now?
I think he's essentially right. I mean, I think Starmer's not only doomed, I think Starmer was essentially brought down by his failure to grow the economy because of energy policy and immigration. I don't think Starmer ever really recovered from the way he handled the Stockport riots. I think quite clearly he's on the way out. He may try and hang on for a few more weeks, a few more months, but I wouldn't be surprised if we've got a new prime minister in a week or two.
Yeah, I agree that the Southport riots for so many people were a turning point in how they viewed Keir Starmer. I think they felt, particularly those on the right, felt as if his priorities fundamentally were not for the people of the United Kingdom, but rather for a particular political agenda. It's interesting you mentioned economic growth there, Douglas. The reality is that what we are hearing, and it is difficult to get a sense of what exactly Andy Burnham would do because he's held several different political ideologies over the course of his time in public life. But I don't have any evidence to suggest that this is someone who would do the necessary work around deregulation and lowering taxes that would lead to any economic growth. Quite the opposite.
Well, one of the consequences of the World Cup are lots of football, soccer tourists visiting America and realizing how much wealthier America is. And the reason for that, the single number one reason why America is more prosperous is because they've got cheap energy. And what we see with not just Andy Burnham, but the Parliamentary Labour Party is a determination to double down on the failed Ed Miliband energy approach. It's going to price the UK out of the world economy. It's going to make the UK essentially, I think will essentially bankrupt the UK. And until Britain adopts the kind of energy policy they have in America, Britain is not going to grow. Trump's Energy Secretary Chris Wright, probably the least flamboyant member of the Trump cabinet, has almost single-handedly changed the course of America's economic growth by pioneering fracking. Britain has got the same laws of physics. Britain's got huge amounts of fracking potential. Until we have a change of government that is willing to embrace that, I'm afraid no prime minister is going to last long, whoever they are. We're going to carry on having political turbulence and turmoil until we recognize that the British economy can only grow if we get the failed orthodoxies of the past 30 years.
Well, you're president of the Mississippi Center for Public Policy. Am I right in saying that Mississippi has the lowest average earnings of any American state, and those average earnings are still higher than the average for England?
That is correct. If you want more detail, look at a website we've just launched called MississippiWins.com. That's MississippiWins.com. You can compare the key economic indices of Mississippi with European states and other American states, and you'll see that what was once the poorest state in America is now more prosperous, not only than Britain, but our per capita GDP will overtake that of Germany this year. In fact, Mississippi now makes more cars per capita than Germany. And a lot of this is because Mississippi, like southern US states, has the right policies on energy and taxation. If Starmer was to be forced out and Britain was to move even further to the left, I think these differences would become even more embarrassingly pronounced.
Well, about 20 years ago, my understanding is GDP per capita for the United States and the United Kingdom was pretty similar. And over the last 20 years, one has gone up and one has gone down precipitously. And it is as a result of terrible, weak governance. Now, to your point, this isn't going to be solved by one man. In fact, I think it's pretty obvious that the same type of high tax, high spend orthodoxy which this country has been beholden to over the last 20 years will continue under Andy Burnham. How can this country go about breaking that orthodoxy?
Britain doesn't need a change of government. It needs a change in how the country is governed. Instead of more soap opera as to whether it's Keir's team running number 10 or Andy Burnham's team or heaven forbid, another version of Labour's version of Rishi Sunak. We don't need this. Britain does not need to constantly change governments. Britain desperately needs to fundamentally change the way the country is run. The reason for this instability is because it's a legacy of the Blairite reforms that have basically passed power away from Downing Street to judges and quangos and bureaucrats and civil servants. And as a result of that, no one in office in Britain that you can elect can actually change the things that need to be changed. So Britain needs a restoration revolution, if you like. Until we get that, doesn't matter whether it's Andy, Bob, or Boris in charge, it'll be a disaster.
I spoke to Danny Kruger on my show, Fire at Will, who has been put in charge by reform of how do you actually go about undoing the constitutional vandalism of that Blair government, and considerable thought is being put into that from reform.
He's a good man, Danny. He's not just a smart guy. He's one of those rare people in politics who's in it for the right reasons. He's got the right values as a person.
Yeah, that was my impression as well. Final question, Douglas. There is some people suggesting that Burnham could go to a snap election either later this year or early next year, particularly if he does get a bounce in the polls. How likely do you think that would be?
I think you're going to get a dead cat bounce simply because he's not the dreadful Starmer. But I think it's only a matter of time before people realise that, Andy Burnham has the charisma of a ventriloquist dummy. He's essentially a Blairite placeman. All of the things that the media will project onto him in the first few weeks of his premiership will be found to be false. I don't think his administration is going to survive contact with reality. An election, I think, would be good if he's going to change policy, if he wants to take Britain into the European Union and things like that. But either way, I don't really see how the country can be saved if it just has more of this Blairite leftist nonsense. It needs a fundamental change of direction, and that means an election. So I think if you don't support Andy Burnham and Keir Starmer, prepare for an election.
Douglas Carswell, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Claire, I'll go to you on this one. How likely do you think a snap election is?
Well, I think it is likely. I think it would definitely be within the next 3 months, because I don't think that Burnham, if he does become Prime Minister, is elected on the manifesto that Starmer got his landslide election victory on. And I think it would be really key, again, and not that I'm a massive fan at all of pollsters or polling, because I don't think it's I think the way the question's framed often gives a tarnished view. But we need to realise, as a country, what our main focus is on. Is it on the cost of living crisis, in which case it would encapsulate energy security, net zero, etc., etc. Is it stopping the boats and the issue that we have with migration and illegal migration immigrants in this country? Is it education? Is it the fact that everything's so disparate? Is it the anger? And is it, you know, perhaps our whole voting system must be changed? We were talking earlier about PR. I was going to say the only PR we need now is proportional representation.
Well, put a pin in that for a second. That's a whole different conversation. But to Claire's point, Paul, I think it's a very interesting question. What as a country do we need to focus on? Now, if you recall, on day one of Starmer's government, he said the mantra is we are going to go for growth. It is the top priority of this government. And you know what? He was right. It should be the number one priority of this government because so many of the other policy areas Claire mentioned would follow as a result of, or would improve as a result of improved economic growth. They gave up on that because they realised they didn't actually have the guts to do what is required to grow an economy, which is lower taxes and reduce regulations. Surely that has to be the driving priority for any future government, but I can't see it happening under Burnham.
No, you can't tax yourself to growth, as they pointed out. And if you're so weak as a leader that you can't control your backbenchers, that you can't even get a 5% cut in the welfare budget through, then you're going to get nowhere anyway. Because look, no one says we don't need a welfare system. It just needs to be fair and proportionate. It also needs to pay for people that have contributed. Now, it's very difficult on welfare to pay for people that have contributed because if you look at welfare, it's often people who haven't contributed. And just going slightly off-piste on this, the biggest drawdown of welfare is from Pakistani families, 39%. But they are only 3% of the population. Second biggest is Bangladeshi, who are less than 1% of the population, drawing down about 24% of welfare. That, whether you take race into it or not, or culture into it or not, is very important as a metric because it tells you where that money's going. And we can have a very strong debate about whether it should go in that direction or not. Now, if they're here, and do you have to pay for them? Maybe you do. But we need growth, and we have to frame
Before you go back on that, because I think that's an interesting point, Stella, should country of origin be a metric that should be taken into consideration when you're thinking about the welfare bill in this country?
No, contribution should be taken into consideration. In no other country in the world would you be. If someone is a citizen, you cannot differentiate with country of origin. That would be.
So contribution of you're saying a measure of what they put in versus what they can take out.
That would be my preference, but
smashing. That is the most right-wing thing I've ever heard you say.
Not really, not at all. It is exactly why I was actually on this panel a few weeks ago, and I was having a debate with someone else from the Reform Party who was saying that because I'm not a citizen, I should not be allowed to claim benefits if I fall ill. And I have been paying my taxes for 10 years. I have been contributing for 10 years. And in most countries in the world, actually in all countries with a welfare system, the way that you have access to the welfare state is through contributions. It's not just something that has to do with country of origin.
Paul, I struggle with this still. I'm not a citizen. I would be embarrassed to take welfare from this country. The benefits I get from this country is being allowed to be in this country. If I fall on hard times, I can go back to Australia and I can seek financial assistance from the government.
How many years have you been here for?
In aggregate, 4.
So I have been here my entire adult life. That's 14 years.
But you're not a citizen.
Yeah, but I've been here 14 years.
Sure.
So if you tell me, oh, you should just go back home, well, that's a bit awkward. You want me to go where I was when I was 17?
Sure, absolutely, why not? The fundamental principle of any government is that the first priority should be to the citizens of that country. I don't understand why, if you are a non-citizen, you should be entitled to any sort of benefits.
That is just how welfare works. It's a contributory system. Once you reach a certain threshold, you are able to do it. It's the same in every country. My brother lives in Switzerland, and if he becomes unemployed, then he is entitled to get 70% of his salary as an employment benefit.
Should I be entitled to welfare?
You personally, absolutely not. Look, it's a very delicate question. I believe in a welfare state. Many people on the right believe in a welfare state.
Why is that a delicate question? I think even the choice of language here, everyone just seems to be skirting around it. It's not a delicate question, Paul. You're either entitled to it or you're not. You're either entitled to be here in Britain as a British citizen or you're not. You look to Dubai and the Emiratis actually get paid more for doing the same job as someone who is not Emirati.
So Claire, where do you
Is that
stand on
good?
it?
Do we want to be like Dubai?
In what respect?
Do you want to be like Dubai? Do you want to do that? Do you want to discriminate for or how much you pay people based on where they're from? Is that what you want?
I didn't even think that's what I said. You just seem to be jumping down on me every time I open my mouth, Stella. But you'll really need to stop. And what I said was Dubai, for a fact, they pay the Emiratis more money for doing the same job as someone who is not Emirati. So therefore, they are looking after their own nationals.
You think it's good? You
now,
think what they're
listen,
doing is
no,
good?
I'm not saying that, Stella.
Asking that, do you?
What?
Do you think it's lost in translation,
Do you
Stella?
think it's
But
a
what
good
I'm
thing?
saying is...
Do you think it's positive?
I think it's a positive thing to realign your nationality with your country that you're from. I think that's part of the reason why we've got a rise of reform in this country, because people are unheard and they're unseen. Now, do I think, or would I like to live in Dubai? No, I wouldn't. I don't like the culture. I think it's very greedy. I think it's like Balenciaga and Blackpool. It's not a very nice culture for women, for sex, for drugs, for anything. And there's a lot of things that go on in that country that's completely wrong.
I think we're talking very specifically on the principle of who should be entitled to assistance from the government and who should not.
If it's contribution-based, then it's incredibly fair. The thing about let me just finish the point, because I haven't quite, because some of my points will make sense. But contribution-based, the reason I say it's a delicate point is because a white British citizen that's family has been born here for 100 years may never have contributed, because before we had the debate about immigration, we had the debate about people who shirked from work. And I think contribution makes a great deal of sense. The problem with contribution, and the reason I think it's delicate also, is a lot of sort of welfare is handed out to people with disabilities, and people with disabilities are unable to contribute.
Yeah, sure, Paul, but the fundamental point needs to be that if you're a citizen of a country, you are entitled, you should be discriminated against positively compared to people who are not a citizen. Which
I do agree with. I did consider once, in about 2000, moving to Canada because I had family there, and I spent about a month or so over there. And I investigated it, but my family would have had to have supported me for 10 years in and out of work. Whatever I did. I don't know if that's still true in Canada now, but that seems like a very sensible, proportionate way of dealing with it. It means that Stella would, 15 years of contributing to the coffers, that's a lot more than some people. And there's an argument there that Stella's contributed.
So what about the migrants that are coming over now that we've just heard reports this weekend that they are going to get social housing above people in this country that
Absolutely
on
not.
the council house list for 16 years, some of them.
Yeah, and this is the thing still. And look, there is a separate argument for people who are already in the country. I get that. We need to have that conversation. But surely, if you are coming to this country and you're not an net economic contributor, you shouldn't be here. Why bring people into the country who will be a net economic drain?
I don't know why you ask me these strongman questions.
It's not a straw man. It's very real.
You're just asking me
because it's a real fact.
That's not a straw man question. It goes to the fundamental principles underpinning the immigration policy.
No, you're using me as your... you are making a very hypothetical question. What does that even mean?
It's not hypothetical.
No, you know what?
Want me to explain it?
You're saying... OK, so given what you're saying, yes, anybody would say yes. You know what? You should be a net contributor. But at the same time, you will have people who come here, for example, to be social care workers, who will not be net contributors at the end. Especially if you look throughout someone's lifespan, most people are not net contributors, because by the time we become old and sick and all of that, we end up being more of a cost to the state than we have contributed during our life when we were in work. So if you are saying that, by extension, I would like you to say, OK, then we need to have a bigger state which has more money to put into something like social care so that we can pay people properly.
Yeah, but again,
equally, you would tell me no. You would tell me you don't want that. So it's a bit of a chicken and egg situation, which is why when you're asking me such a hypothetical question, I cannot really answer it to you in all honesty.
It's not a hypothetical question. I think we can have a policy where you say, look, we are only going to have people who will be, on balance, a net economic contributor to the economy. You can do that very easily. It's not hypothetical.
Well, our current immigration rules, they do require you to have a job. They do require you to have a certain level of income to be able to come here. You can't come here as a legal migrant if you don't have a job and you don't make at least a certain amount of money, which is a lot more than most graduate people make.
Well, let me know your thoughts. gbnews.com/your say. Do you think people like me should be entitled to welfare from the government, foreign nationals? Still to come, a Green Party MP is preparing a bid to bring the royal family under freedom of information laws for the very first time. Mr Berry's parliamentary bill would extend to the Royal Archive a collection of documents which dates back more than 250 years. It comes after MPs successfully forced the government into releasing files about Andrew Mountbatten's time as trade envoy. So, do the royal family need to play by the same transparency rules as everyone else? With me now, royal journalist and GB News fan favourite, Kinsey Schofield. Kinsey, lovely to see you. Get us up to speed with this story.
That's right. Well, as you said, a Green Party MP wants to bring the monarchy under Britain's freedom of information laws, which could potentially open up access to centuries of royal records. Supporters say it's about transparency. Critics argue there are good constitutional reasons those communications were protected in the first place. Freedom of information was never intended to mean absolutely everything becomes public, in my opinion. The law already protects national security, special force operations, sensitive government, advice and diplomatic relationships. The royal exemption sits in the same framework. I think what's often left out of this conversation is that the monarchy isn't getting special treatment technically. Section 37 specifically protects communications with the sovereign because the monarch occupies a unique constitutional role. That isn't a loophole. It's an intentional constitutional safeguard that's been built into the law from the beginning.
Of course, the mantra of the royal family for so long has been never complain, never explain. You have seen, I think, a shift in tone amongst some younger members of the royal family, including William, who have, I think, tried to lean into a greater level of transparency and openness from the royal family. Do you think it would be in their interest to go along with this if it meant that it looked like they were providing that level of transparency to the British public?
Well, on paper, it sounds like a transparency measure. To your point, in reality, critics like myself fear it could become a 250-year treasure hunt for royal scandals. I don't think we're culturally mature enough to unlock 200 years of private records without someone trying to punish the monarchy for something that happened generations ago. History should be studied, not weaponized, and transparency going forward is one thing, and I do agree with transparency going forward, but reopening centuries-old confidential material is a completely different scenario. I do think there's a difference between future accountability and retroactive exposure. And I'm comfortable debating transparency going forward, but I don't think it's wise to reopen 250 years of confidential records and judge every historical figure by modern political standards. We have different morals and values today, and we shouldn't try to punish people, today for things that happened years ago.
That's an interesting phrase, cultural maturity, and potentially the country lacking the cultural maturity to have this type of conversation. What did you mean by that?
Well, I don't think it's just you guys. I think we've got a cultural immaturity happening over here in the United States. I mean, my first instinct when I read this was how in Hollywood, how we saw that evolution after the Me Too movement, how people were coming out, 20, 40 years after an incident happened, trying to crucify somebody for something that, yeah, maybe it wasn't the tap on the butt. Maybe that wasn't appropriate in a workplace, but you shouldn't be villainizing this person who's no longer here to defend themselves. That's what I mean when I talk about culture. It feels like we weaponize some of these things, and it does feel like 250 years of information, of documents, there would be people that would just go through that and try to stir the pot.
Final question, and it's separate but related to this particular story, and that goes to this broader culture maturity, particularly with respect to the wokery that we've seen over the last 5 years. In the past, you have seen particular figures from history who have been cancelled because they don't align with the standards of today. In the United States, are we seeing a pushback against that sort of historical cancellation and that sort of attitude, or do you think it is still something, unfortunately, that the country has to contend with?
Not to the extent that we were seeing under this administration. I think that there has been a shift, but there also are people that are really unhappy with this administration, which means you do see people fighting. You know, people are still trying to cancel each other, if that's what you're asking. Very much so.
Well, hopefully that is something which we can consign to history. Kinsey, thank you very much, as always, for your time.
Thank you.
I want to go to Matthew in the United States. And Matthew, first, your thoughts generally on this story, but perhaps as well I want to extend on the question I asked Kinsey, which is, we did see initially a vibe shift when Donald Trump was elected. There was a pushback against cancel culture. There was a pushback against wokery. You could feel that in the cultural discourse, and you also saw that through a range of executive orders. Where do we sit in the United States today with 2 years left in Trump's presidency? Where do you see the culture wars sitting?
Well, to Kinsey's point, I agree with everything that Kinsey said on the freedom of information conversation that's taking place right now. I think that to apply today's standards to communications as far back as 200 or 250 years is unfair to those individuals who would not be here to defend themselves. But on the point of cancel culture, I do think President Trump, the election of President Trump, the cultural importance of his second term allows people, conservatives, right-of-center individuals, to make a stronger case for not only free speech, but the expansion of freedom of thought and, in fact, the conversations around things that may be offensive, the things that are being said on X or Twitter, but also into the public square. I think it's so important that we're able to have those conversations, and we weren't having them under President Joe Biden, and we certainly would not have them under President Kamala Harris. The cancel culture would have reached a fever pitch.
I want to bring in my London panel now. Paul, I'll start with you. What do you make of this story specifically?
With regards to cancel culture?
Choose your own adventure.
Well, Donald Trump being elected for the second time was endorsement that cancel culture should die, because Donald Trump did a million things that he could be cancelled for, and he's still the most powerful man in the world. So I think that was a resounding success for the cancellation of cancel culture. It's not something I believe in. I don't think we should be... and this does obviously lead into the royal family story. With regards to the royal family, there is no good faith from the Greens towards the royal family. This is just a stunt. This is for publicity. This is to say, look at me. I don't believe the Greens are, current Green Party in the guise that it's in now gives one hoot for the royal family, and would quite like to see the destruction of it. That's not what I would like. So I don't believe in anything that they're saying. The idea that we would go back. Do this archaeology to find out what we can be offended about from some time ago is utterly mad. I mean, there's only one outcome from that. The same people that would be offended will remain offended, and those that wouldn't be offended will still not be offended, because we won't care. You know, we can handle words. Words are okay. People did and said things for many, many decades that people find unpalatable. But what's the advantage in the modern era of cancelling for it now?
Claire, what do you make of this story?
Well, I don't agree with Kinsey, and I don't agree with Paul either, actually. I'm not a massive monarchist. But, you know, I think we could maybe there might be a crossover here. We could maybe even put a statute of limitation. And the reality is that public opinion of the royal family as an institution is in decline in this country. I'm not saying we should scrap them in their entirety. I think there is definitely a place for them. I would far rather we be a monarchy than a republican state. But given the fact of Andrew Mountbatten Windsor's abhorrent behaviour, given the fact that the Queen gave him money to pay off Victoria Giuffre, given the fact we've now got a scaled-back royal family, given the fact that King Charles has now come out and said he will publish his tax affairs, and also given the fact that it's been reported that Prince William is now stepping up to take on more roles, because in my view, the best and the hardest working royal at the moment is that of Princess Anne. I don't 100%. Think that woman could do anything wrong, from not giving her children titles. I think she's played a blinder. She is an incredible, industrious, disciplined woman, and I wish more of them were like her. And indeed, if they were, I might not be sitting here being down on them as much as I am. Now, 250 years worth of freedom of information. I mean, the only thing I agree with Paul in what he said was that the Greens are no fans of the royal family, and I take that. And, you know, that's why Berry's coming out now to get this information out. But I always believe that it's best to have information out. I wouldn't than keeping it under wraps. I wouldn't want it as the optic of comparison between culture now and what the culture was then. I take on board, obviously, from 250 years ago, you'd be hard-pressed to find anyone alive from then, so we shouldn't really hold them to account in that way. But I think it would be remarkable to find out the machinations of, you know, through the world wars, through everything else, through the destruction of the Catholic Church in this country, from the Reformation through to the Church of England, how all that happened instead of seeing it from an optic of historians who reported on it back then. I would actually like to see it from the horse's mouth.
Still, this comes at the same time as King Charles is set to publish his tax bill for the very first time. So there are obviously efforts from the royal family to promote greater transparency with their financial dealings. Do you support these types of measures?
Yeah, and I completely agree with Claire. And I don't think that, you know, the cancel culture stuff, that's the least of the problems. I mean, if it was that, oh, we want to know what the royal family is doing because they said a racist remark 2 years ago and this is why we're so concerned. No, there have been the kind of allegations that have become public, the kind of things that we have found out, the kind of extent to which, you know, our late Queen went to cover up really shameful activity. Yes. This is the kind of thing that people want to know about. Yep. And in the end of the day, the royals, we pay for them, the taxpayer pays for them. I don't have that instinctive reaction to say, you know, they should be distracted and all of that.
Are they the biggest benefits of welfare system in this country, maybe?
They are, yeah, they basically are. And you know what, I totally respect there are national symbols. People like to have their national symbols and, you know, you don't just get rid of them like that. But of course we should be able to know what they're up to. In the same way that you can do that with politicians, you should be able to hold royals accountable.
Paul?
Well, I feel quite alone here on the panel for the first time tonight. Slightly sad. No, I am a monarchist, I'm a royalist, and perhaps that has come out in my judgment of this. It's difficult to defend Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, so I won't.
I don't think you could.
I would say putting that very, very diplomatically.
So I'm not going to, and I don't know what his late mother did, although we do know that she funded him to the tune of 12 million quid. So that's a considerable amount of money, and I'm not sure my mum would do that for me. However, I do think that there are certain things that can be protected, should be protected, and I'll probably stand by most of my statement.
Most of your statement.
I'm not going to say the bits I won't.
Well, the Green MP, Ms Berry, has said it is outrageous that there is a specific carve-out under freedom of information legislation for the royal family. This unnecessarily shields what should be a perfectly normal, accountable part of our constitution, and it has to go. Still ahead on The Late Show Live.
This is going to blow every other tournament you did. You're going to say how terrible a job you did in the past because this is so much better, Gianni.
Well, not according to the Iranian national football team. Nick Pizar will join us from Boston with all the latest from a World Cup caught in the middle of geopolitics. This is The Late Show Live, only on the People's Channel, GB News.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Boxed Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Good morning. Welcome to your GB News weather update from the Met Office. As we head through today, it's going to be hot and humid in the south. That will continue to build as we go through the week. Cloudy in the north with some thunderstorms developing across the southwest. We do have a Met Office extreme heat warning across the south of England and into Wales. But across Northern Ireland and Scotland, cloudier and damper here with outbreaks of rain spreading their way northwards. To the south, a good deal of sunshine, but across the southwest, that's where we'll see some thunderstorms just pushing their way northwards. So some rumbles of thunder, flashes of lightning and some hail. Temperatures up to 32, possibly 33 or 34 degrees in the south. As we head through Monday evening, we'll see outbreaks of rain persisting across the central belt of Scotland. To the north, a few breaks in the cloud, but largely cloudy. An improving picture across Northern Ireland. We should see some late sunshine, especially further towards the west. And then across Wales and the southwest of England, that's why we'll still need to cater for some thunderstorms. So some flashes of lightning pushing through and some gusty winds, drier to the far east. As we head through Monday evening, showery outbreaks of rain already across northern parts of England, pushes its way north and eastwards. Those thunderstorms across the southeast also clearing, so many places actually seeing a good deal of clear skies as we start Tuesday morning, but it's still going to be feeling very warm, very humid overnight, so some difficult sleeping conditions. Actually a tropical night with some places not dropping below 20 degrees. High pressure firmly in charge on Tuesday. There'll be perhaps a few showers towards the far southeast, but for most, plenty of blue sky. Cloudy across Orkney and Shetland, just with some outbreaks of rain here. But again, those temperatures will be rising as well, and we could see highs of up to 37 degrees. So do take care and keep an eye on the forecast. Bye-bye.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Boxed Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Welcome back to The Late Show Live. Well, the head coach of Iran's national football team has blasted the other 47 managers at the World Cup, accusing them of staying silent amid the disruption they have faced due to American travel restrictions. Amir Galanoy, and I apologise if I've got that wrong, who said Iran felt robbed over their treatment by organisers, claimed his managerial counterparts have shunned their concerns. The Iranians have been made to run their training camp in Tijuana, Mexico, rather than their original plans to set up in Arizona. Last week, Captain Mehdi Taremi said they endured 5 hours of security checks during a usually swift trip from Tijuana to Los Angeles. But just tonight, Iran's 0-0 stalemate with Belgium puts them on top of their group with a strong chance of qualifying. With me now, live from Boston, is senior reporter at the Daily Mail, Nick Pizar. Nick, good to see you again. I would suggest that increased security checks for a team that comes from a country that you are currently at war at is pretty sensible. Is that a reasonable position?
I think you're probably right to a certain degree, Will, yeah, because as you said there, Iran is technically at war with the United States. There are those peace talks going underway in Switzerland as we speak, and obviously we hope that there's a swift conclusion to it. But yeah, I mean, I went to the first game last week in Los Angeles that Iran played against New Zealand, a very, very entertaining 2-2 draw, and there were very strict security arrangements in place for that game. That the cordon, the outer cordon, if you like, for the fans was set back a lot further than it usually is for the other games, and police were searching the fans. There were sniffer dogs. I saw guns guards with guns, police, FBI units, that sort of thing. And also FIFA were clamping down. What they're clamping down on is the flag, the Iranian flag, which is a very contentious issue here. So the current Iranian flag has the Islamic script in the middle. It's red writing in the middle. That flag is allowed in, but the revolutionary flag, the pre-revolutionary flag, which has the lion and the sun symbol on it. I saw FIFA officials taking that flag off fans who were in the Los Angeles Stadium last week for that game against New Zealand. And I understand that they did the same thing tonight as well for the game that they played with Belgium.
I don't think it's. I think it's pretty safe to assume if you had a member of this Iranian team or their coaching staff who said something which was contrary to the wishes of the regime, if they were to return to the country, they would be put in jail or killed. So, how much, I guess, credibility can you put into the coach's words with that as the context?
Yeah, well, he said, I had an amazing press conference at the end of that New Zealand game last week where he described the Iran team as the most oppressed team in the football World Cup, which is when you consider what happened or what is happening with the regime there in Iran when you had all those people killed in those uprisings back in January. It's quite an extraordinary thing to say. And as you said in your introduction there, Will, he says he's reached out to the other managers for help, and he says he's being shunned by them. What it is that the Americans are allowing the Iranians to stay on American soil for the bare minimum amount of time possible. So they're literally flying in the day before the game, and they are leaving almost immediately afterwards. And they are based in Tijuana in Mexico, and that flying time is about 25 minutes. But the hold-ups when they leave, the coach there is saying that it's affecting their recovery time. They should be allowed to leave the following day after a game to give them a fair chance to recover, to rest those muscles. And they're saying that it's giving other teams, their opponents, an unfair advantage. But we do know that Andrew Giuliani, who is the US FIFA representative, excuse me, is in talks with officials to possibly allow a bit of leeway for the next game, for the last game, which will take place in Seattle at the end of the week. That's the final match in this group. And there is talk that possibly the Iranians team will be allowed to stay over a little longer because it is a longer distance in flying time between Tijuana and Seattle. But obviously those discussions are still underway, and it remains to be seen what happened. But the interesting thing is, as you said there, and that we've touched on, Iran at the moment, presently, ahead of this game this evening between Egypt, excuse me, with Egypt and New Zealand, they are still top of the group. And we do also have the potential for Iran, if all results go the right way, to face the United States later in the tournament, if they both get through.
Yeah, that would be a fascinating matchup, and to put it mildly. And on that, because I think the draw with Belgium came as a surprise. It sounds like Iran's playing good football.
It is, I'll be honest with you, Will. Yeah, I mean, their keeper played a blinder today to get the football pun in. I mean, he made some absolutely astounding saves. I looked at the stats, 7 crucial saves during that game, and he was also given man of the match as well. We should also mention that Iran did actually take the lead in that game with a very well worked, very clever free kick, in fact. But that goal was disallowed by VAR as it was ruled it was offside. But also as well, I was just looking at some other stats. Iran is actually the 20th ranked team in the world at the moment. That's pretty high up. They're the second best team in Asia, and Belgium are the 9th best team in the world. So yeah, I think Belgium was very, very frustrated and could count themselves very fortunate that they didn't lose that match.
Nick, play this forward for me. If that scenario does occur, a US v Iran match, what do you think the implications of that would be, both I guess within FIFA, but also the geopolitical implications of that more generally?
Yeah, well, I mean, that is an astonishing game. I mean, we should say it's not the first time it's happened. It happened a couple of World Cups ago as well. And so, yeah, I mean, it'd be interesting to see the dignitaries that turn up to that. Will Donald Trump turn up to that game? I mean, he hasn't actually been to a game yet in the United States, to a World Cup. And we should also mention as well that once again, the Iranian national anthem was booed quite emphatically at the start of that game this evening in Los Angeles. But watching that game and watching the crowd, what is interesting interesting, Will, is that, yeah, OK, the crowd are booing the national anthem of Iran when it starts. But, you know, when Iran are on the attack and when they have a good move, you can hear the cheers. And also when that goal went in, you know, they literally raised the roof there at that game in Los Angeles. So they're obviously having mixed emotions there, if you like, the crowd at that game.
Yeah, well, it sounds like people can separate the players from the awful regime that they that unfortunately they are affiliated with. Nick, thank you very much for your time.
Welcome.
Let's go to my panel now. Stella, I'll start with you. It would appear to me that if you are at war with a country, then there should be heightened security measures for a team that represents that country in this particular competition. I think America would have been within their rights not to allow Iran to participate in the World Cup.
I'm sure you can say that, but then people would start saying, okay, so why are you not why are you not putting similar restrictions to other countries, for example? Then, you know, I mean, I'm not saying...
You're not at war with other countries.
Yeah, but, you know, some people would be questioning, for example, oh, okay, should we not allow Israel to take part in Eurovision, for example, or something like that, because we disagree with what they're doing, and it's very harmful. So you go into that conversation. And what I would say is, okay, so you are reaching what you are telling us is the end of this war. How exactly do you think that this future peace is going to happen? How exactly do you expect, how are you going to bridge the extremely bad negative feelings that exist between the two?
You're not going to. The Iran is going to continue chanting death to America at every possible opportunity. You're never going to bridge it whilst you have an evil theocratic death cult that runs that country. You're not going to kind of sit down and hold hands and sing Kumbaya together. That's not going to happen. Matthew, I stand by the fact I don't think Iran should have been allowed into the United States when they represent a country which is at war with the United States.
Well, you're absolutely right. I think this team represents the regime. Any victory by members of this team is a victory for the regime. Interesting point, though. I was on Iran International Television, which a third of Iranians get their news from this dissident media station, the day after the U.S. beat the regime team in 2022 at the World Cup. And for this coach to say that the team is the most, the most downtrodden and restricted team. What was absolutely fascinating for me to see is the direct messages I received on Instagram from people in Iran saying, thank you so much for being our voice. Thank you so much for fighting the regime on the airwaves. And so for this coach to make such an outrageous statement, when those team members return to Iran, they return to one of the most closed, one of the most theocratic, one of the most authoritarian regimes in the world, and it is an outrageous statement to say that limited access to the United States during the World Cup is somehow the worst thing that they could experience.
Claire, your thoughts?
Well, I think the horse is bolted in this, actually, to be honest with you. And I think it's a completely moot point arguing whether or not they should or should not be there. As Nick Pisa said, they are ranked, what, 20th? In the tournament. I mean, that's in the 50th percentile and above for the 48 teams that's there. I watched the game against Belgium. I thought they played really, really well. And we need to take on board FIFA's motto, which is football unites the world. For the game, for the world. And that's the motto that I would use, actually. And I think they're giving their team a spectacle, and they're giving them the ability to play a game that clearly they're pretty good at. Let's be honest, they're better than Scotland at. So I would far rather see them, and I think Trump actually was at his most diplomatic when he has said they must be based in Tijuana and they can only play in Canada, but it will be really interesting if those two teams manage to play together in this World Cup in America like they did in the World Cup of 2022 in Qatar, I think that was.
Paul Cox, final thoughts.
Yeah, we should definitely use that game to settle the war, actually. That would be my plan. It would solve all this negotiation business.
Rock, paper and scissors.
Yeah, we could do that as well. That's probably just to be as effective.
Well, back in the day, you had armies where they'd pick your best soldier and your best soldier, and then the one who kills the other basically is the one who wins the war. So I guess this is the modern interpretation of that.
Sudden death.
Literally sudden death. Sudden death penalties.
Yeah.
Talking of sudden death, if that manager doesn't parrot that thing that he said, then when he gets home to Iran, he's in an awful lot of trouble, and his family that are in Iran right now are in trouble unless he does so. Let's not forget the IRGC are the biggest sponsors of terrorism on planet Earth. They would see nearly every other team in that World Cup destroyed. End of discussion. They've made it their key policy. So the fact that no other manager has quite got behind them is testament to that, I think.
OK, let's delve into the other main stories on the front of tomorrow's newspapers, and pretty much every paper is leading with the future of Sir Keir Starmer. The Express says, brace yourselves for more reckless tax and spend. With all this leadership speculation, are we forgetting to ask the important question, what direction would a Burnham premiership take this country in? And Paul, I'll stick on with you on this, because I think this is the right question to ask, because we can, in the commentariat, get caught up with the political games that come with leadership challenges. But the more important question is, how will this actually impact the country, if at all? My question to you would be, do you think a change in leader will fundamentally change the country? Or, to use that awful expression from our conversation with Angus, it will be more continuity Starmer?
No. Look, the only reason we're interested in the change of the leadership of the Labour Party is because that's a change of our Prime Minister. If this was Ed Davey being replaced by some other Wally, we wouldn't be paying much attention to it whatsoever. However, it's not going to change anything. I've said this before, and I'll say it again for the second time. It's not nice, but this is just two different flavours of the same poo. This is not a change. This change does not exist. They work within
your house for dinner. Oh.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I think it's late enough, just about. But look, it makes perfect sense to me, because these people are not different. I mean, Burnham is a posh kid who is a product of Blairite politics. He very much existed within that world. He very much supported that world, and it's that world that's given us the situation the UK is in today, because nobody really has steered away from Blairite politics since 1997. Everyone's just done a different flavour of it. We don't get a change unless you get a completely radical change. So the country will keep going in the same direction, and that direction is not good.
Stella, as Paul Cox so eloquently put it, is this just two different flavours of the same excrement?
I'm sorry. In what sense is Andy Burnham a posh kid? I'm really confused. His mother was a telephone. His mother was a receptionist, and his dad was a telephone engineer. In what sense?
I'll take umbrage to that, because as a working class fella, a true working class fella, just trotting out what people's parents did does not make him working class. In the same way as my daughter cannot claim to be working class.
In what way is he a posh kid?
He is a posh kid.
Why?
Because of the schools he went to, because of the company that he kept, because of the way he... This is the man who pretends to be a working class person, but is not a working class person. Okay. There's nothing working class about Andy Burnham.
So if a working class kid manages to get into Cambridge, that makes them posh. That means that for the rest of their careers, you will be branding them as posh.
If he'd carried forward his working class values into his political career, we could have a discussion. But nothing Andy Burnham has done that. Andy Burnham has not done that. You've drunk the Kool-Aid, Stella. Andy Burnham is nowhere near the working class. Andy Burnham is from Liverpool, who's pretended to be from Manchester, who has pretended to be interested in Makerfield.
He's from Liverpool. Yeah, he's from Liverpool. Interesting. So who is representing the interests of the working class? Nigel Farage, who has received millions of pounds from billionaires who live abroad, for example? Does that qualify someone as representing the interests of the working class?
I think Nigel Farage is working class at all. I don't think he's ever said he is.
Claire, I want to bring Claire in. Claire, your thoughts?
On what specifically, Will? I mean, because there's just too much going on here. I mean, I think, to use a better phrase, I would say They're two sides of the same coin in terms of Starmer and Burnham. I don't think Burnham has got a manifesto. I don't think he's got a clear plan. I don't think he'll get to... He talks a good game. That's what he does. He prevaricates. He's a communicator. And he's wanted this. Any man, and I think we really need to dissect this very, very carefully and look at it. Any man as a mayor of a regional, partly devolved place in the north of England, Manchester, to get a current colleague, Josh Simmons in this case, to stand down in order for him to stand in that election, in order for him to challenge the electoral, the leadership of this country. I think there's a lot of gumption, a lot of narcissism and a lot of power there. And I just don't think it's going to wash with the electorate. And as I said earlier, Will, we need to find out what the 4 pointers are that we need in this country.
And we will be discussing that in the third hour. There's a lot more coming your way, including this.
Because I want to remind you what Nigel Farage said about Brexit. He said it would make us richer. Wrong. It made us poorer. He said it would reduce migration. Wrong.
Reports have emerged that Sir Keir Starmer wants a reset with Brussels to be part of his legacy. We'll be covering that. But first, your weather.
Today, clouds overhead. Total zen within. Box Solar sponsors the weather on GB News.
Good morning. Welcome to your GB News weather update from the Met Office. As we head through today, it's going to be hot and humid in the south. That will continue to build as we go through the week. Cloudy in the north with some thunderstorms developing across the southwest. We do have a Met Office extreme heat warning across the south of England and into Wales. But across Northern Ireland and Scotland, cloudier and damper here with outbreaks of rain spreading their way northwards. To the south, a good deal of sunshine. But across the southwest, that's where we'll see some thunderstorms just pushing their way northwards. So some rumbles of thunder, flashes of lightning and some hail. Temperatures up to 32, possibly 33 or 34 degrees in the south. As we head through Monday evening, we'll see outbreaks of rain persisting across the central belt of Scotland. To the north, a few breaks in the cloud, but largely cloudy. An improving picture across Northern Ireland. We should see some late sunshine, especially further towards the west. And then across Wales and the southwest of England, that's why we'll still need to cater for some thunderstorms. So some flashes of lightning pushing through and some gusty winds, drier to the far east. As we head through Monday evening, showery outbreaks of rain already across northern parts of England, pushes its way north and eastwards. Those thunderstorms across the southeast also clearing, so many places actually seeing a good deal of clear skies as we start Tuesday morning, but it's still going to be feeling very warm, very humid overnight, so some difficult sleeping conditions. Actually a tropical night with some places not dropping below 20 degrees. High pressure firmly in charge on Tuesday. There'll be perhaps a few showers towards the far southeast, but for most, plenty of blue sky. Cloudy across Orkney and Shetland, just with some outbreaks of rain here. But again, those temperatures will be rising as well, and we could see highs of up to 37 degrees. So do take care and keep an eye on the forecast. Bye-bye.
Today, clouds overhead. Total zen within. Box Solar sponsors the weather on GB News.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pierce.
And me, Miriam Cates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
Bold. They are under no illusion. Ray, are you a human trafficker? Boundless. I've had enough of the nonsense, and I'm not afraid to say it. Don't get this on the BBC. Every weeknight, I tear through the headlines. The smell of gasoline. Should we be worried about it? From Westminster madness to cultural war chaos. What I'm going to do now is they are throwing things out the car as we speak. Get ready, Britain. Here we go. Patrick Christie tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m. weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From cold mornings
to warm family brunches.
From football to tennis in the car.
In the kitchen.
GB News Breakfast is there.
With the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again.
To start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up?
About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question.
Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way.
You will not want to miss it, trust me. The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
Good morning, Britain. Good evening, America. Hello, wherever you're watching around the world. We are live from the GB News studios in London, England, with all the stories shaping Britain and America.
Do you think Starmer's going to survive as Prime Minister?
The tough thing, unless he can straighten out immigration where he's weak, and if he doesn't start drilling, stop with the windmills all over the place and are causing havoc.
Well, words that may prove prophetic. President Trump has long been on Prime Minister Keir Starmer's case, but today he wrote on Truth Social, Keir Starmer will resign as Prime Minister. I wish him well. Do you believe him? And?
If there is a contest, just to be clear with you, then yes, I will run, I will stand, and I've said repeatedly, I'm not going to walk away from that.
Well, that was a defiant Keir Starmer just the other day amidst the leadership speculation, but with multiple reports stating that the PM has accepted that the game is up. Is this the final countdown for Starmer's premiership? And?
Because I want to remind you what Nigel Farage said about Brexit. He said it would make us richer. Wrong. It made us poorer. He said it would reduce migration. Wrong.
Well, reports have emerged that Sir Keir Starmer wants a reset with Brussels to be part of his political legacy. 10 years on, why are we still banging on about Brexit, I ask? And?
Really enjoy it. I mean, we don't get it very often, do we? So we've got to make the most of it.
I won't be out and about too much, I'll be honest with you. I'm not a big lover of the heat. I've got water with me, got suntan lotion, so yeah, I think it's fine.
If there's one thing I hate, it is joyless puritanism, and it has come in the form of France banning alcohol at festivals across the country as millions brace for a record heat wave. Just how would a similar decision go down in Britain, I wonder? And finally...
It's going to be beautiful. It was a great concept that never worked because they couldn't hold the water. Now they hold the water.
He does love a big poster, doesn't he? That was President Trump, who was hit out at vandals for sabotaging his $10 million renovation of the reflecting pool in Washington. But what is the president's makeover of the Capitol? A glow-up or an attack on history? I'm Will Kingston, and this is The Late Show Live. Welcome back to The Late Show Live for a third and final hour, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for staying with us. And of course, thank you to my long-suffering panel in London, GB News comedian and contributor Paul Cox, political commentator Stella Santakidou, and journalist and broadcaster Claire Muldoon, and in Washington, Republican strategist Matthew Hurt. Thank you one and all. We've been discussing the implications of a potential Starmer resignation that is expected to come later today now. We move on to another angle on this evolving story. It looks like his premiership is entering its final countdown. The Prime Minister is desperately scrambling for a legacy after, 2 years in the job. Reports state that he has settled on reversing what he calls the damage of Brexit and prioritising renewing ties with our European partners as that legacy. Leadership hopeful Wes Streeting has stated his ambition to take Britain back into the trading bloc, whilst Andy Burnham has since reneged on previous statements calling for Britain to rejoin. Though the Starmer administration is keen to impress that its changes are not rowing back Brexit, how are the recent comments going to go down with the 17.5 million people who voted to leave the European Union 10 years ago? With me now, friend of the show and political commentator, Matthew Hobbit. Matthew, great to see you again. The thing about a legacy is you can't just say, pick up and go, well, this is my legacy. You actually have to have done it. So before we get to whether or not that is indeed a legacy that is worth celebrating, can he legitimately claim that improved relationships with Europe and a reset will be the defining feature of the Starmer tenure?
Hi, Will. Great to be with you this morning. Thank you. Well, I think this is far too little, far too late from Keir Starmer, and he's clearly scrabbling around for some kind of legacy in what it looks like are his final days in 10 Downing Street. And, of course, we Lib Dems have been calling for him to do much more in terms of fixing our broken relationship with Europe for a very, very long time. And he's often had a go at Ed Davey in the House of Commons for suggesting that we should. Now, apparently, it's his new big idea for his final few weeks in office. Look, if he can achieve something in regards to that, we, of course, would welcome that, but I doubt it somehow.
What do you think Keir Starmer's legacy will be then?
Well, what will it be? He talks a lot about, breakfast clubs in schools, and great. I think that's important, but I don't think it's very much to show for 2 years in office. Look, I think the government does have some achievements. It may be ones that me and you disagree on, Will, as per usual. But I think I think the renters' rights thing was important. I think workers' rights important. Interestingly, both of those things were kind of Angela Rayner achievements before what happened to her with her tax affairs. I think Keir Starmer will be looked back on as one of the great kind of tragic figures in British politics. He won a huge mandate, albeit on a very small percentage of the vote, as we Lib Dems like to remind him. But he won that huge mandate less than 2 years ago. And look where he is now. He's a diminished figure, set to stand in front of Downing Street tomorrow and announce his resignation.
Matthew, if I was to be cynical about the Lib Dems, and of course I would never be cynical about the Lib Dems, I would suggest that really the only things they believe in are hating Donald Trump and rejoining the European Union and not much else. Certainly not liberalism or individual freedoms, which is what the party was founded upon. Do you think it would be a betrayal of the voters who did vote to leave the European Union to put another vote back to the people?
Not at all. And of course, that was what Keir Starmer used to advocate when he was fronting for Labour on the European question. In fact, he went against the Jeremy Corbyn kind of line to take to call for a second confirmatory referendum. Then he rolled back on that. Now, of course, we're set to have Andy Burnham, and I hope he'll roll back on his rollback and U-turn on his U-turn and go back to what he was originally saying, which was that we should rejoin the EU.
My question, though, is when you look at the major European economies at the moment, they appear to be a busted flush. They're growing even more slowly than the United Kingdom. The regulation that you see as part of the European Union stifles any innovation. Immigration, mass migration has arguably hit some European countries even harder than the United Kingdom. Why would we want to associate ourselves with what, again, looks to be at the moment a continent in decline?
Because, and I'm not quite sure that I agree with all that you claim there, Will, but even if we take that as read, I think Britain's position in the world has been hugely diminished since that referendum vote 10 years ago. And it's also claimed that at least our economy has shrunk by 6% as a result of Brexit. So I think both of those things are bad things. I have to say, Will, that I think that if the country hadn't kicked out the Lib Dems out of government in 2015, I think you can point back to that. Everything that has happened since is as a result of the country deciding that they no longer want the Lib Dems in government. We could have stopped that EU referendum and all that has happened since, the Boris years, the Truss years, all of it, if the Lib Dems had been remaining in office.
It's a novel theory, Matthew. That's one I haven't heard before, but I'll leave that with the viewers and listeners to make their own minds up. It's lovely to see you once again.
Cheers.
Paul Cox, I hadn't considered that really all of the woes of the United Kingdom really stem back to the time when the Liberal Dems were voted out.
No, it was because no one other than Matthew has ever thought that. I mean,
certainly a novel theory.
As a human being and as a guy, Matthew Holbert's a lovely man. What I love most about him is how he carries on smiling, even though he's wrong about absolutely everything. God bless Matthew.
Let's go back to the fundamental point, and that is Keir Starmer is trying to frame his legacy. Even Matthew really struggled to see what that legacy could be. The fact of the matter is that this has been an utterly failed premiership.
Yeah, it's quite dark and disastrous, actually. I think ultimately his legacy will be being known as someone who called everybody far right for noticing the atrocities, suicidal farmers, frozen pensioners for taking away their winter fuel allowance.
He didn't.
And endless other very dark and disastrous attempts at enforcing popular socialism on the people of the UK that never voted for it.
So, what are you talking about? Froze pensions?
No, I want to keep the conversation here on this legacy that he is trying to, I guess, write for himself
so that
around
was
the reset
a bit
with
of
Brexit.
misinformation there. You talked about freezing. He didn't take any benefits.
Well, he
boosted.
No, you're right.
He boosted state pensions.
You're right. He did U-turn on it eventually. But why do you think that it is a reasonable legacy for him to say that that has been a reset with Brussels?
Yes, I think that he improved relations with the EU. That's certainly one of the things he did. Look, I don't like Keir Starmer, but he did do a lot of things in 2 years. He did do more than the prime ministers of the last decade. He improved the relationships with the EU. Our homicide rate is in the lowest it's ever been in 50 years.
What did he do to improve the homicide rate?
He has been reforming the police for quite some time now. And he lifted 500,000 children out of poverty with scrapping the two-child benefit cap. He nationalised rail operators. He has improved workers' rights massively with his employment bill.
Claire, what do you make of that CV?
Well, not much, actually, because it's a counter-argument to practically everything that Stella has said there. The renationalisation of the tracks only, and that actually happened at the end of the Conservative reign. There's been 14 U-turns, one of which was the winter fuel allowance, the inheritance tax for farmers. He refused to allow the US to use our bases, one of our biggest allies. And we need to remember as well that in the Makerfield by-election, 65% of that electorate voted to leave the EU. And Burnham, when he came in, he was like, oh, yeah, EU this, Brexit that, this, that and the next thing. And he is really going to have to watch himself. The only legacy, in my view, that Starmer has a positive thing, and it's not even positive because it's more infantilisation of parents' rights, like you can send your kid and we'll give them breakfast. Don't worry when they're there, we can brush their teeth for them. And don't worry if your child is still in a nappy, we'll still let them come to nursery. And on that, the fact that, yes, he might have one good thing as well about the uplift of the two-child benefit cap, but the nascent legislation of banning under-16s from social media. I firmly believe that that's a parental job to do. I don't think that should be passed on for the government. I do think it was a clear message, and at least he tried to do something about it, albeit 2 years after Australia, albeit without actually looking at the data set from Australia that quite clearly shows that children are savvy enough, or they're tech savvy enough, that 60% of those children could actually go around the system by either getting a VPN or doing something else. So that really is the only legacy. In terms of workers' rights, Stella, that's actually put SMEs in our country in a really precarious position, because a lot of them are closing down. A lot of them cannot afford for someone to adopt the right of, when they take a job, they've got the right to be off work ill. Now, I'm sorry, there's too much working from home, there's too much mental health issues going on, and people just need to get to work, because the way out of poverty is through work and through education. And we know that people's mental health will be better if they do work. So stop that, don't give me that. And the renters' right bill, I mean, it's actually worse for renters, because now the only 2 reasons or 3 reasons a landlord can get rid of you is if you're in rent arrears, then that's a Section 8 fine. But all the landlord has to do to circumnavigate the no-fault eviction is to say, I'm going to sell the property, or I'm moving back in. Either way, the tenants have to leave. That doesn't give tenants any extra rights. And, you know, it's a complete omnishambles. I just cannot tell you how much I detest this government. And I can't detest the even thought of them coming back and pushing back the boundaries and becoming greater allies of Europe. Geographically, we're already there. Yeah. We don't need it fiscally either.
I just want to, before we go on, I want to bring in Matthew, because we haven't heard from him on this topic. Matthew, the thing which I struggle with here is that the United Kingdom has to make a strategic decision as to whether they choose to primarily economically align themselves with the biggest growth engine of the world economy, which is the United States, or alternatively, whether they align themselves predominantly with the European Union. I don't think that is a false dichotomy. I think that is a strategic decision they have to make. And I don't understand why you would want to align yourself primarily with a continent which is economically, and I would argue culturally, in decline.
Well, you make an excellent point, and raucous applause in this studio by myself for Claire's exhaustive list. The only thing I would add to what Claire mentioned was the appointment of Peter Mandelson as ambassador to the United States. And so it is, which was, I think, a terrible decision. And as a Republican in the United States, I can't applaud Great Britain and many European partners enough for what they have done in regards to the Epstein files. But this is, you know, I think that special relationship has been tarnished. I do, and I will say every time I have an opportunity on this program to say that King Charles and Queen Camilla's visit to the United States a couple of months ago was an excellent move. I'm so glad that went forward. And now, from my perspective, it is the responsibility of this government, no matter who comes out as Prime Minister this week or in the coming weeks, that they work to repair the relationship with the United States and orient trade and economic activity more toward the U.S.
Paul, the Brexit conversation, for better or worse, will continue, because we know that Andy Burnham is on the record saying he would like the UK to rejoin. I think he said in his lifetime, I think was the wording that he used. That doesn't suggest that he would be pushing it for it as part of his agenda, but that is where his heart is. Given that I think everyone agrees that Brexit has not been implemented in the way that people who voted for it would have hoped, do you still have faith in the Brexit project?
Yeah, I do have faith in the Brexit project. I'm on record as just a few hours ago saying I didn't actually vote for Brexit, I voted to remain. I've changed my mind since. I saw Stella sit out then as if she was the most surprised thing I said all evening. But I do believe it, because somebody inevitably will come along who does support the Brexit project and start making some of the changes that were promised. And then, and only then, can we judge Brexit on its merit. Because until this point, we've just seen the worst possible outcome, because leader upon leader has not delivered on any promise with regards to Brexit. Let's not get carried away and think that Boris Johnson was pro-Brexit. Boris Johnson was pro-Boris Johnson, and it was just what David Cameron wasn't doing, which is why Boris Johnson chose it. We know this because when he won a huge landslide in 2019, he did absolutely nothing other than introduce the Boris wave in 2022-2023, where we saw 1 million people from far-flung cultures come into this country, not assimilate, and cause a whole cultural issue for us. So until this point, we've not seen any benefit. So I still believe in the project because we need somebody to come in who's going to do something positively about it.
Stella, it's the fundamental problem with the problems that you see with Brexit, the actual concept of Brexit itself, or the way that it has been implemented by politicians who generally have not agreed with the Brexit project.
I'm sorry, what was the question? The fundamental problem?
How do you reflect on Brexit 10 years on, and do you think the fundamental problem was always just Brexit itself, or do you think the problem is how it has been executed or not executed by the political class?
Whenever we have this conversation about Brexit, it reminds me of people who say, oh, communism has never been tried. The Soviet Union, China, whatever, it's never, real communism it's never been tried. Let's go for it one more time. That's what I feel like, because I'm really not sure what they would have done better. Sure, of course, there are a lot of things that you could have done better. But are you seriously telling me? I do not know any serious economist who could tell you that actually, there is a circumstance where, simply based on the actions of the British government, notwithstanding the fact that we can't control what other people are doing, we can't control what other countries decide to do, whether they want to have a trade deal with us or not, and on what terms, you are seriously telling us that there wouldn't be the economic damage that we have seen, which is an insane economic damage. 4% of our GDP would be could go up if we re-entered the EU.
Yeah, I should add, those numbers are highly disputed.
And also, I would say, another thing I would say is, Claire earlier was referring to Makersfield and, how the people there voted in a very high percentage for Brexit. Sure, but the polls now show that a lot of people have Brexit regrets. A lot of people would vote to remain in the EU if you had another referendum now. So I'm not sure if this is a good argument anymore.
Claire, I'll give you the final word on this topic.
I think we need to be really careful, because even Rachel Reeves, in her first autumn statement when she came in almost two years ago, one of the first phrases she mentioned was Brexit. One of the first things she mentioned was our European neighbours. Now, if we are to inch our way towards joining Europe again, there is a threshold there fiscally that we aren't even at to join. And do you think that they are going to let us, as was negotiated by John Major for the Maastricht Treaty, do you think they're going to let us keep our sovereign pound? I don't think so. And in this case, subsidiarity for me has to reign. And it is us being governed by ourselves, get out of the HCR and actually stop The Hague from making difficult and horrific decisions on our behalf that are then implemented without our will on us. It's awful.
Well, on that, I agree entirely. This conversation, despite it being 10 years since that Brexit vote, is still not going away, and dare I say it will not go away under a Andy Burnham Prime Ministership. Let's move on to something different now. Anyone who has watched me on this channel for an extended period of time knows that I despise puritanical nanny state politics, and we've seen that in the form of a ban in France. This is from The Telegraph, who are reporting that the French have banned alcohol at festivals across the country as millions of people face temperatures of up to 41 degrees under a record heatwave. Half of France, or 49 out of 96 regions, will be placed under red alert on Monday as the soaring heat also sweeps across Britain, Spain and Portugal. France's other 40 regions will be placed under an orange alert, with roughly 63 million people, 90% of the population, set to be affected. On Sunday, the French government banned the public consumption of alcohol in regions under a red alert following a crisis meeting. Let's get my thoughts of my panel. Paul, again, if it is hot, it isn't up to the government to make a decision as to whether or not people should be drinking or whether they should put sunscreen on or whether or not they should be wearing a hat or a range of different measures. Surely we should be focused on personal responsibility. I'm so sick of governments all around the Western world basically telling people how to live their lives and thinking that they are somehow responsible for that person's particular personal safety.
Yeah, look, I mean, I totally agree. Public consumption of alcohol, I'm not sure what was entirely meant by that. Is it just you can't wander around the beach or the park drinking alcohol, or you just cannot buy it in a bar or restaurant at all? I don't know if that's been clarified. But the idea that a government can completely take control of human behaviour is totally against all of my political principles. Of course it is. I don't want that at all. I don't think any government, whether I support them or not, should be making decisions on how I live my life exactly outside of the law. And this is what we're talking about here. Governments making decisions for sovereign human beings outside of their remit and outside of the law of the land. So I don't understand what the benefit is other than to wield power over people, and I'm very uncomfortable with that.
Claire, I have been accused in the past of going a bit over the top when it comes to nanny state issues. Am I going a bit too far here? Is the French government basically acting in the best interests of public health and safety?
I think they are, actually, I have to say, and I am so not into cancel culture and I am so not into state control of behaviours. But I'm just reading the thing here. Half of France, 49 of the 96 regions, will be placed under red alert on Monday as the soaring heat also sweeps Britain, Spain and Portugal, right? 63 million people, 90% of the population are set to be affected. Now, what they've said is there's a festival coming up, so it's been banned at state-organised events, including Sunday's annual Fête de la Musique, which is a free outdoor concert. Now, if you're going to be in temperatures of over 40 degrees, you should know, how to behave, and you should know not to drink alcohol, etc., etc. But with the World Cup on, that France are also in, and with these searing heats, I don't think it's such a bad thing. In Scotland, you're banned from drinking alcohol in public places. We're banned in in London from drinking in tubes and public transport. Fine, but I think we just need to take a bit of responsibility here. And if people were taking responsibility, we wouldn't need to put out messages like this.
But this is the opposite of taking personal responsibility. This is saying we don't trust you to take personal responsibility, so the government's going to do it for you.
But because of what's happened in the past, perhaps. I think this is quite sensible, and you'll probably find that people will stick to it, or they won't stick to it. I think it should be. I don't think it should be an outright ban, because then it'll be really difficult to enforce. But you send the message out, let people know that it'll be a big burden on emergency services, on the police, on ambulances, on public health. Just be aware.
Matthew, how would this go down in the land of the free?
Well, it's weird. I'm somewhere between Paul and Claire on this. I'm not quite sure if this festival is a state-sponsored thing, but it is France, so it's likely state-sponsored. In the boundaries of the festival, I think that the organizer should have the right to make those decisions. I will say at the beginning of the pandemic in the United States, it was actually unlawful to go from one pub to the next with an alcoholic beverage. And in the county where I live, Arlington, across the river from Washington, D.C., we fought for and secured that right to go from pub to pub with a drink in our hand. I do think there's an element of responsibility here, and I want people to be responsible. It depends on the who's running the festival. As someone who has had too much to drink at an outdoor festival in the summer and had to use emergency services, I think about that experience and just wonder who can take care of themselves inside the boundaries of a festival.
Stella, for me, this is part of a broader trend on the left of politics where basically you have leftist politicians who seem comfortable telling people how they should live their lives. Why is there this authoritarian instinct on the left?
No, you're just completely misunderstanding it again. This is the problem with British people looking at what the French are doing and trying to copy it. What this law probably means is that they want people, basically, they want people not to drink, but I doubt that it's going to be policed very seriously. I doubt that anybody's going to go to prison because they drink.
Then why do it?
Sorry?
Then why do it?
Because the whole reason why a lot of laws are basically a directive from the government, right? You know that not everybody is going to follow it. The same with the social media ban. Earlier, Claire was saying, oh, you know, we know from studies that only 40% of kids actually stay off social media. Any kind of health intervention that you try to apply to people, which has a 40% success rate, is actually amazing. It's insanely, amazingly successful. In the same vein, I'm sure that what they want is they want to avoid a situation where people are getting extremely drunk out in the public, where you get very hot and there is a higher danger of something serious happening to you, like having a heart attack or something like that. I doubt that. Are you actually telling me that French police officers are going to be walking around and if they see you, you know, having a can of beer in your car, they're going to stop you and fine you? I really don't.
My understanding is this is with respect to festivals. But my argument would be, if you're not going to police a law, don't put a law in place. Now, if you think there's a messaging function to that law, then do a public health campaign. Make it, you know, put an ad on TV. But you don't do laws if they're going to be arbitrarily implemented and arbitrarily policed.
I think it's the message. I think it's the message that they're sending out.
Then do an education campaign,
as well,
Claire.
because you've got the CNCF, France's railway operator as well, saying timetables will be severely disrupted. They clearly don't want a lot of drunk French people stoating around the place in high temperatures and having to deal with that. It's a public nuisance. So why not minimise it by sending out a message like this? I really don't think in this instance they're doing the wrong thing.
Well, I can see the argument. I still struggle with these sorts of government interventions. I just think they're happening more and more and more as the little bits of joy are slowly chipped away at our lives. But maybe that's just my libertarian instincts coming out. Let's go on to the Telegraph. Germany is considering increasing its pension age from 67 to 70 as Europe's largest economy looks to address an ageing population and creaking public finances. A government-appointed commission has recommended a radical overhaul of the pension system. The commission, whose proposals are set to be presented to Friedrich Merz, the German Chancellor, on Tuesday, has suggested incremental increases to the pension age every decade, according to life expectancy, rising to 70 by 2092 under its current calculations. They propose a 2-to-1 ratio formula for every additional year of statistical life expectancy gained by the population. 8 months must be spent working and 4 months can be spent in retirement. Let's go to the maths whiz on the panel, Paul Cox. Paul, I'm sure you followed that ratio. Look,
I did. My degree's in electronics. I just gave it all up to become a clown.
Well, you're doing better than me. I dropped maths at the first opportunity during school. But Paul, look, here there's two things going on. Number one, people who are approaching retirement age would very reasonably say they've paid into the system, they've worked incredibly hard. This is a kick in the teeth to them if you're going to raise that age. At the same time, you cannot ignore the reality that there is an ageing population in every Western country. There is, at the same time, huge debt and deficit problems. There are structural debt problems now, which mean that this may be, unfortunately, something which is inevitable if you want to have a functional pension system going into the future.
Yes, tricky for me, this, because the biggest cohort of my following is the WASPy women, as we all know, and they'll all be at home now wanting me
who
to...
sends you your ties? Oh.
That's the WASPy women do send me. Nanny Lou always says to me she's not quite the age to be a WASPy woman, but I always think it's slightly unfair for those that are closest to, and that's why I mentioned the WASPy women, because of course actually my mum was one who was directly affected by this. She would have just months later claimed her pension and then had to wait another 2 years. It's inevitable for someone my age. I'm in my mid-40s, so in 20 plus years' time, the idea of me being able to cash in my state pension at 66, 67 is for the birds. It's going to be well over 70. And that's because of the success of modern medicine and the way that we've looked after ourselves to some degree. Obviously, I'm not talking about myself personally. We are going to live longer on average, and therefore it's probably right that in the future a government is expected to pay that ratio, which is kind of like, what was it? Was it for every year extra worked, 4 months can be retired? So of that 12, so it's about 20%. So what we're looking at here is increasing towards 80. That's what we're looking at here. We're saying the closer people get to living to 100, the closer the retirement age is going to get to 80. At the moment, the average life expectancy for a woman is something like 145 years, and for a man about 70, isn't it? Something like that. I don't know the actual stats, but at some point, something will have to change. As much as I would like to claim a state pension at 65, it's just not going to happen for people of my age.
Claire, do you agree with that logic that as life expectancy goes up, the pension age should go up at the same time?
No, I don't. And I also don't agree with the fact that I think what you pay in, because I don't think pensions should be treated as a benefit, because they're not. It's classed on your national insurance contributions, and that is if that's the level of the state pension that you get. I think this falls completely and utterly, not the fact we're living longer, because it is a contribution-based thing. It's not a benefit. And I think the problem that we're facing is the fact we're now no longer in manufacturing industries. So everything is based on figures, on stocks and shares. And that, to me, is really wrong, because we can't run fiscal plans like that, because this is what happens. Things go down, then we don't have enough money in the pot. If we were making things, if we were actually doing things, then this might be a different conversation, and we might all look forward to, like our parents' generation, of retiring at 60 for women and 65 for men.
Still, the elephant in the room when it comes to the UK is the triple lock. Many people will argue that if you look at just the trajectory of the triple lock and payments over the next 20 to 40 years, it isn't sustainable.
It's already not sustainable. It was never meant to be a permanent measure. It's just that it's become electorally an atomic bomb. I disagree with the first part of what Claire said. State pensions are a benefit. They are not contributory. And whether you have contributed or not, you will receive a state pension. And it is a problem. One of the main problems is that the demographic collapse. We simply don't have enough young people, and we have an aging population. But what I really do agree is with the point you made about the fact that there is no longer a manufacturing basis in the UK, the financialization of the economy, the delusion that you can have a healthy and sustainable economy that is based entirely on the service industry and entirely focused on London. This was a very, very bad idea. Any country that you look at in the world that you would be seeking to emulate, whose economy you would be jealous of, Finland, Switzerland, Korea, Japan, they all have a very strong, heavy manufacturing base. And this is because it's only in the manufacturing industry and in a heavy industry where you can have real productivity gains from technological advantages. No matter how much you improve technology, a service industry has a productivity ceiling. And it's even worse now with AI, because what is happening with AI is when you're saying, oh, productivity improvements, what you mean is the very, very top bosses are going to become richer, but loads of people, millions of people are going to be out of jobs.
Matthew, on the question of in America, Social Security and then Medicare, Medicaid, really the uncomfortable reality, which no American politicians really seem to want to engage with, is that the structural debt and deficit in the United States is just getting more and more terrifying by the year, but the Republicans and the Democrats don't want to touch it. What actually needs? How do you actually grasp the nettle of debt and deficit, and particularly around Social Security?
Well, Stella made an excellent point in the sense that it is now electorally impossible to do anything with any sort of retirement benefits. When the Social Security Act was enacted 100 plus years ago, the average life expectancy was about 6 months longer than the retirement age. And so this is and it is uncomfortable to say, and I don't know how many ties Paul's going to get in the mail now, but this is a Ponzi scheme. My grandmother, who passed away a number of years ago, was receiving Social Security benefits for most of her life. And it is, this is not people are not contributing to the extent, and at 39 years old, I would like an opportunity to opt out, and even a staggered, over the next 10 years, continue to pay into the system, but shift over to a private opportunity. My private retirement accounts have more money in them than my Social Security allotment, and I think that is something that is tough. It's tough for Republicans and Democrats in the United States. It's certainly tough, and I'm very interested to see what happens in Germany as this plays out.
Yeah, in Australia, there is a compulsory superannuation scheme where everyone has, I think, about 12% of their salary which goes towards your retirement pension. I'm surprised, actually, that compulsory superannuation isn't raised as a conversation in more Western countries as a solution to this problem. Still ahead on The Late Show Live, ladies and gentlemen.
It's going to be beautiful. It was a great concept that never worked because they couldn't hold the water. Now they hold the water.
He does love a big poster, doesn't he? That's President Trump, who was hit out at vandals for sabotaging his $10 million renovation of the reflecting pool in Washington. But is the president's makeover of the Capitol a glow-up or an attack on history? This is The Late Show Live, only on GB News.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Good morning. Welcome to your GB News weather update from the Met Office. As we head through today, it's going to be hot and humid in the south. That will continue to build as we go through the week. Cloudy in the north with some thunderstorms developing across the southwest. We do have a Met Office extreme heat warning across the south of England and into Wales. But across Northern Ireland and Scotland, cloudy and damp here with outbreaks of rain spreading their way northwards. To the south, a good deal of sunshine, but across the southwest, that's where we'll see some thunderstorms just pushing their way northwards. So some rumbles of thunder, flashes of lightning and some hail. Temperatures up to 32, possibly 33 or 34 degrees in the south. As we head through Monday evening, we'll see outbreaks of rain persisting across the central belt of Scotland. To the north, a few breaks in the cloud, but largely cloudy. An improving picture across Northern Ireland. We should see some late sunshine, especially further towards the west. And then across Wales and the southwest of England, that's where we'll still need to cater for some thunderstorms. So some flashes of lightning pushing through and some gusty winds, drier to the far east. As we head through Monday evening, showery outbreaks of rain already across northern parts of England, pushes its way north and eastwards. Those thunderstorms across the southeast also clearing, so many places actually seeing a good deal of clear skies as we start Tuesday morning, but it's still going to be feeling very warm, very humid overnight, so some difficult sleeping conditions. Actually a tropical night with some places not dropping below 20 degrees. High pressure firmly in charge on Tuesday. There'll be perhaps a few showers towards the far southeast, but for most, plenty of blue sky. Cloudy across Orkney and Shetland, just with some outbreaks of rain here. But again, those temperatures will be rising as well, and we could see highs of up to 37 degrees. So do take care and keep an eye on the forecast. Bye-bye.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Welcome back to The Late Show Live. Donald Trump has blasted vandals for an alleged sabotage of his $10 million renovation of the reflecting pool on Washington's National Mall. The US president claimed that criminals had poured hazardous chemicals in the pool and that they used some form of blade to cut up the facade. In time to mark the festivities for 250 years since the Declaration of Independence, President Trump has pledged to turn the water American flag blue. The renovation in question was carried out by a political donor and a neighbour at the president's Mar-a-Lago resort. Paint peeling away from the bottom of the pool and rising to the top has soured the monument's look, and the president's critics are piling in to mock it. From the ballroom to a UFC cage on the South Lawn, President Trump has been boldly renovating the Capitol recently. Now, I want to go, Matthew, to you first. Actually, no, before we do, I'll go to US political commentator who we have on the line, John Lebatilia. John, lovely to see you. Now, some people would suggest that these projects that Trump is engaging in, the ballroom, the pool, are vanity projects and they shouldn't be where the president's primary focus should be on. Do you think he's doing the right thing by investing in these sorts of capital improvements in DC?
Some of them need to be done. The cleaning up of Washington, D.C., apparently they've cleaned up and got a lot of fountains and statues reactivated that have been allowed to lie fallow for years. That's a good thing. This thing you're showing on the screen, the reflecting pool at the Lincoln Memorial, which is a fantastic place to be, they screwed this up. And I don't know that it's vandals that did it. What happened is they emptied the thing out, sealed up some leaky areas, and repainted it. And the paint they used, they filled it up too quickly after they painted it. And the paint becomes sort of like a skin and it peels off the cement. And they had a reporter from ABC there the other day. He just reached down and pulled a little bit and a huge bit of paint came out of the water. That's not from vandals. That's from the wrong paint was used the wrong way. And it's botched. They've screwed this up, but they can fix it in the next week or two.
Forgive my ignorance, but surely that's something that would have been easily foreseeable.
Well, maybe, but like your intro said, the guy that got the contract was a friend of Trump and a member at Mar-a-Lago. So it doesn't look to me like he necessarily got it because he was the most qualified to do the job. But that one is actually 14 million, not 10 million.
Right.
And it's not completed. So will they have to spend more money on it? We don't know. The next biggest ones are the ballroom at the White House, which is incredible. That was supposed to be $250 million, all donated privately, no tax dollars. By the end of last week, the thing is up to $600 million, with $300 million of that paid for by American taxpayers. So it's the exact opposite of what Trump told us would happen. And I think that politically has been a problem for him because at a time of economic travail over here from gas prices from his war in Iran, to be talking about $300 million to pay for this ballroom, no one really supports it politically.
When you think about these range of initiatives in aggregate, do you think that the president is changing the image of the Capitol for the better or for the worse?
I don't think he's changing the image for either. I think it is the 250th birthday, as you well know, and he's trying to clean up some stuff in Washington that probably does need to be cleaned up. But then he goes too far. You know, the Kennedy Center, that's named after President Kennedy. Why does Donald Trump put his name on it so that it's the Donald J. Trump John F. Kennedy Center? That makes no sense. And a court has said, take the name off, and they've taken it off. So that's one that's gone. And the other one that's coming is this gigantic arch that is going to be, I think, 3 times the size of the Arc de Triomphe in Paris. And I don't know that Washington needs this arch, and it's so large, it's going to occlude the view of Arlington Cemetery. And I don't really think we need the arch, but he wants it. So we'll see how that's going to go.
When you think about these range of initiatives and also events and spectacles, and I include that recent UFC bout as well, bouts in the White House lawn, what do you think that this says about American politics in 2026?
Well, okay, and it doesn't really, the UFC fight is a passion of Trump. He loves that sport. and he put the matches on a week ago tonight for his 80th birthday. And they're going to take the ring down. It'll all be gone. That's not permanent. And that's his passion. He likes that sport. I think people are a little tolerant of that. It's the permanent changes where only he decided to bring the bulldozers in last fall in the middle of the night and destroy the East Wing of the White House. That, I think, is not a popular act. And I don't think it did him well politically to do it. And I think in the end, he will regret all of that because it has helped weaken him politically.
John, thank you very much for your time this evening.
Thank you.
Matthew, I'll go to you now in DC, as this is the topic of conversation. Some people would argue that the combination of the UFC, the ballroom, the pool, putting his face on the $250 bill, these are a series of vanity projects which, whilst individually they may have some merits associated with them, I wouldn't suggest they are in the top 500 priorities for America at this particular point in time. Is Donald Trump losing sight of what really matters in expense of basically vanity projects as his presidency approaches its final 2 years?
John made some excellent points a few minutes ago. I was on with him last week, and the conversation has inevitably strayed to, in American politics, to the distractions. Do I think Washington, D.C. should be a beautiful place? Do I support projects like the reflecting pool renovation? Yes and yes. But all of these things, including, as John mentioned, the Trump Kennedy Center, all of these things remind voters who is frustrating them. Donald Trump voters who came out and voted for him and re-elected and elected the president in 2024, we're not going to see Donald Trump's name on the ballot in 2028. However, all of these instances are going to remind the far left that Donald Trump has left and will leave an indelible mark in Washington, D.C., and that will promote and motivate them to get out. So I do think some of these are a distraction. It is unfortunate, and it is not particularly helpful for Republicans in the midterms or as we look to 2028, our next presidential election.
Paul, would these initiatives make you more likely to go to DC as a tourist?
No, I would go just to see Matt and his moustache. That would be my primary reason for going to DC. I'd love to go out and have a drink with Matt. Look, these flagship projects are always problems because they've got political deadlines. When I had a real job, I was a system integration manager for London Cycle Hire, as it was called then, when it went live in 2010. I know that when Boris Johnson, towards the beginning of 2010, said Barclays Cycle Hire is going to go live on the 30th of July, everybody who was in the senior management team associated went, is it? How are we going to achieve that? And trust me, when that thing went live, there was one man who was sat behind the scenes processing every single payment himself from his hotel room. People... This is what happens with these type of things, irrespective of what we think of Donald Trump. When the reflection poll has said we've got to get it done quickly, then corners are cut and problems will be had, irrespective of who the president is.
I did have a chuckle when I saw a tweet of yours the other day which said, I worked for X number of years for Transport for London, X number of years for Serco, and now 4 years for GBNews. It's nice to finally work for a non-controversial organisation. That did tickle me. Stella, are you in favour of these range of initiatives from Donald Trump?
No, I think it's insane. I think literally, but it's good. It's good for Democrats, It's good for social Democrats because it really radicalizes people. Just his sheer vanity and. Just the way that he treats government in a way to enrich himself, to boost his own image and his own vanity. I think that it really does radicalize people, and there is going to be a massive backlash against him. And this is why we've seen his popularity go down in the way that it has.
Yeah, Claire, your thoughts on these projects?
Well, Obama and Biden tried to resolve the structural issues of this pool as well, but to no success. And as for the arch, my goodness me, I think the only arch that should go there is a McDonald's Golden Arches arch, and I think that's the only one that would do any form of sustainability and actually link and unify. And he's a Big Mac fan. So there we go. That's my answer.
Okay, well, let's go to one final inside story tonight, ladies and gentlemen, and this is from The Sun, who are reporting that the United States national soccer team, or the fans of the soccer team, I should say, football team, are facing an eye-watering prices to watch Mauricio Pochettino's side continue their World Cup campaign. The USA has made a flying start to their home tournament already qualifying for the knockout stages with 2 wins from 2, including one convincing win over Australia, as excitement captures the imagination of the nation. Supporters hoping to watch their final round of 32 clash at Levi's Stadium in Santa Clara, California on July 1 may have to dig deep into their pockets. Ticket resale prices have rocketed, with the cheapest seats listed at more than $3,000. Paul, are you paying $3,000 to watch a football game in the United States?
No, I'm not, actually. I think I still wouldn't pay that. I've never actually watched England live in a World Cup tournament. I think that would be a wonderful experience, but I would begrudge paying that. This is the people's game. Football is the people's game. It should be affordable to the people. Hopefully it should be affordable at least to the US citizens who are having to pay for some of this. So the fact that they would have to pay $3,000 to see their own team in their own country, to me, is absolutely ludicrous. This is where I turn socialist, and I think that every ticket should be like $50 max.
It's funny how socialism becomes quickly appealing when the money is going into your direction, isn't it? On the topic of socialism, Stella, would you pay the ticket price?
No, I'm sorry. I'm too poor. GBNews needs to increase my fees for me to be able to do that. But I agree with you, Paul, actually. And you were talking about Andy Burnham earlier when you were being very mean about his background. And one of the things that Andy Burnham really, really does love is he loves football. He's an Everton fan, and through obviously, I mean, I'm not from the UK, I wasn't raised here, and also my family just not very much into football. But just from reading about Andy Burnham and his life and other Labour politicians obsessed with football, I realised that there is a lot of cultural value in it, and I think it's such a shame when people are locked out of it because of the price.
Claire, yes or no, are you paying $3,000 to watch a football game?
Nope, I'd expect someone else to pay it for me.
Well said. Matthew, $3,000, yes or no?
No, but I'll buy the first round for Paul when he comes over to the States.
Well, he'll hold you to that. That's all we've got time for, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for spending your night with The Late Show Live. And, of course, thank you to my wonderful panel, GB News contributor, comedian and the People's Gammon, Paul Cox, political commentator, Stella Santakidou, journalist and broadcaster, Claire Muldoon, and Republican strategist, Matthew Hurt. We'll be back tomorrow at midnight in the UK, 7 p.m. Eastern. That's all we have time for on the People's Channel, GB News.
Today, clouds overhead, total zen within. Boxed Solar sponsors the weather on GB News.
Good morning. Welcome to your GB News weather update from the Met Office. As we head through today, it's going to be hot and humid in the south. That will continue to build as we go through the week. Cloudy in the north with some thunderstorms developing across the southwest. We do have a Met Office extreme heat warning across the south of England and into Wales. But across Northern Ireland and Scotland, cloudier and damper here with outbreaks of rain spreading their way northwards. To the south, a good deal of sunshine, but across the southwest, that's where we'll see some thunderstorms just pushing their way northwards. So some rumbles of thunder, flashes of lightning and some hail. Temperatures up to 32, possibly 33 or 34 degrees in the south. As we head through Monday evening, we'll see outbreaks of rain persisting across the central belt of Scotland. To the north, a few breaks in the cloud, but largely cloudy. An improving picture across Northern Ireland. We should see some late sunshine, especially further towards the west. And then across Wales and the southwest of England, that's why we'll still need to cater for some thunderstorms. So some flashes of lightning pushing through and some gusty winds, drier to the far east. As we head through Monday evening, showery outbreaks of rain already across northern parts of England, pushes its way north and eastwards. Those thunderstorms across the southeast also clearing, so many places actually seeing a good deal of clear skies as we start Tuesday morning, but it's still going to be feeling very warm, very humid overnight, so some difficult sleeping conditions. Actually a tropical night with some places not dropping below 20 degrees. High pressure firmly in charge on Tuesday. There'll be perhaps a few showers towards the far southeast, but for most, plenty of blue sky. Cloudy across Orkney and Shetland, just with some outbreaks of rain here. But again, those temperatures will be rising as well, and we could see highs of up to 37 degrees. So do take care and keep an eye on the forecast. Bye-bye.
Today, clouds overhead. Total zen within. Boxed Solar sponsors the weather on GB News.
5 hosts, 5 opinions, 5 fearless debates, 5 unfiltered takes on the day's news.
5 reasons not to be anywhere else on Saturday night.
This is the Saturday 5. You got me. You got me good there. Britain's biggest Saturday night TV show.
It's not a bad brand.
Yeah. Uncensored.
Very, very racist tonight.
On the unpredictable.
What did she say? Can you translate it for us?
And always entertaining.
And how can a country go from being led by William Wallace Saturday nights from 6 p.m. only on GB News, the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
You're going to want to stay tuned, trust me. Do you trust what you're being told? Good, because neither do I. Those are just facts. I'm Alex Armstrong, and on my show, we'll expose the spin.
Well, I want to answer that, because you didn't let me last time, because you always speak over me.
The broken promises.
To deny that is denying the truth.
And the hypocrisy.
We can allow. You think we can allow?
Politics, policy, parliament. Nothing is off limits. No sugarcoating, no fear of offence, just the truth laid bare. Tune in every Saturday and Sunday at 9 p.m. for Alex Armstrong Tonight, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel. Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world. Am I allowed to talk now? No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about. In fact, has Trump made a good start? No. Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I ever got up?
About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you. Bulletins on GB News,
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m. weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
The GB News audience is different, it's unique, because they see through the nonsense.
We want to debate with each other, want to listen and maybe learn.
We have a chat. That's what we do. We try and have a chat.
They'll watch my programme while they're eating their tea, they'll watch breakfast while they're busy getting their kids ready for school.
We want to hear what matters to you, what is news for you.
And what's brought you out here today?
What are the biggest issues affecting this particular area? The audience are the best thing about GB News. They're friends, they're family. They're people who need to have their voices heard.
They're passionate about the channel, they're passionate about what they believe in.
The one thing about GB News is you get a chance to speak.
Talk to me about why so many people have gathered here today.
Do you want to say something back in return? The GB News audience is what makes GB News special.
It's incredible to see.
They shape our programmes, they shape our output, and they shape our channel.
That's what makes us the fearless champion of Britain.
Good evening, it's 9 o'clock. I'm Alex Armstrong, tonight on the show.
I intend not to walk away from this, but to carry on with what I was elected to do, which is to serve this country and bring about the change that people desperately need in their lives.
His final U-turn, isn't it? Yes, tonight. I know you've all heard it before, but as Keir Starmer hemorrhages support, even from his closest allies, he looks set to resign as Prime Minister tomorrow. And
I call again for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza, the return of the sausages, the hostages.
Yes, I'm going to have a lot of fun on this show tonight because we're going to take a look back at some of Keir Starmer's best bits as we get ready to wave goodbye to our 7th Prime Minister in just 10 years. What is wrong with all of us? Also, okay, this is a serious note, this one. The family of Rhiannon White claims the police guided them into toning down their public statements after she was murdered, of course, by an illegal migrant to stop anti-immigration rioting. Plus, Nottingham is going to become the first city in Britain to ban the balaclava. That's as youths and machete-wielding thugs have been terrorising the city. And yes, support for the royal family hits a 30-year low, and it comes as the palace have declared that the king is going to publish his tax returns in a historic first. Will this transparency change their fortunes, or will it make things even worse for them? Also, you won't even guess how many tens of thousands of years the asylum court backlog would take to clear under this government. But I'm going to reveal the shocking statistic. And joining me on the show tonight, businessman and activist Adam Brooks, associate comment editor for The Telegraph, Poppy Coburn, and former Labour MP Bill Rammell. Look, I've got a massive 2 hours of news coming up for you. What an evening it is going to be. It's like the night before Christmas for many of you. And talking of Christmas, I asked both Bill and Adam for their predictions, their political predictions for the coming year. One of them was scarily accurate. Look, I'm going to give you the opportunity to pick a wild card. The one that you might not think that you would like, but what you think the Labour Party membership will likely vote for, or who you think is the most likely person to win. Is Keir Starmer going to resign tomorrow, or is it going to look a little bit like this? Of course, that's just a bit of AI fun there. But seriously, it has been an utter disaster, hasn't it? So, before you do go, Keir, should we have a little look at your best bits?
My dad was a tool maker. My dad was a tool maker. My dad was a tool maker. But when I grew up, my dad was a tool maker. He worked in a factory. It's true.
Did you know Keir's dad was a tool maker? He did indeed make a lot of tools for the country, didn't he? Starmer's also famous for being #NeverHearKeir.
Have you lost control of your MPs, Prime Minister?
Hello. How are you?
Yes, he does love a trip, our kid, doesn't he? So much so, a bit of a fag packet maths shows he has now travelled 70% of the way to the moon, spent 86 days, almost 3 months of his short reign abroad, and over 3 working weeks in the air. He's away so much, he started mimicking the cartoon character Roadrunner. Meep, indeed. And we do need an update on that ever-important hostage release.
I call again for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza, the return of the sausages, the hostages.
We need them back, those sausages. We really do. And how can we forget how superbly the establishment media claimed Starmer navigated the special relationship.
Come here. Is everything going good?
Very good.
It's very nice that you're here. These people all came in like 20-minute notice. This is not Winston Churchill that we're dealing with. I will say the UK has been very, very uncooperative.
Yes, indeed. And, of course, he had to go to the highest court in the land for our great leader to understand what a woman was.
Is it transphobic to say only women have a cervix?
Well, it is something that shouldn't be said.
A woman can have a penis.
Look, I don't think we can conduct this debate
He just beggars belief. And sometimes he's just so deeply out of touch. Even the House of Commons has a good laugh at his expense.
I know many members across the House will find these facts to be incredible.
It's the moment of realisation on his face, isn't it? And the only good news is this. If Starmer doesn't go now, the Labour Party, of course, is going to tear itself apart. And that in itself would be utterly glorious to watch for many of us, wouldn't it? So the choice is yours, Keir. Either way, I think the country will celebrate, even if it is just for 24 hours. To get the thoughts of my panel, businessman and activist Adam Brooks is here, Associate Comment Editor for The Telegraph, Poppy Coburn, and former Labour MP Bill Rammell. I'm so glad both of you two are here tonight. Poppy, you weren't here when these predictions were made, but there is an incredible prediction that was made on this show on the 21st of December. And I have to tell you, watching it back earlier on today, it is scary how accurate it is. Stay tuned for that one, because I'm going to show that to you at 10 o'clock. Let's get talking about Keir, though. Adam, you're going to miss him. Be real, be honest.
Let me just tell you now, even though I know what's coming is just as bad, if not worse, this has been the worst Prime Minister of my lifetime, possibly in the last 50 years, the most unpopular, most hated. He immediately, once there was the riots in 2024, labelled everyday Brits as far right and extreme. He dared to label hard-working people, men and women, as being extreme for wanting secure borders, for wanting safe communities. It was then that he was done. Within months, he was done as Prime Minister. He then went on to target pensioners in a freezing cold winter. He wanted to strip their money away for almost no gain. He went for the farmers. He's come for small businesses. Our taxes are at 90-year highs and everything is crumbling around us. Sex crimes against women and girls are at record levels. This man has been an unmitigated disaster. And yes, what we've got coming is no better. But I'm going to celebrate with a party in my pub once he's gone. Because for me, he just encapsulates 2 years of misery and division in this country. He could not make a decision on anything. He blew with a wind, you know. He couldn't even stick by a speech that he made. Remember the Island of Strangers? It was the best thing he'd ever said. And I remember tweeting saying, wow, this guy's woken up. And then he denied that he knew any knowledge of what was in that speech and that script.
Yeah, he said someone else wrote it, didn't he?
So, look, the man is a coward. The man should not be a politician. He's a lawyer, human rights lawyer, that should be nowhere near the top level of this country. So good riddance, and I hope he just goes away now. I don't even want him as an MP.
Yeah, Poppy, I guess his reign is sort of being framed as over now, but there's a chance he could fight it. I think it's a slim chance at this point, but he might say, do you know what, I'm still Prime Minister.
I mean, I'm in two minds about this, because I'm just thinking, I was watching one of those clips that you put up on screen. It was Keir Starmer speaking in 2021.
Yeah.
And the first thing I thought when I looked at him was, my God, how different does he look?
Yeah.
I mean, it's as if he has aged 20 years in the short time that he's been Prime Minister. He's not even been Prime Minister for 2 years. He's completely changed as a person. And I think there's a part of him, he's a terrible politician, as you pointed out, Adam. He cannot do it. He's lacking some... Aside from the ideology, he's lacking something inside him to allow him to do that job well. And you can really see the toll it's taken on him. And I do wonder after this if he's just going to say, you know what, I want nothing to do with the party. Because he hates the Labour Party. He's been raging the entire weekend. We've heard briefs of him going around saying, I've sacrificed so many years of my life, I've sacrificed my teenage years and my children to be Prime Minister, to look after the Labour Party, and look what you're doing now, you're stabbing me in the back. So I'd be incredibly surprised if after all of this, all the humiliation, all the hurt it's clearly caused him, and of course the country, if he'd really want to stay in that job afterwards.
Yeah, is there a case to be made? I mean, Bill, you know, I've sat here before. There was a month ago. One of my monologues for a month ago is going viral now on TikTok. It's when I declared that there was really strong indicators that he might have even gone a few weeks ago when the Mandelson files, the second version came out and was very damaging for him. But of course he didn't go in the end. But now these young kids are sharing it on TikTok because they're so happy they think the social media bans are coming in, so they just rehashed it. Is there a chance he stays?
I don't think so. I think this is the end of the road. I think Keir's problem is that his writ and his authority and his vision doesn't permeate the government, and that has real consequences for policy making and particularly communications. And I think we've learnt over the last 2 years that Keir's a fairly awful communicator. He doesn't emote, he doesn't connect with people, and in this day and age, I think that's a real problem. Having said that, you know, he has got real achievements. You know, waiting lists falling, net migration down by 800,000.
Foreign policy, was it, though? Net migration?
No. This government's gone way beyond what the Tories committed to, and it's having success and traction. And on the international stage, I think he's made the right calls, you know, particularly on the conflict in Iran. He made the right call not to support the United States against Iran. And I think the history books will judge him correctly in that regard. But all those points that I've made about the positive case for this government, he's never built into a cohesive vision and narrative of what the government's doing. And I contrast that when I was in government under Tony Blair, and every day, every week, Blair was explaining what we were doing, why we were doing it, and how we were doing it. And Keir hasn't come close to that.
No, you're right. Well, talking of the President of the United States, of course, earlier on today, quite a big bit of news. The President did post on Truth Social. He said Keir Starmer will resign as Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. He failed badly on two very important subjects, immigration and energy. Brackets, open North Sea oil. I wish him well. President Trump. I think that wish him well was maybe a little bit of an afterthought. Maybe someone said, come on, just be a little bit nice, because he is going now. Do you agree with Donald Trump? Do you agree that it's immigration and energy that let him down, Adam?
Yeah, look, what Bill says is the immigration figures can be fluffed. We've got to remember that 800,000 still come into this country last year. That is no positive. But we had so many leaving, with record numbers of Brits leaving, I believe, as well. So immigration numbers are sky high. But we're still having 800,000 people, many from cultures far different from our own. And then we've got people that are very similar culturally leaving. Yeah. So what's happening? We're being replaced. And so I'm not going to celebrate that at all. Energy-wise, Ed Miliband, for me, is a green communist. Like, he's a nutcase in that world, net zero. So, no, I can't celebrate that. I can't say that they've done anything good. Our bills are still higher than July 2024. So how have they achieved anything? All the promises they made pre-election, your bills are coming down, £300 off that, they were lies. So you cannot celebrate. Bill, they didn't cut our bills, mate. They're still higher than 24.
In the last budget, 130 quid was taken off people's energy bills.
They're still higher than July 2024.
That's a little bit unfair, Bill, because you know that tax was moved elsewhere. It was a stealth tax. It was a stealth tax. But where was it moved to? It was moved. I can't remember which other.
But the reality was, it did cut people's energy bills.
Well, yeah, but you can't take from somewhere else and add it onto someone else's a different part of the bill and say you're reducing energy bills that way. I think people would.
Did your bill go down by 130 quid a year?
Yes, but my bills went up elsewhere.
Still high.
And we live in a global
no, I'm not
economy and a global oil.
I'm not disputing that.
Market.
I'm just disputing it when the government say they brought the bills down. Technically, they did, but they didn't do it by actually improving energy supply and making it cheaper for people. They just took off the net zero stuff and moved it elsewhere.
Even if you started drilling for oil and gas all the way across the North Sea with new plants, it wouldn't do one iota to reduce energy bills. And, you know, the virtue of net zero is it's about energy security and it brings prices down because renewables are much, much cheaper.
Where I would disagree with Donald
fuels.
Trump on this is that he's only named two things that brought Keir Starmer down.
What are the others?
I actually think the most important thing that's brought Keir Starmer down is he was elected on a promise of a change of government. And I think for most people, what government actually means translates into the economy. Do you feel like you are getting richer or poorer over the span of a government? And I think for most people in Britain, they would answer that question by saying, I feel that not only am I worse off, but I am afraid that in the future I will be even more worse off than I am now. And I think that is where Labour has really failed. It has handed out money to certain groups in society. Some people are better off. So if you're a public sector worker, you're probably slightly better off. If you're someone who's claiming benefits, you might actually be slightly better off. But if you are any other section of people in society, you will be feeling the pinch. And it's not just because of things that are out of Starmer's control. He can't control what's happening in Iran. He can't control what's happening in Ukraine. We're not a powerful country anymore. We don't get to set the stage geopolitically. But he can control things like Where does his Chancellor raise taxes? Where does she decide to cut things from? Where does he decide to invest money in? Does he decide to cut welfare to put that money into infrastructure spending? These are the difficult decisions that Labour governments used to be able to make that were not made under Keir Starmer. He was essentially paralysed for almost his third month in government. He was not able to make those difficult decisions. And I think that is ultimately what has brought him down.
Yeah, I recognise there's a real perception around cost of living. The reality is that for the first time in a generation, average wages have risen faster than prices. So technically, people are a bit better off, and that was before what happened in Iran. But the point I do agree with you on is on some of the difficult issues where you need a Prime Minister to be intervening, knocking heads together, coming to a conclusion and then communicating it, Keir has often failed in doing that, and I think that is a real deficit.
You said people are better off. Unemployment, youth unemployment is at an 11-year high. Normal unemployment is at a 6-year high. And that is down to Rachel Reeves' 2 budgets. I called it out from the first one. The national insurance contributions hike, I said this is the worst policy in 20 years. Now, people online, what do you know? You're a Republican. Well, yes, I'm living it. I know how expensive it is to hire young people now. So people are not hiring young people. I laid people off. I cut shifts. So no one was better off. So what they've done in 2 budgets, and they were warned by industry experts, not just small businessmen like me, the damage you're going to do by this, if you continue, is going to be sky high. She ignored it, and it is sky high. We can't get around that. There's more youths unemployed than, 11 years
The youth
ago.
unemployment legacy goes back over a decade.
But you've just made it more important, more costly to hire them.
In respect of the minimum wage, I think there is a fair point that we need to be very careful at the rate that we set the youth minimum wage, and I think it has gone too high. But, a 1% increase in national insurance contributions really hasn't stymied business.
It has, Bill. You don't understand.
I tell you what I do understand
threshold as
is
well.
that this country, albeit in very difficult circumstances, has got the highest growth rate in the G7.
That's a lie. That is such a lie. Bill,
that's not
that
a lie.
is not true. America is growing at 2%. We're growing at 0.6%. It is. I don't know who is giving off this rubbish, but it's a lie.
It is absolutely true that our growth rate was the highest in the G7.
It wasn't in the G7. It was the highest non-American economy in the G7. So compared to continental Europe, which Keir Starmer wants to bring us back into, yes, we were outperforming.
Yeah, but this is the thing. It's clever mathematics, but we are not growing faster than the United States.
We're not growing fast enough, and there needs to be further action and efforts in that regard. And if there is going to be a change of Prime Minister, I really hope that there's a positive growth agenda coming in. But I think the unadulterated gloom and pessimism around the actions of this government is actually not borne out.
Let me ask you this. No, in a positive way, I want to hear what you think the government has done well. I genuinely like to hear, because obviously, I've been here making a bit of a joke of the Prime Minister. What do you think he has successfully delivered? What would you say his things are?
Boosting the minimum wage, bringing in better employment rights, protecting working people, bringing the railway industry back into public ownership, which is the huge majority amongst the public to do.
That's true.
Amidst a very difficult international situation, securing 3 international trade agreements that will benefit jobs and prosperity in this country. But it has never been built into a cohesive vision of change that you need to articulate to persuade people to take them with you.
You're missing a big thing about why people are angry with this government as well. A Labour lord himself, I forget what his name was, described the party as the party of paedophilia and perversion. Over the last 2 years, we have had some seriously worrying scandals where the government and Keir Starmer has said it hasn't come across his desk. We've had Mandelson, right, a man that befriended and carried on being friends with the most renowned paedophile in the world. Keir Starmer said he didn't know. Yet it was all over the front pages 2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah.
So he lied. Yeah. Keir Starmer lied to do that.
In respect of the grooming gangs, which is at the epicentre of your accusation, Keir Starmer, as Director of Public Prosecutions, changed the rules dramatically to actually ensure that those issues were tackled.
You didn't want a national inquiry, Bill.
And actually publicly said race and ethnicity has been used as a cloak to shield people from prosecution.
Why didn't you want a national
We've got to leave
inquiry?
it there. It was Lord Glassman, by the way, I believe, who said that. Poppy, what would your message be to Keir Starmer as he sort of leaves Downing Street? What would you like to say to the Prime Minister?
Go back on holiday? I mean, the truth is, I think in 3 months' time, Keir Starmer will be sitting back, probably on a beach somewhere, thinking, I'm so glad I'm not in this situation anymore, because if anybody believes the successor to him, and it's probably going to be Andy Burnham, let's be honest, is going to be able to do a better job, they've got another thing coming. You know what, I do agree with you, actually, on one thing. I do not think Keir Starmer has been a good Prime Minister, but that does not mean that he was being the worst possible Prime Minister for that moment in time. But I think we're about to see what happens when the training wheels are taken off, when we're having Tory-style executions of leaders. Let's get a new one in, let's get a new one in, let's throw out anything into the air and see what sticks. When that starts to happen under this Labour government, we will get to see how bad things really can be.
Well, there's been a lot of very scarily accurate predictions made on this show. So if you ever want the closest thing to a crystal ball in politics, I think you might want to watch this show more often, because Poppy might be back soon and to tell us how that's all gone in a few months' time. But in the meantime, if you want to get away from all of this madness, it's the Great British Giveaway, isn't it? £76,543.21. Totally tax-free cash. Here's Hayley Sparks.
Hello from the Imperial Island Resort in Paphos, and it's the final week to see how you could win big in time for summer. Someone has to win our stunning cash prize of £76,543.21, and that person really could be you. Imagine all of the fun you could have this year with that. You could treat the family, treat your friends, make it a super summer for everyone you know. Or just enjoy a bit of me time, safe in the knowledge all those day-to-day financial stresses have been taken care of. £76,543.21 in totally tax-free cash could be yours in time for summer. Just don't miss out, as lines close on the 26th of June. Good luck!
For a chance to win, text cash to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message. Or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB21 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 26th of June. This is a network giveaway. Entries will be pooled. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Yeah, good luck, everybody. Coming up, with support for the royal family slipping, could revealing the King's personal tax bills help to restore public confidence, or is it going to make it worse? But next, Nottingham is becoming the first city in Britain to ban the balaclava. That's as youths and machete-wielding thugs have genuinely been terrorising the city. We're going to debate whether or not that's a good idea to ban the balaclava. That's next.
I've been in Westminster for a long time, but I know that though power may be here, its effect on people's lives is across the whole of the country. We may be where rules are made, but it's where they're implemented that matters. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for forthright and frank discussion on where Britain has come from, where it's going, and where it will end up. That's State of the Nation, Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Vox Populi, Vox Dei.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
From court mornings
to warm family brunches.
From football to tennis in the car.
In the kitchen.
GB News Breakfast is there. With the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again.
To start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community.
So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country. There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor. Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain,
with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News,
the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back, everybody. What a night it's going to be tonight, let me tell you that. I think many of you are saying, Alex, you look very gleeful tonight. Maybe there's good reasons why. We'll find out tomorrow, won't we? Anyway, Nottingham could become the first city in Britain to introduce restrictions on balaclavas as part of a crackdown on crime and antisocial behaviour. Well, residents and business owners say masked youths on e-bikes are intimidating shoppers, committing thefts and making parts of the city feel unsafe. So, should we bring in a blanket ban on balaclavas, not just in Nottingham, but across the country? Going head-to-head on this, former Police and Crime Commissioner Festus Akinbisoye and co-founder of the Together Declaration, Alan Miller. Good evening, gentlemen. Lovely to have you both here. Festus, I'll start with you. I have a feeling I know what you're going to say. But why don't you enlighten us? Should we ban it all together, balaclavas?
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Why?
The fact of the matter is this. When it is 28 degrees outside, like it's been today, why would anyone cover themselves up with their hoodie, the entire face with a balaclava, all dressed in black, zooming around London or anywhere else for that matter? Why would they be doing that? Now, my opinion is this. We cannot say because of civil liberties we would allow loopholes to be exploited by people who have alternative view or ideas about what they want to do and endanger the lives of people. You've seen business people, you've seen residents constantly complain about this. And in my opinion, it is absolutely right that we take this menace off our streets and we need to ban these.
Yeah, Alan, what do you make of that? Because obviously you campaigned a lot on government encroaching on your civil liberties. What's your position?
Well, we've banned machetes and zombie knives, haven't we, with the Criminal Justice Act. They're still there. And we've got a situation where this is part of an overall approach by Nottingham Council to want to ban things like busking and giving out leaflets, amongst 10 other things. And these are high-profile cases and they're terrible. So we see kids on e-bikes with machetes. Needs to get addressed. A 2-hour response rate by the police is a problem. We see that funding of police and responding to burglaries is a real issue. We know that there's a range of issues. But actually, the VRP, which is the Violence Reduction Partnership that they've had in Nottingham, has seen knife crime being reduced by between 25 to 30% over the last 2 years. It's one of the highest national profile levels. So these high-end, high-profile PR things that we see around Winter Wonderland and the city centre, they're terrible, but they don't reflect an overview of some of the very big successes, like in Glasgow, the police have had in this region. I think we've got a bigger problem with the authority of adults and the fact that children and younger people are often presented as victims. Everyone's a victim of crime, they're victim. There are people that are grooming young people. We need to address that. But we also have to have a massive push nationally around education, around culture and around politics, because we've got lots of laws about how to behave and authority, because the Public Order Act already enables people to ban people from having the police to be able to ban facial...
And that's the interesting thing, isn't it, Alan? Because we do have those powers already, particularly when it comes to these criminal cases. Yeah. And Festus, I take a lot of what Alan's saying there, and I always complain about government overreach, particularly when it comes to banning things. Why do you think a balaclava ban would be OK to do and protect civil liberties?
So here's the thing. We, as you know, I'm a big supporter of live facial recognition cameras and how those are being used. Some of the fantastic impact they've already been having in London, for example, where you've seen a 20% reduction in violence against women and girls in Croydon, overall 10% reduction in crime in that part of the country where it's been tried as well. But if someone has got a balaclava on and they're going through High Street in Croydon where this is being piloted, well, the LFR is completely pointless, right? Whereas law-abiding citizens like us will go past this with nothing to worry about whatsoever at all. So my thing is this: we either get on the side of the police and we say to them, we want the police to crack down on crime, we want the police to get criminals off our streets, and if those criminals can walk around with a balaclava knowing nothing's going to happen to them, what is the point?
What do you say to that, Alan?
We've never had any discussion. There was never a manifesto about live facial recognition. It's been imposed on us. It's treating the whole of the British public as though we're walking criminals. We need intelligence. We need policing without fear or favour. We need proper research. A couple of things just to take on point. Some of the viewers might think you should have a hijab ban or a burqa ban, but if someone doesn't like balaclavas... Let me finish my point, right? The whole point, Nagat Khan is one of the people who's the leader of the council in Nottingham that's proposing this. She wears a hijab. So what is it? We have a whole tradition of religious tolerance.
Hijab is different to
and a burqa. Hold on, but we haven't banned the burqa in Britain, and I don't think we should ban miniskirts or Mohicans. I don't believe that people should be banning things, whether they're of religious things. I think we could criticise them, we could ridicule them, we could say they really represent things we don't think have virtue. But in a free society, what's happening is we're making more and more laws. So the police are being given, the Home Office and the government are making more and more laws, or local councils. This is all under public space protection orders. There are things that say things like you're not allowed to have more than 3 people walk down the street together. Public space protection order from the 214 Act. I'm saying we need to address these things at the core root and not just have ever more law making, but we have to address lawlessness and use the laws we've currently got to deal with crime and address it, because we've already got bans for machetes, but they're still driving around using machetes.
Good point. Festus, over to you.
Again and again and again, one of the most raised issues that people raise, whether it's in London or in Manchester or Birmingham or anywhere for that matter, is the issue of antisocial behaviour. Without a doubt. The fact of the matter is this: people walking around with the balaclava all over their faces, covered up in a hoodie, is intimidating. And yes, you mentioned about machetes being banned and we still have them around, but the bottom line is this: we make a statement by what we allow to become normalised in Britain. And if we say that it is normal for a group of people to walk around a high street, balaclavaed up, all over the place, causing a menace, and they can't be identified that easily, I'm sorry, that is not acceptable. We need to make it easier for the police to do their job and to keep all of us safer. And by them wearing a balaclava, it does not help that at all.
All right, brief final argument from you, Alan.
So they've used machetes and burned places down. It's not the balaclava that's the problem and banning it. What we need to do is get to grips with lawlessness in Britain, but not keep making ever more laws that citizens, like with live facial recognition, have no say in and have never requested, and treat us all like we're criminals.
But it works.
What's your final argument on this?
Well, if you look at any of the data that's been published from live facial recognition cameras, the evidence shows overwhelmingly that it helps drive down crime, it deters criminal activity in those areas where they're being piloted, and it works.
OK, well, look, there you have it. What do you think at home? Let me know, gbnews.com/your say. Thank you for a very hearty debate, gentlemen. Alan Miller, Festus as well. I mean, look, this debate, I think, is going to rage on. We will see how it goes in Nottingham, won't we? We'll see how it goes. Maybe we'll see. We'll see, won't we? Coming up, you won't even have to guess. Well, I don't think you will be able to guess this. How many tens of thousands of years the asylum court backlog would take to clear under this current government? It is shocking. I'm going to reveal this shocking statistic. But next... Yeah, more shocking statistics, because allegedly support for the royal family has hit a 30-year low, and it comes just as the palace have declared that the king is going to publish his tax returns in a historic moment for the royal family. Will this transparency change their fortunes, or is it going to make matters even worse? That's coming up next on Alex Armstrong Tonight.
hope we haven't forgotten anything.
Travel insurance, I tick that box.
Yeah, but remember what you forgot last year.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
If you think it's getting hot across the UK over the next few days, it's even hotter over parts of Europe at the moment. Quite widespread heat warnings in force, as certainly inland areas of parts of Spain and France could be hitting 40 degrees plus. Around coastal regions in the Mediterranean, it will be a touch fresher, allowing for a little bit of a respite, but certainly there'll be plentiful amounts of sunshine with high pressure in charge, although the heat and humidity may just start to spark off a few thunderstorms as we do head throughout the week.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pearce.
And me, Miriam Gates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter? So that's a very live question. Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way. You will not want to miss it, trust me.
The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain,
with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country. There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor. Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m. weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Well, King Charles, indeed, will become Britain's first monarch to reveal his personal tax bill with the public. So the new and extensive annual Royal Household Financial Report will be published next week. That's on Friday, we hear, including the King's total personal tax payments for the financial year. All private sources of income, including investments and trading profits, funds generated by his private estates and private savings. It's a move towards a more transparent monarchy, they say, after a recent poll shows royal support has plummeted to a 3-decade low, with just 55% of the public now wanting the country to remain a monarchy. That's dangerous territory, isn't it? We're now joined by former senior gardener to King Charles, Jack Stooks. Jack, thanks very much for joining me this evening. Poll is quite shocking. 55% is very low for the royal family in this country. Do you think that's driven by perhaps a bit more of a king who's slightly more political on certain issues? Is it because of the Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor debacle? Is it a mixture of all of those things? What do you think's driving this poll, first of all?
Sure. Thank you for having me on. I do think that of late there has been a lot of negative press that's unfortunately followed the royal family. We had the unfortunate illness with the King, and we had the unfortunate illness with the Princess of Wales, but we've also had the carry on of Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor And, you know, that hasn't gone away. That's continuing to sort of rumble on. And we're not seeing a sort of full stop to that as such. So when you have a lot of bad press, I do think that is what's driving this sort of negativity towards them. But on saying that, there are still a lot of people that want the monarchy. There are still a lot of tourists that are coming into the United Kingdom to see the royal family. You know, we see them at every event they are at. There are a lot of people wanting to see the family and wanting to be there. I mean, anytime we see the Princess of Wales, everybody is just in complete awe of this amazing lady and wanting to see what she's doing and what's going on, what Prince William's doing. I know we've had also, you know, Prince Harry has had sort of the negative press as well. So I do think the negative press hasn't helped, but I do think they are on the up. And you know, with the King wanting to do this annual review, it's not new to him. He used to do that as the Prince of Wales. There was an annual review that went out every year, telling everybody where the money was going, where it was being spent from the Duchy of Cornwall. And he's now wanting to do that with the Duchy of Lancaster. And I think it's a great idea. And I think that Prince William will probably follow suit.
Jack, is there a risk by publishing these tax affairs that it sort of normalises the royal family? Because part of the mystique of them all is that we don't really know too much about them, and that the king is the government, so to speak. He is the head of the government, right? And by publishing his tax affairs, you know, people get a bit green-eyed. He's a wealthy man, let's be honest. And when people start seeing the numbers, do you think it might drive more people to republicanism, might have the opposite effect the king's hoping for?
I don't think it will, because, like I say, he had the annual review when he was the Prince of Wales, and people actually quite liked seeing that annual review and knowing where the money was going and where it was being spent. So they can see he wasn't being frivolous and using it on stupid things. He was actually showing where it was going and exactly what he was doing with it. And I think that's what he maybe wants people to see. He wants people to see that he's not using it unwisely. And if people are looking, you know, from outside going, oh, who do these people think they are? All walking around and all the jewels and all the fancy clothing. But what they don't see is exactly what he's doing and what's going on behind the scenes. And I think that might actually show people what exactly he's doing with that. And let's remember, he doesn't have to pay tax. He's choosing to pay tax. So he's actually choosing to put the money back in. And a lot of people wouldn't do that in his situation. He's doing exactly that.
Yeah, indeed. Very interesting stuff, Jack. I mean, we'll have you back very soon, particularly after we hear, you know, from the King's tax return, to see if we can speak to some more on that. Indeed, Jack. Thank you very much for joining me this evening. Really appreciate your thoughts on those two stories there. Good to see you again. All right, look. Yes, speculation that Keir Starmer has left Chequers tonight, which means that we might be very much so in the final hours of Keir Starmer's premiership as he looks set to resign tomorrow, which is the widely held belief, particularly in the media at the moment. So 10 o'clock, I'm going to bring you some more on that, so don't miss it. But next, you're not going to even guess how many tens of thousands of years the asylum court backlog would take to clear under this government. But I'm going to reveal that shocking statistic to you next.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From court mornings
to warm family brunches.
From football to tennis in the car.
In the kitchen.
GB News Breakfast is there with the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again
to start your day just right.
GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
I've been in Westminster for a long time, but I know that though power may be here, its effect on people's lives is across the whole of the country. We may be where rules are made, but it's where they're implemented that matters. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for forthright and frank discussion on where Britain has come from, where it's going, and where it will end up. That's State of the Nation, Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Vox Populi, Vox Dei.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
no,
isn't it?
No,
Because the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Waiting times for appeals in asylum courts have hit a staggering number. Staggering. It will take 44,000 years since Labour took power. That is almost 39,000 asylum claims to sift through and sort through. Each and every one would take us back to a time when the English Channel did not exist. And mammoths lived in the UK. Look, these numbers are astounding. They're astounding, Bill. And I think when people see statistics like this, yes, they are framed in a certain way and the government is trying to fix it, but the scale of the problem is enormous. Can anyone realistically fix it? You know, Keir Starmer came into power, smashed the gangs, hasn't really worked. Shabana Mahmood has been far tougher than any previous Tory Home Secretary. I think we can all say that quite easily.
Only in rhetoric.
Well, yeah, rhetoric. I think some of her reforms have been very good. There's reforms she's done that I don't think Priti Patel would have done. However, that being said, that's the scale of the problem is enormous.
There is a real problem with appeals backlogs. I mean, the 44,000 years figure is for the birds. You know, and the government says it doesn't recognise that. But, you know, there is progress being made. The numbers awaiting an initial decision are down by 72%. The Home Office has processed a record number of asylum claims, up by 25%. But there is an issue around asylum appeals. That's why the government has said it's going to take that responsibility away from asylum judges, give it to independent tribunals. It's why they're setting in place a 24-week statutory limit on the amount of time that you can take for an appeal. And also, and I think crucially, stopping multiple appeals. So you appeal under one particular provision, you fail with that, and then you go for another one. One appeal. And I think, you know, just like the last Labour government dramatically reduced asylum numbers, I think this will work.
You guys supported quite a lot, actually, didn't you?
Well, and we cut the asylum numbers from about 100,000 in the early 2000s by the time we left office to 19,000 a year.
Can we just... I just want to make clear for people, because politicians always use the term like, we're cutting the asylum backlog. And I think in the minds of the public, they go, that's a good thing. They're cutting the asylum backlog. That must mean they're looking at a lot of people coming in and saying, no, no, no.
No, that's right.
That is not the case, particularly not now. Actually, under Tony Blair, there were a much higher refusal rate for people. Now, because of ECHR case law, for certain nationalities, they will always be granted asylum. So we can see this from the Sudan, like the Sudanese asylum seeker who tried to behead a man in a street in Belfast. The asylum rate that is granted for Sudanese asylum seekers is effectively 99% yes. So if you are speeding up an asylum backlog, that is actually the worst possible thing you can do when you have a situation where people look at the asylum system and say, this is not what I had in mind. And it's because of the way that asylum law has been created that a lot of these people have claims that are either actually pretty watertight, even though people wouldn't want them here. They do have legitimate asylum claims under the ECHR or under the Refugee Convention. And if they don't have watertight claims, we don't have deportation functions to actually get rid of them because of the Non-Refoulement Treaty, so we can't actually get rid of them for the United Kingdom. So whenever a Home Secretary says, like Rishi Sunak's government did, by the way, that we are getting the asylum backlog down, what they actually mean by that is that they are letting these people who have broken into the country stay here, and they are giving them a stamp of legitimacy.
Around Sudan, there's serious questions, particularly for Suella Braverman and Robert Jenrick, who fast-tracked the Sudanese asylum seekers when they were in government. On the rejection rate, compared to the last government, the latest figures on rejections for the last year are over 50% are being rejected. So not only is the processing increasing, the backlog is effectively being reduced, but the proportion who are being rejected is increasing as well.
Let's be honest, we are importing men from cultures far different from our own. We've seen that with people trying to behead people, sexually assaulting our women and girls. For me, I'd like to deport the whole lot of them. Some people might not agree with me.
No, I fundamentally do.
I think at this point in time, if I was the Prime Minister, I would say enough's enough. Those on the waiting list, except from women and children, which are very few in these asylum claims, they're normally all fighting age men, need to go. Now, we need to leave the ECHR and the Refugee Convention to do that. Reform have promised to do it. So Reform have got my vote, because that stops it. Well, as soon as we're out of those shackles, we can start putting these people on planes or third countries and getting rid of them. No, at the moment, Labour cannot do any of that, because one, they won't stand up against so-called international law or judges, and they haven't got the spine to do it. But the average man and woman on the street of this country does not want these young 20 and 30-year-old men from Sudan, from Ethiopia, from Iran or wherever come into this country. They're never going to get a job. They're always going to be on benefits. They're going to clog up the social housing over the years. They are of no net benefit, and they are putting lives at risk in our communities.
I think that is a widely shared view. I think we've tried a lot of things. We've tried, and I think Home Secretaries, time and time again, have tried small little things to solve this problem. Rwanda was never going to be a silver bullet to stop the migrants. It was a nice deterrent, but wasn't ever going to be. There wasn't enough spaces to deport these people. So it was just a bit of deterrence. Don't think we should have got rid of that. The EU's already put laws out just the last week to show that they're going to do something very similar to Rwanda in the near future. So I think Labour got that very wrong on day one. The Home Secretary's reforms are good. Don't get me wrong. I always have to welcome them, because we can't be hypocrites. If there's movement in the right direction, we should praise it. But the only thing that's going to stop this, and I'll put this to you, the only thing that's going to stop this is if we just deport people who break into the country illegally. I think that's going to be the only way we stop them coming here, right?
Well, one of the things this government has looked at and is looking at is not a Rwanda-style scheme, because, you know, that failed on all the tests. It wouldn't work. It wasn't a deterrent.
It wasn't a deterrent under international law.
But hold on. It has looked at offshore processing. Not that you're sent there permanently, but if you arrive here illegally, you're then immediately sent to a third country, maybe in the Balkans or the Far East, and your claim is then processed.
Can I just very quickly put something to you? The man who stabbed Rhiannon Sky White to death, even if he was processed in an offshore centre, still would have gained asylum under basically any metric of what you can gain asylum for.
No. All right,
that's not a solution.
Yeah, no, true. And we will talk a little bit more about that case in the next hour, by the way, because there's some interesting developments there. But next, are we in the final hours of Keir Starmer's premiership as he looks set to resign tomorrow? That's next.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Good evening. Welcome to your GB News weather update from the Met Office. As we head into the new week, it's turning hotter, it's turning more humid, and we've already got an amber extreme heat warning in place from Monday across the southern half of the country. High pressure is dominating, it's sticking around. That will lead to day-on-day heating and drawing up that heat from the near continent. Through this evening and overnight, though, lengthy clear skies across much of the country. Across Northern Ireland, it will be turning cloudier. We'll see some patchy outbreaks of rain pushing its way north and eastwards into Scotland. To the south of that, clear skies but turning increasingly humid. Temperatures only around 17 or 19 degrees, so a very warm start to Monday morning. Across the north, though, that's where we have cloud and patchy outbreaks of rain. Best of the sunshine across the north of Scotland first thing on Monday morning. To the south of that, there will be patchy, mostly light rain. Similar picture across much of Northern Ireland and into northern parts of England, but to the south of that, across Wales, across the Midlands, East Anglia and the south of England, plenty of strong sunshine. As we head through the day, that theme continues. We'll see cloud and outbreaks of rain across Northern Ireland and pushing into much of southern parts of Scotland and pushing its way north and eastwards. To the far southwest, we will see a few thunderstorms just pushing up from the south, so expect some flashes of lightning, perhaps some torrential downpours, some gusty winds, but elsewhere some good deal of strong sunshine. Temperatures here around 32, 33, possibly 34 degrees in the south. That leads to another warm, muggy, uncomfortable night for sleeping as we start Tuesday morning. But as we go through Tuesday, it's a day of a good deal of blue skies, but it's going to be feeling hotter out there and humid too. That's a similar picture as we go into Wednesday. Thursday, more in the way of cloud, but temperatures really peaking Wednesday and Thursday, 38 degrees possible.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
From cold mornings
to warm family brunches,
from football to tennis in the car,
in the kitchen,
GB News Breakfast is there with the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again to start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
Because
the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, you didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question.
Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way.
You will not want to miss it, trust me. The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country. There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor. Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays here only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Tom Harwood. This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Good evening, it's 10 o'clock. I'm Alex Armstrong. Tonight,
I intend not to walk away from this, but to carry on with what I was elected to do, which is to serve this country and bring about the change that people desperately need in their lives.
yes, it's his final U-turn, isn't it? Let's get honest with it, he's going tomorrow, isn't he? I know you have heard it all before, but Keir Starmer is hemorrhaging support, even from his closest allies, and it looks like he is set to resign as Prime Minister tomorrow.
It's a fundamental point that will not change, and that is that the Labour Party will continue to be addicted to high taxation.
And tomorrow's papers are preparing for the PM's resignation, with the Daily Express warning Brits to brace for more reckless tax and spend, and the Telegraph reports Andy Burnham plans to be in number 10 by September. And the family of Rhiannon White claims the police guided them in toning down their public statements after she was murdered by an illegal migrant to stop anti-migration rioting. Plus, I've got joined by a fantastic panel tonight here. Businessman and activist Adam Brooks, Associate Comment Editor for The Telegraph, Poppy Coburn, and former Labour MP Bill Rammell. Yeah, look, if you have been watching this show for a while, you'll remember at Christmas, I asked Bill and Adam for their political predictions for the coming year. One of them was genuinely, scarily accurate. Look, I'm going to give you the opportunity to pick a wild card. The one that you might not think that you would like, but what you think the Labour Party membership will likely vote for, or who you think is the most likely person to win. Breaking tonight, Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister, is expected to resign tomorrow. The most significant development this evening is a Truth Social post from President Donald Trump. This matters because despite strong rumours weeks ago, this is the first time Donald Trump has publicly posted anything suggesting Starmer's position may be changing. And it seems to me likely that diplomatic sources have informed him of what's happening. This is quite common practice when one of your allies is standing down. We also heard from Luke Sullivan, Sir Keir Starmer's former political director, who told GB News that he believes the Prime Minister could make a public resignation announcement within 24 hours, followed by a transition period while Labour chooses a new leader. And if that happens, the road could be paved for an Andy Burnham coronation. I think it is. The big question is, who's in and who's out? Should we start with Rachel Reeves? Because she looks beyond vulnerable, doesn't she, after a terrible run as Chancellor. Well, Burnham would need to reassure the markets, so perhaps figures like Yvette Cooper, or I think more likely, Wes Streeting could be contenders for number 11. A steady, market-friendly Blairite appointment would be crucial for that stability, wouldn't it? Ed Miliband, another GB News favourite. Well, his future is also uncertain. Burnham may want some distance from him on that previous government's policies, although Miliband still has massive influence inside the Labour Party, so I bet he probably stays in energy. Or, if Burnham's smart, he wants to drill, baby, drill, he might make him Foreign Secretary. That way he's out of the country, isn't he? And in defence, we could see a return for John Healey, who resigned not that long ago, or potentially a rise for someone like Al Cairns, who has significantly gained in popularity over recent days and weeks. Deputy Prime Minister, I hear you ask? Well, Angela Rayner would be the obvious choice, wouldn't she? That's if Burnham wants to keep the party's left and far left wing on side. But perhaps she might be gunning for Manchester Mayor, rumours speculate. On migration, though, I suspect Shabana Mahmood will remain as Home Secretary, especially given Burnham's recent comments on housing and HMOs. HMO Britain, he called it, didn't he? It strongly suggests he wants to take a much tougher line, doesn't it? Other figures like Darren Jones could move into a bigger role. There's possibilities ranging from Chancellor to Foreign Secretary for him as well. He's been quite a loyal member of the government. But several current cabinet figures, I think, will all be gone. Deputy Prime Minister, David Lammy, definitely gone. Education Secretary Bridget Phillipson, I think she's gone too. Culture Secretary Lisa Nandy, gone. And I think Science Minister Liz Kendall is also going to get the boot. And you can bet Louise Hay, there she is there, Andy Burnham's campaign rally, who resigned in disgrace, let's not forget, will be back in some form. I think she's coming back to government. Ultimately, whoever replaces Starmer inherits the same problem. Currently, that Labour brand is toxic, isn't it? And Burnham would have very little time to prove he is different from Keir Starmer, because the question won't be whether he can replace Starmer, it will be whether he can avoid becoming Starmer, but in a T-shirt, not a suit. We're now joined by independent MP for Kingston upon Hull, Carl Turner. Carl, thank you. Of course, you were a Labour MP until relatively recently, weren't you, as well? What's your take? Do you think it's right that Keir Starmer should go and that Andy Burnham should be perhaps coronated?
Good evening, Alex, and thank you for having me on. Yeah, I think it's right that he's got to go. The reason being, he's just not capable of governing. The reality is the Parliamentary Labour Party have lost faith in him, probably at the same time that the country was losing faith in the Prime Minister. It pains me to say it, Alex. Keir Starmer was a pal of mine, and that's the gospel truth. I'm not making it up. We've had a good relationship. I've not had any angst with him at all, apart from in recent months over a particular policy issue. But the truth is, every single door you knock on in my patch cannot, and I mean this honestly, cannot stand Keir Starmer. Now, I was not a fan of Jeremy Corbyn. I made it very clear I resigned from his shadow cabinet as the Shadow Attorney General. It was a job I loved. But I resigned on the basis that I was no fan and I didn't think Jeremy could win an election for the Labour Party. However, Jeremy was popular in some parts of my constituency of East Hull. I don't mean to be disparaging, but in the frothy coffee-drinking, Guardian-reading, lefty liberal type of places, he was a popular figure. They liked him. It's universal for Keir. They don't trust him. They think he's dishonest. I don't think he is, frankly. I don't think he is particularly dishonest. And I don't think he's a bad man, really. But he's allowed the Labour Party to be managed by his minions in number 10 Downing Street. People who've given him crap advice. I can say crap, it's after the watershed. Crap advice to the extreme at times. People who've briefed against ministers, cabinet ministers, good people. And what does Keir say when you challenge him on it? Oh, I didn't know that was happening. Didn't cross my desk. I'm sorry. The problem was, Alex, he didn't ask the questions. And when you put these things to him, he kept his head down. The PLP wants rid of him. There are some people in there who are cheesed off. Why? Frankly, in my view, because they thought they might have ended up with a job in the not-too-distant weeks and months. That's the reason they're in Parliament, because they want the jobs. I couldn't give a monkey's what job I'm offered or otherwise.
Well,
I couldn't care. And losing the whip for me, Alex, is a badge of honour, because I stood up for a principled point which no Lord Chancellor in any political party should have ever considered doing. And when the Tories had the opportunity to do jury trial curtailment, they decided against it because it was unworkable, unpopular, unfair and unjust. This government was prepared to get it in. What a disgrace. A human rights lawyer, the former Director of Public Prosecutions, the man who campaigned from the early 90s, 92 I think, to do away with single judge trials in Northern Ireland, wanted to bring them into England and Wales. I'm ashamed, I've said it before, and at that point that was the line that was crossed.
Carl, can I say I think our audience, by the way, really respect your independence and your candour for doing what you've done. It's very unusual these days for politicians to resign on a matter of principle, and I think you'll always get a lot of credit here on GB News, particularly with our audience, for that. Carl, let me ask you about Andy Burnham. Do you think he's going to turn the fortunes around? Might he offer a branch to you to come back into the Labour Party? What do you make of him?
Well, I've had discussions with Andy Burnham about me being reinstated. He says if he's leader of the Labour Party, he'd have me in an heartbeat. And I don't doubt is being genuine about that. He's a person who I know relatively well. I'm not best pals with Andy Burnham, but he was somebody I was impressed by when I came in 2010. In 2015, I worked on his campaign in the Parliamentary Labour Party to get him elected as leader. We didn't do very well, of course, and Jeremy Corbyn won that contest. But the reality is, I think he's a normal guy. I think he says what's in his head. And that's a big difference, right? Authenticity matters. If you're prepared to go out there and say what you think, even if it's things that people don't agree with. Look, let me give you this example, Alex, because I think it's important to your viewers. 74% of my constituents in Eastall voted to leave the European Union. I never said, ever, that I thought they were right about it. I consistently said I thought they were wrong. But they didn't disrespect me for telling them what I thought, because I was consistent. I didn't change my position when I thought the thing was changing in the direction of leaving. I've still maintained what I think. And I think that's respected, because when you say what you think, people respect you for doing it.
Yeah, well, absolutely right, Carl, and I think we need more of that in Parliament. I think this is the thing that's lacking, isn't it? Authenticity. People are desperate for their politicians to tell them what they think and be judged on that, rather than say what they want to hear and then be disappointed when actually the reality is they don't believe in it at all, and they're completely shocked by it. And I think that has perhaps defined Keir Starmer's premiership. But Carl, listen, that's all we've got time for with you. Thank you so much for coming on. I hope you'll come and join us here on the show again soon. I know the audience is writing and saying, wasn't expecting that, Carl Turner. Great to hear from you. Thanks very much, Carl.
I'd be delighted to rejoin you at any time, because I think the very vast majority of my electorate in Eastall watch GB News fanatically. So thank you for having me on. I'll be on any time you so wish. Thank you so much.
I'll hold you to that, Carl. I'll hold you to it. Thanks for joining me this evening. Thank you so much. That's Independent MP for Kingston upon Hull, Carl Turner. All right, let's go straight to my panel on this one. Bill, I'll start with you. Quite a damning indictment on Keir Starmer's government, but I think it's really hard to disagree with what Carl is saying. He's a man of principle there. Let's talk about Andy Burnham, though. Let's talk about Burnham, because this is really what we've got to talk about now, isn't it? He's the future. Andy Burnham. I've got some predictions on who I think is in and out. What did you make of my predictions, and who do you think is going to be in the cabinet?
Well, I'll come to that in a moment. But firstly, we're kind of overlooking the by-election result last Thursday, because on any objective count, it was absolutely phenomenal. I have never known in my adult political lifetime a representative of the governing party increasing that party's vote share by 10% compared to the previous general election.
Although the only thing I would challenge him was I don't think he was a representative of the governing party. I think he was an anti-message, anti-government message. But yes, but he was a member of the Labour Party.
He was a member of the Labour Party, and he stood as the Labour candidate, and it was an absolutely phenomenal victory. It was also a demonstration of political courage. Just a few weeks previously at the local elections, Reform took 50% of the vote in that local constituency, and Burnham had the bottle to go for it and win overwhelmingly. So I think he's demonstrated that he has got real traction, real communication skills. He can relate to people. I think he is likely to be the next Labour Prime Minister, but I do not think he should be coronated. I think that would be wrong. Andy's agenda and prospectus needs to be tested through a selection contest because, he's reached out to all parts of the Labour Party, effectively of the country, and that needs to be whittled down, and he needs to be tested through an election battle.
Poppy, what do you make of Burnham? You were sort of alluding in the previous hour that people should be worried about him. Do you think actually... I'm hearing him U-turn a lot on some of his previously long-held positions, the things like trans rights. He's sort of backtracked on that. In migration, he's sounding tough. Things like HMO Britain, a lot of tough talk on migration. Do you think he's going to perhaps flip a little bit to be in touch with the public trend?
I think, again, we have to go back to Makerfield and the kind of campaign he ran. I actually think Burnham was smart enough to notice what Reform did in the local elections. He also had a stunning success in a national election. And he basically copied their strategy. Because I know what Andy Burnham was saying when he was knocking on doors was, if you vote for me, this is the quickest way to get rid of the Prime Minister. And that's exactly what you said, Alex. It's not quite the same thing as saying it's the first time that a government figure has managed to... Yes, it's technically true. It is technically true. But Andy Burnham was running on an anti-Keir Starmer platform, which is the most popular platform you can possibly run on at the moment as a politician. The reason I said... He did take Reform's game. The reason I said that I am concerned about Andy Burnham is because in Andy Burnham's long political career, you know, he's a lifetime politician, he has glommed on to nearly every single fashionable political movement when the time was right, OK? And he has not always had sterling success with this. And I thought the way he dealt with Makerfield when he was being interviewed with journalists, that kind of slight flintiness when he was being questioned about what he was actually going to do, made me think this is continuity Starmer. Because what is Keir Starmer but someone who is finds it very difficult to make tough decisions. Aside from the good things he has done in government, I will concede he's done some stuff that I do agree with, but he's terrible when it's a crisis situation. He's really struggled to deal with that domestically. I think Andy Burnham will struggle even more, because unlike Keir Starmer, who's kind of dug his heels in over the last couple of months, he needs to be loved. He needs to be popular. He needs to feel that he has got the backing of the party, he's riding on a white horse, and he's going to be able to take them elsewhere. So that's why I agree with you that it cannot be a coronation, because I actually think people need to realise, what is Manchesterism? What does Andy Burnham actually want to do to sort out the country? We're in a really bad state. That means making sacrifices. Has anyone actually pinned him down on what he's going to do when he's in charge that will be meaningfully different from what the current Prime Minister is doing? Because I haven't heard that.
No, nobody knows what his platform is yet. We've seen rough signals of what it might be, but nobody actually knows. Adam, what do you think about Burnham?
I'm pretty scared of what's coming forward. I've got a good friend that knows Andy and tells me he's a good man. But let me just reiterate, no government is your friend. Doesn't matter who gets in, they're not your friend. They will make a decision what's best for them and for that politician. We've seen it with Andy Burnham. He U-turns on things. What worries me is he thinks that biological men should be in women's toilets. What worries me, he thinks that asylum seekers should come over and be given jobs, when that is just a beacon for more to come over. That worries me. He's U-turned on that. One thing, there's one small positive. I think he understands hospitality. From what I'm being told, that he understands that we're at a cliff edge, and he might try and help pubs, he might try and help nightlife. That's a positive, but look, as I said, I don't know where he stands with the things that he said, because he's U-turned. So if he's pro-immigration, we're in trouble.
If you've watched this show for the last 6 months, right, Christmas, there were some predictions I asked my panel at the time. Sorry, Poppy, you weren't here for that.
That's all right.
But Bill and Adam were both present. They made some predictions. Should we play the clip? Let's see what they both said.
Oh, look, I'm going to give you the opportunity to pick a wild card. The one that you might not think that you would like, but what you think the Labour Party membership will likely vote for, or who you think is the most likely person to win.
So I have some inside information here from 2 Labour sources. This is an exclusive, that within the next 8 weeks, a Labour MP will be stepping down to make way for a by-election for Andy Burnham. So you heard it here first. A Labour MP is going to step down, and Andy Burnham will be running a by-election alongside the May elections.
Interesting.
And for me, that's why he's going to be the next Prime Minister, probably June or July.
That is incredible. That is absolutely incredible. Burnham wasn't even... He was a wild card in my pack. I think I had Streeting, I picked Angela Rayner. I can't remember who you picked, but I think you ended up agreeing with Adam that Burnham was going to be the guy, or perhaps you agreed with me about Angela Rayner. I can't remember. Could you remember who you picked?
I think I said my personal preference at that stage was for Wes Streeting.
Wes Streeting, yes.
Adam, with respect, was out by about 4 months. You said 8 weeks, and it's taken a lot longer than that.
I said he'd be the Prime Minister by June, July, but what the reason that he didn't run in the May elections because Keir Starmer and his buddies blocked him. Otherwise, it would have been spot on. It's amazing, when you're a loudmouth and you're on the right, the sort of people that come to you within Labour and giving you information is off the charts, especially when they want Starmer gone. So that come from directly inside Labour, and Twitter didn't believe me when I put it up.
I believed you.
Look, they knew I was going to make a lot of noise about it.
Adam came in that night and requested we print out a picture of Andy Burnham.
because he said, Alex, you trust me, give me this opportunity. And you know what? If Andy Burnham is technically leader in this month or by July, which he probably is, let's face it, after tonight, he's technically leader, isn't he? I think that's the most scarily accurate prediction we've had.
Not bad for a Republican, eh?
Not bad, Adam, not bad.
Adam had to be right one of these days. But look, I want to come back to something Poppy said about, you know, for want of a better phrase, Andy Burnham's journey. Look, I like Andy. I worked with him in government, and I think it is a fair critique that, you know, he was essentially a Blairite when he was in government in the early 2000s, and he's now, you know, a lefter figure, although not radical left. But the world has changed. What I think Andy Burnham has understood is the way that austerity, privatisation, has created a situation where working-class communities feel left behind. And he has developed a policy agenda within Greater Manchester that connects with people, that advances people from poorer backgrounds.
Well,
he needs to flesh that out on the national level, but it needs to be tested through a selection contest.
I don't think that's going to happen. I think he's going to get a coronation. I really do.
And you might be right.
Very, very briefly, Rachel Reeves out. I think we probably all unanimously agree on that. Any predictions on who you think will be Chancellor? Adam, just briefly, if you keep it.
No, I think we discussed it earlier. I think someone like a Wes Streeting, where the markets won't panic.
Yeah.
He said, but David Lammy has got to go. That man shouldn't even be an MP, in my opinion.
Poppy?
I think it's going to be Ed Miliband.
Do you think Ed Miliband's the Chancellor?
I think Ed Miliband, I don't like him, but I think the view within Labour is that he's been the most competent minister by some way.
The markets.
What do you think,
I'd be seriously underwhelmed if Ed Miliband became Chancellor.
Yeah.
I think a good move would be either Wes Streeting or John Healey.
Yes, I think you're right. I think Wes Streeting's a very clever move for Burnham, because not only does it stave off a leadership competition, he's a Blairite. As I said in my monologue, he's a Blairite. He understands the markets will need to be calmed after all the chaos that's about to unfold. Anyway, get your predictions in, because anything, this shows like a crystal ball. So we're going to find out. Maybe you will be right. Poppy will be back in next week.
Are we going to have tears from Rachel Reeves?
Well.
I'll have a bet on that.
I think she's packing her bags already. I think she's had enough. All right, look, meanwhere, we're talking about the Treasury. You could make your Treasury a bit bigger with the Great British Giveaway. £76,543.21. Tax-free. Rachel Reeves won't like that, will she? Here's all the details.
Hello from the Imperial Island Resort in Paphos, and it's the final week to see how you could win big in time for summer. Someone has to win our stunning cash prize of £76,543.21, and that person really could be you. Imagine all of the fun you could have this year with that. You could treat the family, treat your friends, make it a super summer for everyone you know.
Or just enjoy a bit of me time, safe in the knowledge all those day-to-day financial stresses have been taken care of.
£76,543.21 in totally tax-free cash could be yours in time for summer. Just don't miss out, as lines close on the 26th of June. Good luck!
For a chance to win, text cash to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message. Or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB21 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 26th of June. This is a network giveaway. Entries will be pooled. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
All right, listen, you're not going to want to go anywhere, because you're going to want to see tomorrow's front pages. Trust me, because they are all preparing for Keir Starmer's rumoured resignation. But next, the family of Rhiannon White claims the police guided them in toning down their public statements after she was murdered by an illegal migrant, in case their words led to anti-immigration rioting. Is this more evidence of the authoritarian hand of government controlling what you think? This is a really interesting story. I'm going to bring it to you next.
From court mornings
to warm family brunches.
From football to tennis in the car.
In the kitchen.
GB News Breakfast is there. With the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again.
To start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's political podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's political podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country. There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor. Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Dormy, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel. Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
No,
because the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes and Kerr weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
The mother of murdered hotel worker Rhiannon White claims police guided her family into softening public statements after her daughter's death. Well, Rhiannon, 27, was stabbed 23 times by a Sudanese asylum seeker who was later jailed for 29 years. Her mother, Siobhan, claims officers feared the case could trigger disorder following the Southport riots and says they wanted to avoid another Southport. I've got my panel back in the room with me here. I don't want to go too crazy on this. A couple of weeks ago, I reported about the RICU, which is this very much alleged government unit that is designed, Poppy, allegedly, and I'll keep saying that word because we don't know if it's doing these things, allegedly there to plant stories, to control narratives, to... A famous example that this anonymous source referenced was the 2014 ISIS attack where a British citizen was beheaded. And the next day or so, 2 national newspapers were leading with the woman in the Union Jack hijab to try and they were saying that was planted by the RICU's media company that was funded by them and organised by them. This sort of smells of the same sort of stuff. Is it wise or is it the right thing to do for police to control narratives of victims of families? Given that society could trigger like a tinderbox at the moment, is it actually right for the police to act in this way?
So I think what the police would say in the immediacy, if this unit is indeed true, you know, and I think there is some evidence that would strongly put me personally in the opinion that it does exist. What the police would say is that our primary responsibility is to keep the peace and to stop disorder. Yeah. But I think the important rebuttal to that is when it is around a political issue, that is no longer good enough. Let's talk about Rhiannon White. Her death was ultimately a political death. She died because of this man who was allowed into the country under our asylum system. Therefore, if you had a situation where potentially statements are being manipulated by people within government units to stop disorder after this, that would make me think that it is pushing people in the direction of not acting on a flawed political system that is getting people killed. Now, just to add a bit of global context as well of what's going on here, this wouldn't be the only case, if this alleged unit is real, of that happening. We know in America, because they have a bit more of an open political system than we do, that they also have a similar sort of nudge unit that they fall upon, that when there's some kind of issue that they think could cause tension in race relations, they do actually send a special unit of the FBI round people's houses to try and calm down community tensions. This would not be something unique, and therefore I wouldn't find it particularly surprising if it does exist. But I would like to condemn, in the strongest possible terms, if this is something the state is doing, they are playing a very, very dangerous game.
Yes.
This is a political issue, and it is right for people to debate that openly and freely. I understand you don't want to have riots, but the best way to stop having riots is to stop having these sorts of atrocities happening on our shore. When they're preventable, they're preventable.
What do you think of Poppy's comments, Bill?
I think in terms of the Research, Information and Communications Unit, I think it is legitimate. It's about identifying and countering extremist propaganda. It's about the prevent strategy. It's about intelligence gathering. And I think that is legitimate because, look, across the political spectrum, there are extremists who want to do harm to people, and it's right that we tackle them. However, in respect of this case with Rhiannon White's mother, if it is true, as reported, I think that is unacceptable. And if you listen to the words of the mother, she said, "Did they tell me what to say? No. I was aggressive, however, and they toned it down." Now, if by toning it down, it was giving her advice on not inciting violence, I think that is legitimate. But if it was going as far as to say you cannot express your outrage and your emotion about the fact that your daughter has been brutally murdered, then that is unacceptable. And I think the police, in this case, it needs to be looked at, it needs to be investigated, and there are questions to answer.
Look, I was monitored during COVID by secret government units. I've got it in black and white from a Freedom of Information request. They do that. They do try and manipulate the narrative. Anyone that thinks it isn't true, you know, needs a head testing. But I've met Siobhan. My heart, you know, broke for her. I give her a cuddle when I see her because her daughter's death was avoidable. We were importing some absolute monsters, and her death is because of government. Now, if we've got nudge units that are trying to silence mothers or tone down the truth, we've got a major problem in this country. Truth should never be suppressed. And if that causes riots, so be it. Because if truth causes riots, the country is broken. And for me, this left-wing authoritarian government is at fault. And they are importing men, allowing killers and sex attackers to be placed in our community. And of course we're going to be angry. And of course people like me are going to keep protesting. No, I don't incite violence. But let me tell you now, we've had enough. And the men of this country and the women will stand up and say enough is enough.
And I know, like me, you don't condemn violence and you don't want people to be rioting. And I understand the
But if the truth causes violence, there is a problem.
Well, I think you're right. I think if there's violence as a result of truth, then that is an issue. I think always we have to resolve our differences with communication, and that's why I don't believe the government or any government unit should be trying to control that narrative, because that's the suppression that's gone on for so long. Is part of the reason why this country is a tinderbox, because people have been told you cannot talk about the Pakistani grooming gangs. That's racist. Everything is. I mean, there's a billion other examples, isn't there?
We're labelled as extremists, and no disrespect to Bill. Bill's called me far right from my immigration stance. I talk for the average man in the street, the average man in the pub. There's nothing extreme in what I'm saying.
You talk for a section of society.
I speak for the majority.
You talk for about 20-25% of people. You do not talk for the majority.
I think it's a very important point that we remember here, that this is not an equally applied standard. When we talk about the government and wanting to incite riots, I remember when the BLM protests were happening in this country, when multiple politicians used language of rage, anger, righteous protest, great COVID restrictions. elections because this is the right thing to do. I would just like to point out that this is not a standard that the government applies equally.
Yeah.
If it is a left-leaning cause, they are willing to sign a blind eye to violent protest, property damage, assault, that's totally fine. And yet when it happens as a direct result of UK government policy, we apparently have a unit that is interfering with the victims. That is something you need a public inquiry for. That's how awful it is.
I don't think there is evidence that that unit is doing that. It is about, however, countering violent extremism, and that is a real concern across the political spectrum, and we need to tackle it.
All right, look, the British Transport Police has been approached for comment, and a Home Office spokesman has previously said this: RICU provides analysis on extremist use of propaganda and exploitation of the internet to inform the UK's counter-terrorism system. We cannot comment on its operations. All right, look, don't go anywhere, because I have got tomorrow's front pages. And as expected, they are all talking about this alleged resignation tomorrow. Don't miss it. It's coming up in 2 seconds, literally.
I forecast a perfect holiday in the sun.
Weather looking good then?
For sure, and no worries about our travel insurance.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
If you think it's getting hot across the UK over the next few days, it's even hotter over parts of Europe at the moment. Quite widespread heat warnings in force, as certainly inland areas of parts of Spain and France could be hitting 40 degrees plus. Around coastal regions in the Mediterranean, it will be a touch fresher, allowing for a little bit of a respite, but certainly there'll be plentiful amounts of sunshine with high pressure in charge, although the heat and humidity may just start to spark off a few thunderstorms as we do head throughout the week.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
I've been in Westminster for a long time, but I know that though power may be here, its effect on people's lives is across the whole of the country. We may be where rules are made, but it's where they're implemented that matters. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for forthright and frank discussion on where Britain has come from, where it's going, and where it will end up. That's State of the Nation, Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Vox Populi, Vox Dei.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pierce.
And me, Miriam Cates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
5 hosts, 5 opinions, 5 fearless debates, 5 unfiltered takes on the day's news.
5 reasons not to be anywhere else on Saturday night.
This is the Saturday 5. You got me good there. Britain's biggest Saturday night TV show.
It's not a bad brand.
Yeah. Uncensored.
Very, very racy tonight.
On the unpredictable.
What did she say? Can you translate it for us?
And always entertaining.
And how can a country go from being led by William Wallace to Saturday nights from 6 p.m. only on GB News, the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
You're going to want to stay tuned, trust me.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
No,
Because the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain,
with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK. GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk
No,
now?
that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact that Trump made a good start, no.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up? About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Stephen Dixon, and thanks for joining us on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Look what I've got. It's tomorrow's front pages, everybody. Should we start with the Mirror? Here it is. Game over. This is the Daily Mirror, right? We started with this because it's the Daily Mirror. They were deliberately avoiding bad Starmer stories for weeks, even during the Mandelson files being released. So pretty big that they've got Starmer there, sat by himself as an Andy Burnham in his usual polos and terrible flip-flops there are on the front page. Let's go to the Mail. Same shot of Andy Burnham there. It's becoming maybe his forte, isn't it? Now, rip up tax pledges, Labour left tell Burnham. Yeah, Starmer's a dead man walking. Allies of PM in waiting is what he's being called here. The Daily Telegraph. Burnham plans to be in number 10 by September. Yeah, I mean, just so you all understand, Starmer's not going to walk out of Downing Street tomorrow. He's going to lay out his timetable. He's going to say, I am leaving, basically, but not yet. The Telegraph, sorry, that's the Telegraph. The Times, Burnham aiming for PM coronation by September. Yeah, that's seeming pretty likely now. They were probably getting briefed here. Starmer mulls future at Chequers with wife. We have heard rumours that he's now left Chequers and he probably will be back in Downing Street by now, which might suggest something's happening tomorrow if he's leaving a little bit early there. The Express. Brace yourself for more reckless tax and spend. This is the big bit, isn't it? What is Andy Burnham as Prime Minister going to look like economically? It's going to be very important for people. The I paper. Burnham's stark ultimatum to Starmer. Resign or face mass Labour walkouts. Now, I believe that the rumour is that Burnham said to Starmer, resign by Tuesday. If you're Starmer, you say, well, I'm not going to do it on your day, am I? I'm going to do it the day before. That's my reading of that. The Guardian. Also, Cabinet is on Tuesday. Just another important note there. Starmer expected to announce exit to clear way for Burnham. This is, again, left-leaning paper, a Labour paper. The Metro. Coup. What a scorcher. Yeah, I mean, the weather machine's been churned out again, isn't it, in Downing Street? Keir Starmer's back at the weather machine. Every time something bad happens, the weather gets erratic. The Sun. Done and dusted. PM poised to quit as soon as today. Of course, this is the morning's papers. Trump announces Keir Starmer's resignation early. Well, that was a bit naughty by Donald Trump, wasn't it? That was a little bit naughty. Should we stay with the Sun? Should we stay with the Sun? Because this is the most reliable information we've got. And I know a lot of people will go, oh, it's Donald Trump. But as I said at 10 o'clock, I think the President of the United States is quite a reliable source on this one because he will get diplomatic information about what's going on with his allies. And normally what happens before a Prime Minister resigns is they tell their allies around the world that there's going to be a change of leader and there's going to be a change of government. And that's the way it's done. Trump being Trump has gone, I don't care I don't like him anyway, I'm just going to announce it on Truth Social, OK? So I think that's what's happened here. Yeah. Keir Starmer resigning tomorrow, Adam.
Yes, I think what Donald Trump has done here is giving him no leeway to maybe change his mind. He's trying to just turn the screw, push him to do it tomorrow. Look, Donald Trump hates Keir Starmer. It's evident in the body language. I've said it from the start. He cannot stand the man's politics, and I don't think he can stand the man's personality either, lack of. I think Donald Trump will get on better with Andy Burnham. Again, I'm not a cheerleader for Andy Burnham, but at least he's a little bit more human in the way he interacts with people. For me, Keir Starmer should never have been a politician. A barrister that even I know someone that knew Keir Starmer in his barrister days and said he was like that then. He didn't want to interact with anyone. He'd shut himself in his office. He'd order people around. He'd get food delivered to his office. He didn't like interacting or speaking to people. How we've ended up with this Prime Minister, I do not know. And good riddance.
Poppy?
I mean, I have to kind of agree with what you just said, to be honest with you, Adam. I don't think there's any way of him actually getting out of resigning now. I know it's still said to be reported, but given how many reports have been coming out about him resigning, it'd be pretty remarkable if he's there at a podium at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning and says, my dad was a toolmaker and we're doing more free breakfast clubs for the country. Nothing else to see here, I'm going home. So I think it's pretty certain that he is going to leave. And, yeah, and as we've said earlier, good riddance. You know, he is totally spent as a Prime Minister, regardless of what you actually think of him as a politician. Even if you agree with him politically, I think a lot of people would say, as a person, he cannot do that job.
Yeah.
He has totally lost the confidence of his cabinet, he's totally lost the confidence of the backbenchers, and frankly, he's lost the confidence of the country.
The country hates him, let's be honest. Let's not
he
be
is the most, on record, the most unpopular Prime Minister in history. I think that's the, you know, that's, you can't get away from that. Bill, it seems like tomorrow, it seems like the most likely date he's going to go, doesn't it? I mean, he's got Cabinet Tuesday. He won't want to wait and be dragged out or sat around a table of people telling him to leave, will he? He want to go at least with some dignity. I think that's probably what he's thinking. How do I go with dignity at this point?
Yeah, and I think that's the right way that he should think about it, and there needs to be an orderly transition. Look, things have changed very quickly in the last few days. Before Thursday, before the Makerfield by-election, it was very clear Keir was determined to stay on. But I remember reading the briefings from his supporters saying the one bit that could change that is the scale of any victory by Andy Burnham. And the scale of Burnham's victory last Thursday has changed the dynamic. There was then the ring round that took place on Friday with cabinet ministers, where 6 or 7 of them said you need to set out a timetable for your departure. And I think over the weekend at Chequers, with his closest advisors and particularly with his wife, he's concluded that the game's up. And my prediction is that probably around 8 o'clock tomorrow morning there will be a statement from him, not to leave immediately, and I think it's important he doesn't leave immediately, but a timetable for his departure, probably to early September, and then a phased transition.
Yeah, we'll come back in just a moment to talk more about this. Of course, I'll be here tomorrow morning with Ellie Costello for GB News Breakfast, so come and join us, because I think it's going to be a historic occasion many of you won't want to miss. I've also got a line for Patrick Christie's to use maybe tomorrow night. Get ready, Britain, Keir, we go. Just Patrick, just a thought for you. We'll bring you some more papers in just a second. I'll work on some more of those.
I've been in Westminster for a long time, but I know that though power may be here, its effect on people's lives is across the whole of the country. We may be where rules are made, but it's where they're implemented that matters. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for forthright and frank discussion on where Britain has come from, where it's going, and where it will end up. That's State of the Nation, Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Vox Populi, Vox Dei.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
no,
isn't it?
No,
because the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
From cold mornings
to warm family brunches.
From football to tennis. In the car.
In the kitchen.
GB News Breakfast is there. With the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again.
To start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter? So that's a very live question. Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way.
You will not want to miss it, trust me.
The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Well, there's only one story in town, and it's going to be one story for the next 24, 48, probably week, realistically, and it is Starmer resigning, expected tomorrow, perhaps in the morning. If you want my bid, I think it's going to be around 8 a.m, similar time to David Cameron's resignation. And I think that's partially because the weather's going to be so hot. Who wants to be sweating in a suit outside Number 10 where you're resigning? Leading the GBnews.com website tonight, Labour Minister Mike Tapp, indeed, demands a general election if Keir Starmer is forced out as Prime Minister. I have to say, I fundamentally agree. I think we have got a dangerous habit in this country now of constantly cycling through Prime Ministers, Bill.
I think there's an element of truth in that. But look, in terms of if we have a change of Prime Minister, should there be a general election, there's actually been 7 times since the 1970s that a party has changed leader and Prime Minister in the middle of the Parliament, and there's never been a general election.
That's true.
We don't have a presidential system. However, I do think, and I think there should be a contest and it should be contested, if Burnham wins and becomes Prime Minister, I think there is a chance that come the autumn, the polls have changed, Labour is in the lead, Reform is behind, and I think there will be a real temptation for Andy Burnham at that stage to go to the country to get his own personal mandate.
That's literally what I said here on the show last night. I do think, actually, the conditions would be right for Andy Burnham, but the right is tearing itself apart. Lib Dems are going to carry on as they are. If he bumps up a few points in the polls and that hits Reform somewhere, you call an election, you take the risk, don't you, Poppy?
Yeah, I mean, I think the problem for the right at the moment is that it's a uniquely bad situation for them, which is that you're seeing a now united left. I think the left will unite behind Andy Burnham. You can see with what the Greens did in Makerfield. They essentially didn't campaign in the seat at all. Their candidate was a paper candidate. So they stood aside because they believed in Andy Burnham. I think the Liberal Democrats will do exactly the same, because ultimately, what is galvanising all of these parties? It's stop Reform, stop Nigel Farage. By the way, I think that includes the Conservative Party.
Yes, I agree.
I really believe that there are people within the Conservative Party, a large number of them, who would rather see Labour have another term of government than have Nigel Farage anywhere near power.
Yeah.
So when I say the left wants to keep him out, I mean the left including the Conservative Party.
Well, a lot of the Conservative Party are wets anyway, should be on the left. For me, if they did that, they're traitors. We cannot afford, this country cannot afford to go left again. We are at a crossroads now. If we go left again, immigration, benefits, the lot, this country will collapse over the next 10 years. It is so important that we go right at the next election, and unfortunately, Andy Burnham now coming in makes that possibility a lot less likely. So, look, the right needs to sort of get itself together and realise, right, hold on a minute, Reform are up there, we need to get behind them, because it's going to be Reform now versus Labour, whereas I thought it was going to be Reform versus Greens because they had the traction. Now with Andy Burnham, I mean, Zach Polansky he's just destructed that Green Party over the last 3 or 4 months spectacularly with his comments, with his actions, and now suddenly they've got a real Labour man in power, and the left will galvanise behind that.
Yeah, and I think when you look at what the Lib Dems might offer for a coalition, it looks very attractive to Andy Burnham. He's a Remainer. They'll say, right, we want a referendum on the EU. They will definitely ask for that. They'll want electoral reform, the other thing that Andy Burnham's also in favour of. It would be a very cosy coalition. I'd be very worried. If you're on the right, listen up. I think you're going to have to start thinking about putting your differences behind you and aside so you can unite, because if you don't, I do think you're going to look at another 5, maybe even 10 years of Labour. If that's what you want, that's absolutely fine. Andy Burnham might have the answers, Bill.
Well, I think he could, but I think he needs his agenda to be fleshed out. And one of the reasons that I'm in favour, even if it is a coronation, one of the reasons I'm in favour of the change not taking place till early September is I think Andy needs time to prepare and develop his team and his agenda so that he hits the ground running when he comes into government.
Yeah, very briefly, Poppy, your final thoughts tomorrow. How's it going to go?
Look, I'm glad Starmer is reportedly, let's just say he's going to be out, but I can't say that my stomach isn't sinking at the prospect in the next couple of months under this government.
Yeah. Right, you guys will be back in the next part of the paper review for Alex Armstrong tonight, late edition. I'm going to be up very early tomorrow morning, hopefully to bring you some historic news. So come and join me and Ellie Costello on GB News Breakfast, and I'll be back here the same time next weekend. The whole country might have changed. See you soon.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Boxed Boiler sponsors the weather on GB News.
Good evening. Welcome to your GB News weather update from the Met Office. We head into the new week. It's turning hotter, it's turning more humid, and we've already got an amber extreme heat warning in place from Monday across the southern half of the country. High pressure is dominating, it's sticking around. That'll lead to day-on-day heating and drawing up that heat from the near continent. Through this evening and overnight, though, lengthy clear skies across much of the country. Across Northern Ireland, it will be turning cloudier. We'll see some patchy outbreaks of rain pushing its way north and eastwards into Scotland. To the south of that, clear skies but turning increasingly humid. Temperatures only around 17 or 19 degrees, so a very warm start to Monday morning. Across the north, though, that's where we have cloud and patchy outbreaks of rain. Best of the sunshine across the north of Scotland first thing on Monday morning. To the south of that, there will be patchy, mostly light rain. Similar picture across much of Northern Ireland and into northern parts of England, but to the south of that, across Wales, across the Midlands, East Anglia and the south of England, plenty of strong sunshine. As we head through the day, that theme continues. We'll see cloud and outbreaks of rain across Northern Ireland and pushing into much of southern parts of Scotland and pushing its way north and eastwards. To the far southwest, we will see a few thunderstorms just pushing up from the south, so expect some flashes of lightning, perhaps some torrential downpours, some gusty winds, but elsewhere some good deal of strong sunshine. Temperatures here around 32, 33, possibly 34 degrees in the south. That leads to another warm, muggy, uncomfortable night for sleeping as we start Tuesday morning. But as we go through Tuesday, it's a day of a good deal of blue skies, but it's going to be feeling hotter out there and humid too. That's a similar picture as we go into Wednesday. Thursday, more in the way of cloud, but temperatures really peaking Wednesday and Thursday, 38 degrees possible.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Boxed Boiler sponsors the weather on GB News.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Will Kingston here, stepping in for the great man as he prepares for breakfast tomorrow morning. Alex Armstrong thinks an early election is coming. I don't. I'm going to lay down a friendly bet with him. I think we unfortunately need to prepare ourselves for 3 years of hardcore socialism under a Burnham government. We're going to talk about what that would look like on Alex Armstrong Late Edition, plus Trump, Iran, and the French banning alcohol. All that to come on the People's Channel, GB News.
I'm Andrew Pearce. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pearce.
And me, Miriam Gates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact that Trump made a good start, no.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up? About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter? So that's a very live question. Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way.
You will not want to miss it, trust me. The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave. I'm so surprised. I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michael Portillo. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Will Kingston, filling in for the great man on Alex Armstrong Tonight, late edition. Breaking tonight.
I intend not to walk away from this, but to carry on with what I was elected to do, which is to serve this country and bring about the change that people desperately need in their lives.
We will see. It looks like the PM might be walking away sooner than expected, as he's predicted to resign as early as tomorrow. The Mirror leads with 2 simple words: game over. But
there's a fundamental point that will not change, and that is that the Labour Party will continue to be addicted to high taxation.
Fair point. The Mirror is also splashing, brace yourself for more reckless tax and spend, as Mel Stride claims Andy Burnham will unleash tax rises. Also,
there is a chance now, from this result tonight, to build a new politics based on unity and hope.
yes, I've heard that before. Strong promises from Andy Burnham there as the Telegraph splashes. He could be in number 10 as early as September. But are you going to miss this?
I call again for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza, the return of the sausages, the hostages.
Yes, keep the sausages front of mind, ladies and gentlemen. Lovely to be with you on Alex Armstrong Tonight, late edition. Let's go through our papers for tomorrow. The Mirror is leading with 2 simple words that really do say it all: game over. The Sun, done and dusted as Donald Trump weighs into Keir Starmer's impending resignation. The Mail, now rip up tax pledges, Labor left tell Burnham. The Telegraph, Burnham plans to be in number 10 by September. The Times, and I'm sensing a theme, Burnham aiming for PM coronation by September. The Express, brace yourself for more reckless tax and spend. The I-Paper, Burnham's stark ultimatum to Starmer: resign or face mass Labor walkouts. The Guardian, Starmer expected to announce exit to clear the way for Burnham. The Metro, something a bit different. Coup, what a scorcher. And that is the rundown. And of course, as you can tell, there is one story in town, ladies and gentlemen, and that is the future of the current Prime Minister, Keir Starmer. Let's get the thoughts of my panel: former Labor MP Bill Rammell, businessman, activist and champion boxer Adam Brooks, and GB News contributor, comedian and the People's Gammon Paul Cox.
Paul, I'll start with you.
Please do.
There was a slight kind of hint of mischief in that tone there. We are 99% sure that there is going to be an announcement tomorrow where the Prime Minister will announce a timetable for his departure. We don't know for sure, but that is where it is going. How will you feel?
It's mixed, actually, because basically since Southport, probably since the election, but you've got to give the guy a chance, haven't you? But as soon as Southport happened and the way he reacted to Southport, I thought, we're in big trouble here. This guy doesn't understand Great Britain, and as a result, there was only one path or direction of travel. And, of course, that played out. And he never won anyone back after that. There were lots of Labour supporters that I know after Southport were like, what have we done? This is terrible. And I thought at the point that Keir Starmer would go that I would feel some elation for that. But I don't, because it's like level 2 now, isn't it? Andy Burnham is Keir Starmer with slightly darker hair. And
a T-shirt.
And a T-shirt.
And a personality. Let's be honest, he's got more of a personality.
He likes chips and gravy and he likes pies and he's pretending to be, I likes Oasis, me. And he's pretending to be this. And it's just a worry straight away because I'm sure Andy Burnham is the best Labour have to offer, but Andy Burnham is not the best the country has to offer. Yeah. And the country is still going to be in trouble as a result.
Bill, I've been thinking about this today. I think there is a lot of echoes with Harris 2024 in Burnham 2026. You have a toxic leader that is being getting rid of by the party for a slightly more amiable, nicer bloke, or in the Harris case, a slightly more sentient human being, on a vibes-based, policy-light platform, hoping that those vibes will carry the party through. The lesson from Harris was vibes will only take you so far. There needs to be substance. Does Burnham have the substance behind him?
And I think he does, and I think the analogy with Kamala Harris isn't accurate. But it's one of the reasons that, you know, if Keir announces his departure early tomorrow morning, it shouldn't be straight away. And I think the best outcome for the Labour Party, for the country, and for Andy Burnham is for there to be a contest so that his agenda can be challenged, scrutinised and fleshed out, because I think that's really important. But I said this earlier, you know, the critique that's thrown at Andy is, you know, when I worked with him in government, and he's a decent guy and he's a likeable guy and he can communicate effectively. But, you know, in the early 2000s, he was a Blairite and he's now to the left of that. But the world has changed. And the bit that Andy has identified and got right is that particularly through austerity, through privatisation, working class communities in too many areas of the country have felt left behind. And he set out, and he's certainly done it effectively in Greater Manchester, an agenda which reaches out to those people. The question and the challenge is how and in what way he does that nationally. But I think he can do that, but I think there needs to be a contest.
Whenever I hear this word austerity in the 2010s, I struggle to understand it, because you never actually got to a point where the budget was balanced. It was just spending was reduced a bit. For me, that's not austerity. That is just slightly less worse.
Well, take local government as one example, and it impacts everyone's lives. And resources to local councils have been cut by 25% from 2010 to 2024, and that's had impact on potholes, on social care, and adult education, and so much more.
Can we expect more tax and spend under Burnham, Adam?
Let's be honest here. The Labour Party is run by its backbenchers, even with Andy Burnham at the helm. There is no way he's going to be able to cut benefits and welfare. So what we're going to see is more tax. And what worries me is where that tax is going to come from. Because at the moment, people are stretched. I think we're at a 90-year high for our tax in this country. And we're seeing services that are probably the worst they've ever been. So what worries me is that this country is a tinderbox because of immigration, because people are getting poorer, and it will only take a couple of incidents over the summer. And Andy Burnham could be sitting here as Prime Minister with riots again. Now, I'm not condemning riots, but I think with immigration, there's going to be more hotel incidents. I think there's going to be people that are worse off, and people that think, I don't care anymore. I'm not being represented by my government. I'm going to go and hit the streets. So Andy Burnham could face a summer of violence, and it'd be interesting how he deals with it. Keir Starmer showed with Southport, he was so far detached from us. He labelled us far right. He labelled anyone that wanted secure borders as far right. Andy Burnham has to be very careful. Now, I would expect him maybe to turn up at scenes where there could be flashpoints and try and talk to people, something that Starmer never did and was not welcome. So I think he's going to deal with this differently. But we are a tinderbox, and this country will only take one small incident and it could erupt.
And Paul, this is the thing, because everyone agrees that Starmer is a robot. He has got uniquely bad emotional intelligence, uniquely bad communication skills, all of those soft skills that you would think a politician needs to
uniquely unqualified for the position that he holds.
And this is the thing. I'm sure in a particular sense he is an intelligent enough guy. I'm sure he's not a bad person. But the fact of the matter is he is fundamentally incapable of connecting with people. It would appear the thing that Burnham hangs his hat on is he is better with people. Is that enough to be Prime Minister?
No, it's not enough. If being good with people was enough, then I would be Prime Minister. I'm exceptionally good with people. What I would say, though, is Keir Starmer could have got away with it if he had political nous. He had no political nous whatsoever. He had no sense for what was going on and how to steer the ship politically. Everything he did was a knee-jerk reaction, looking where the political populist winds were blowing, and then leant into that. And then when that didn't work out, he never wrote a speech himself. Andy Burnham, right, his record at national level is terrible. His record at local level isn't brilliant either. Because Andy is very good at communicating, he's told us how good he is. No one's actually scrutinised it. During the local election, because of our PERDA rules in this country, no one was actually able to point out anything. You know, we weren't able to sit here as... For instance, this is probably something that's fairly well known now. He gave out £800 million in local government loans, grants to private developers to build tower blocks in Manchester, of which a very tiny percentage were affordable housing. And as a result, he never met his affordable housing target. This is supposed to be a socialist. That's a very capitalist move. So straight away, we see there that his principles might not align. Also, when he talks about the trans debate, he's flip-flopped. When he talks about Brexit, he's flip-flopped. He's done whatever he can to win the Makerfield election, and now he's going to be the Prime Minister, and he's going to do whatever he can to stay there. And Adam's right. The backbenchers are still going to have a say. Andy Burnham's going to have to come in and say, everything you lot want, you can't have. And we might have to lose some of you.
Bill, this is my concern. And I understand your point that the political times change and you need to move with the times. I get that. But you still need to have a set of convictions that stay with you, that you have principles that you believe in. The concern here, and what Paul is saying is, notwithstanding moving with the times, it would appear that there are no political convictions that sit at the heart of Andy Burnham. If I'm wrong, what are they?
Yeah, well, I don't think that's true. I mean, I think he is genuinely in favour of localism, of devolution of power. He is genuinely concerned about reaching out to working class people who, through a variety of issues, have been left behind. And he's certainly in favour of redistributing wealth within this country and supporting people to get on in life. He needs to flesh that out more effectively, but I think he can do it. And look, you know, the proof is in the pudding. Hold on, Paul. That by-election...
You don't know what I'm going to say, Bill.
I've got a sense. There were two words there, Bill.
That by-election result last week is the most phenomenal by-election result I have known in my adult political life.
It was an anti-Starmer by-election.
Whatever analysis
don't fluff it up, Bill.
Hold on. Whatever analysis you use, he put on 10% of the vote compared to a landslide victory 2 years ago. That has never happened in any circumstance.
You had Reform voters voting for him just to get rid of the Prime Minister, Bill.
Reform voters might have been voting for him because they were appalled by the candidate that Reform put up and the prospectus that Reform put forward. And one of the things that's underappreciated is I think Reform has now got real questions and tensions at the heart of its project.
And we will get to that after the break. But I think two things can be true at the same time. A, it was a great win for him. There's no two ways about that. At the same time, is it a win that can be replicated across the country, given, to Adam's point, the very unique circumstances of this by-election? That remains to be seen. Paul, I think your ears pricked up as my ears pricked up when Bill said, wealth redistribution. Now, how much more wealth can we redistribute in this country? This country is already taxing people up to their eyeballs. Is this what the country needs right now?
Well, for wealth distribution to work, you need one thing: wealth. And
Good point.
We lack it as a larger constituency. The middle classes are as taxed as they've ever been in living history, and that's where a great deal of the wealth comes from. Now, if you were distributing that in a way that meant the working classes were living better lives, then maybe the socialists would have a good argument. It wouldn't be my idea of good politics, but maybe that would be a good argument for the socialists. But that's not true either. We've still got veterans that live on the street when we're giving, you know, hotels. These are all old adages. You don't need the GB News family are incredibly well educated on what's gone wrong, particularly in the working classes, as a result of mass illegal immigration. No one, unless anyone's going to fix that, then it's a huge problem.
Well, it is being fixed. You know, net migration is down by 800,000 to the level.
But that was because of the Boris wave, and that was because of Conservative policy.
And people are emigrating.
That is simply not true, Adam.
Immigration is at record levels,
Bill. No, it's not. The actual incoming migration figures fell by about 35% in the last...
they went from 1 million to 800,000. We still have 800,000 people, majority outside of EU.
From cultures... Gentlemen, pause there. In 2025, long-term immigration to the UK was 813,000, while emigration was 642,000. Net migration gain of 171,000.
And they're from people outside of the EU. Culture's far different from our own. We're being replaced.
So, Bill, this is the concern that people have, is that, you know, you're kind of middle class or clever, young to middle-aged people who are going off to Dubai or Sydney or parts of Asia to make money.
Or be safe
in lower tax environments. And instead, you're getting people from, to Adam's point, culturally incompatible cultures. And that is not a good trade for this country.
Yeah, I'm surrounded on this panel, I think, by 3 people who all voted for Brexit. Before Brexit, the kind of migrants we had come into this country were hard-working, energetic East Europeans. As a result of Brexit and as a result of the actions that the Boris Johnson government took, we have brought people from different parts of the world who have got less skills, are less energetic, less hard-working, and don't add to the economy in the way that happened before Brexit.
I didn't vote Brexit.
Sorry, I apologise.
No, never apologise for that. I would do now. And I changed my mind very quickly as a result of Remainers, actually. I only voted to Remain. I've had this conversation a million times on air. I only voted to Remain because I wasn't engaged politically enough at the time. I thought we should come out, but I didn't understand the arguments well enough, so just went, OK, leave it there. But very quickly changed my mind, and we should stick with it. And there is some truth to what you're saying. Brexit has caused problems because the people in charge of Brexit...
didn't allow it to happen.
Didn't allow it to happen. We haven't had a full Brexit. A Brexit would, you know, there's no sovereignty. We have no control over our borders. Yeah. We've got a Labour government that are not interested in making Brexit work. We had a Tory government that weren't particularly interested in making Brexit work. There are only a handful of politicians that are genuinely interested in making Brexit work. And I think secretly a lot of politicians would rejoin.
Well, Adam, there's a question to be asked here because, of course, Andy Burnham is on record saying that he would like to see the United Kingdom rejoin the European Union. Yeah. Whether or not he does the crack glass in case of emergency EU vote remains to be seen. But can we trust him to, Paul's point, actually live up to the spirit of Brexit in the way that the people who voted for it expected?
No. Not at all. I don't think we can trust Andy Burnham on anything to do with the EU. He's flip-flopping already to get votes. Now, what he said by-election and then what he said during the by-election was completely different. Now, Andy Burnham is one of those that will sell us out to the EU, even if it costs this country money. There are politicians in this country that refuse to allow the voice of the working class. I know he says he represents the working class, but Brexit was very much a working class protest vote, and we got sold out. And they cannot take it, and I think he's controlled by whoever to try and tie us back into the EU. And that will be a disaster, because the EU will have us with our pants down. They will charge us more money. We will have less control. There is no positive in going back in the EU at all. No positive at all. We will lose all the trade deals that we've done around the world, India, America, and wherever. What positive is there for paying to go back into an EU authoritarian state?
Authoritarian state, for God's sake.
Well, it is an authoritarian state.
It's not an authoritarian state.
Their laws,
it's a collective.
Were more important than ours in our parliament. Even the Speaker admitted.
One at a time.
What the European Union is about is trading some theoretical sovereignty for more practical, effective sovereignty on behalf of the people that you represent. I happen to believe very, very strongly that Brexit is the most significant act of self-harm a country has ever inflicted upon itself. And, you know, the public actually...
No, they don't. The latest polls says that we do not want to go in. The latest poll says...
in terms of regretting Brexit, the figures are something like 60 to 31%.
Not at the moment,
people regret Brexit.
Gents, I'm going to pause you there. I often think that the way that those surveys turn out is dependent on the way the questions are asked a lot of the time. But nonetheless, I don't want to relitigate Brexit. I want to look at what the future holds both for this country when it comes to the next Prime Minister, potential next Prime Minister. And I think there are questions that need to be asked for reform as well. We're going to be looking at that after the break. Before we do, a Greater Manchester Combined Authority spokesperson told The Telegraph a case was brought to the Competition Appeals Tribunal regarding our House Investment Loans Fund, and we won on every count. The court saw all the documents and stood behind our processes. Their judgments that these loans did not amount to subsidies is a matter of public record. It debunked the false idea of favourable terms or a cosy relationship with developers. No developer was frozen out and not a single credible or viable proposal was turned down. Loans to Remaker represented less than half of total commitments made from the fund. In fact, the tribunal praised our approach, which helped deliver 11,000 new homes across Greater Manchester, regenerating brownfield sites at no cost to the taxpayer and without losing a single penalty.
Sorry about that, mate.
I should say penny. Now I can breathe. Coming up, we'll be covering the biggest story in town, so Keir Starmer's expected resignation and the implications for reform. This is Will Kingston on Alex Armstrong Tonight, late edition.
I'm Tom Harwood. This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter? So that's a very live question. Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way.
You will not want to miss it, trust me. The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact that Trump made a good start, no.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up?
About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pierce.
And me, Miriam Gates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB Newsroom to every corner of Britain.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave. I'm so surprised. I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, and this is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
GB loyalty points are here. They're our way of saying thank you for spending time with GB News. Through commenting on your say, voting in You Decide polls and shaping the debate, you can earn GB loyalty points. Unlock rewards, reach milestones and climb leaderboards. Don't just watch our programmes, come and be part of them. Get started by scanning the QR code or go to gbnews.com/loyalty points.
Welcome back to Alex Armstrong Tonight. Late edition with me, Will Kingston. Of course, you can catch up with the great man himself on breakfast tomorrow morning from 6 a.m. Make sure you tune in. Leading the GBNews.com website tonight is Labor Minister Mike Tapp, who is demanding a general election if Keir Starmer is forced out as PM. This is the question on everyone's minds at the moment. Far be it from me to challenge Alex Armstrong on his own show as I step into the hosting chair, but I don't think, unlike Alex, that a general election will happen, Adam. That would take enormous political courage. And what you're giving up is 3 years as Prime Minister. You can get a lot of that sort of socialist nonsense done that he wants to get done in that 3-year period. It is a huge gamble to go to an election and potentially give up that 3 years in power.
No, but then the reason I will disagree with you here, Will, is that I believe there's going to be a Burnham bounce in the polls. I believe that by October, November, possibly they're going to be neck and neck with Reform, possibly even in front, if he gets off to a good start and it's not such a disruptive summer as maybe I thought it might be. So, look, I think if they slightly nudge in front, that's going to be their only chance because things are going to go downhill. The economy's not going to get any better. And it doesn't matter what he does in the next 6 months, there's going to be a delayed effect with that. And again, taxes are going to have to go up. He's never going to get tax cuts through, so people are going to get the ump. And I don't believe he's going to be harsh on immigration. I think the boat's going to keep coming. So at one point, they're going to have to roll the dice and think, right, maybe give up 2 years or gain 5. And it's my opinion that they will roll that dice and call one maybe October, November, for maybe a January, February election next year.
Paul, what do you think?
Yeah, I think it's good analysis from Adam. It's a difficult one. I think that in terms of for our political infrastructure and diplomacy, we really should have a general election because what mandate does Andy Burnham have? He has no mandate. And I'm not sure that he's already saying he's going to be different to Keir Starmer. So immediately, Keir Starmer is the only man with a mandate in this country. The flip side to that, of course, is I can see them doing very well because, as we've seen with Makerfield, constituents that are unengaged in politics, which are the normies, which are many millions of people, they're not like us, all of us are engaged in politics. They are entirely controlled by the left at the moment because the left talk a language that they kind of understand, which is this kind of it works, wokeism, kind language, it works. And until the right get any control over the normies whatsoever, until they can dispel the myth that Nigel Farage is Hitler reborn, then there's always going to be a problem. And I think what we'd see if there was a general election now is potentially a coalition on the left, because the right are in a mess in terms of coalescing around one idea.
This is the underpriced reality which may face this country of a Frankenstein coalition of the Lib Dems, Labor and the Greens, and it is something which people need to be in my view, worried about. Bill, how likely is an early general election?
I think it's possible. It doesn't constitutionally have to happen. I made the point earlier. Since the 1970s, there's been 7 changes of party leader, prime minister, mid-parliament, and there's never been a general election. We don't have a presidential system. It doesn't have to happen.
Labour always calls for one.
However, I think it is possible, and look, absolute predictions is a mug's game, but I think it's possible if Burnham becomes prime minister, Labour gets a bounce in the polls, is ahead come September, October. I think there may be a temptation for Andy Burnham in those circumstances as Prime Minister to go to the country to get a personal mandate. But within all this, I often think it's useful to be guided by history. And this has got real echoes of Gordon Brown in 2007, when he took over from Tony Blair, got an initial surge, and there were arguments either way, and he ultimately bottled it and didn't go for a general election. But I think in those circumstances, if Burnham does get a bounce as Prime Minister, I think there will be a temptation to go for it.
And Adam, part of this, of course, will be how much momentum and energy is behind reform. Now, some people would argue now they've lost, 5 by-elections on the trot. There probably isn't the same sense of energy and enthusiasm behind them as what there was 18 months ago, I would suggest. There was the discussion around the impact that Restore would have. They took, 6.8%, but in the end, it wasn't material in the outcome. How should Reform reflect on this by-election?
Look, I'm still confident that Reform will be the next government. Obviously, it's a little bit more uncertain now with Andy Burnham changing the mix. Let's be honest with that by-election. It's a Labour heartland, OK?
Yes. Labour heartland, which Reform swept in local council elections very recently.
But let's also remember what we spoke about earlier. This was an anti-Keir Starmer by-election. Left, right and centre hate the man. And anyone in that constituency that thought, hold on a minute, we're going to get rid of Keir Starmer, I'm going to vote for that person. I truly believe that probably give him maybe 7 to 10% extra in votes. There's no denying that Restore took a bit of dairy off of Reform there. But for me, look, I've known Rupert Lowe for a few years online. I respect the man. They are never going to win a general election, and people need to start realising that. And that by-election showed the hype online didn't transpire to votes on the ground. And yes, they've done very well. They're a new party. But I don't see them ever running any general election close, ever.
That may be the case. My concern, though, with this argument against Restore, which is, well, they're just never going to win a general election, is an easy cop-out argument.
It's facts.
But Reform need to do better than that. They need to make a positive case. And when Nigel Farage says the reason you should vote for us is because we're the best chance you've got, that is not the inspiring message that I think that people want.
Yeah, but you won't get people like me. I won't attack Restore. I don't. I'm a Reform supporter, and I believe in them, and I believe in their immigration policies, and I believe in a lot of what they're saying. I think that
rowing in broadly the same direction.
I think a Reform government would change this country, especially if they had 2 terms. I think they would change it for the better. Now, the worry is that the left now, as you say, start getting behind Andy Burnham. Lib Dems, I think the Greens are going to collapse. Everyone's seen Zach Polansky for what he is. OK, should not be in politics, that man. They are falling, they are in freefall. A lot of those votes are now going to Labour. But I don't think a coalition would need the Greens. I think it would be enough, probably, Labour and Lib Dems. That's the danger. If they combine, they win the next general election.
Look, has Reform been a successful insurgent party? Yes, it has. Has it been polling at the level that you need to win a general election? Emphatically, no. And, you look at the polls, its vote share has been tracking down. You look at the local elections, their vote share was 5% less than it was the previous year.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, though. Has politics changed, though, in that the days of effectively a 2.5-party system are over? The days of a 35 to 40% vote share are over. Now, everyone has to get used to a reality where you may be looking at, high 20s potentially as the winning party?
Yeah, but even in that fractured political system, and I recognise that is a reality, I don't think Reform is polling where it needs to be. And what should terrify Reform is tactical voting. There's now been 3 parliamentary by-elections in a row: Caerphilly, Gorton and Denton and Makerfield. And each case, there's been a concerted effort by the electorate to vote tactically for the most effective party to stop Reform. And across the country at a general election, that most effective party to vote for tactically against the reform will be the Labour Party.
I agree with that analysis, Paul.
Yeah, Bill's making a very good case for a coalition on the right. It's very difficult to coalesce on the right. It's particularly given the factions that are present, all aforementioned. Look, with regards to Makerfield, all the things that have been said so far are simultaneously true. Burnham was always going to win it.
I mean, look, when the by-election was called, given that a few weeks previously, Reform had taken 50%...
He was the favourite from the start, Bill. The bookmakers made him favourite.
A narrow favourite, but the idea it was a shoo-in is just...
No, I'm not suggesting that 55% should be underestimated in any way whatsoever, which makes my second point, if I've got a few seconds.
Please.
And that's that... Reform didn't do well enough, and they didn't do well enough because, unfortunately, Robert Kenyon, who's a decent fella, wasn't the right candidate for Makerfield. He was the candidate previously, and he was the obvious choice for candidate now. But it's showing us Reform's problem. Because they are new, they don't have the candidates. People, I was talking about normies earlier, the people that aren't engaged in politics like we are day to day. They look at these things and they just go for the safe bet.
Yeah, we'll explore that more after the break. Was Robert Kenyon the right candidate? Did Reform make tactical errors in how they approach this by-election, and what will it mean? That's all coming up on Alex Armstrong Tonight, late edition, with me, Will Kingston.
I forecast a perfect holiday in the sun.
Weather looking good then?
For sure, and no worries about our travel insurance.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
If you think it's getting hot across the UK over the next few days, it's even hotter over parts of Europe at the moment. Quite widespread heat warnings in force, as certainly inland areas of parts of Spain and France could be hitting 40 degrees plus. Around coastal regions in the Mediterranean, it will be a touch fresher, allowing for a little bit of a respite, but certainly there'll be plentiful amounts of sunshine with high pressure in charge, although the heat and humidity may just start to spark off a few thunderstorms as we do head throughout the week.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
I'm Stephen Dixon, and thanks for joining us on GB News, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There, you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
5 hosts, 5 opinions, 5 fearless debates,
5 unfiltered takes on the day's news.
5 reasons not to be anywhere else on Saturday night.
This is the Saturday 5.
You got me good there.
Britain's biggest Saturday night TV show.
It's not a bad brand.
Yeah. Uncensored.
Very, very racy tonight.
On the unpredictable.
What did she say? Can you translate it for us?
And always entertaining.
And how can a country go from being led by William Wallace Saturday nights from 6 p.m. only on GB News, the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
You're going to want to stay tuned, trust me.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question. Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way. You will not want to miss it, trust me.
The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
From cold mornings
to warm family brunches.
From football to tennis in the car.
In the kitchen.
GB News Breakfast is there. With the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again.
To start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michael Portillo. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back to Alex Armstrong Tonight, late edition with me, Will Kingston. A broadcast on the 16th of March 2025 stated that the Islam Channel was facing an Ofcom investigation over alleged sympathy to terrorism and noted that Ofcom had yet to decide whether or not to investigate. We are able to confirm that Ofcom decided not to investigate the complaint and no investigation took place. Let's discuss now the runners and riders in a potential Burnham government. There will be winners and losers as a result of the, and we're going to say, likely impending resignation of Keir Starmer. Paul, I'll start with you. Who are the winners that would potentially, apart from Andy Burnham, that would come out of a new government led by Andy Burnham?
I think that John Healey will do well out of it. I think that Al Khan's will do well out of it. That's what their resignations were about. I think Shabana Mahmood will do well out of it. Rachel Reeves will
Pause
be...
for a second there. Do you think so? Because many people have said that Shabana Mahmood is not philosophically aligned with Andy Burnham.
No, but he recognises... I mean, one thing about Andy Burnham is he knows what's popular. And whether the Labour membership believe in her or not is inconsequential at this stage, because what she is doing is about as well as anyone on the left could do with regards to immigration, because what she will do is talk a game and they will consider it enough. It's nowhere near enough, and she's not trying to deliver anything that we would want, but I think that's why she'll stay in place, because he's probably not that stupid.
Bill, there's a name I want to hone in on here, and that is Al Khan's. He has, in some respects, come out of nowhere in the last 6 months. He's obviously positioning himself as a potential future leader. Optically, looks great. Former soldier, he looks the part, he speaks well. How should we be thinking about him?
Yeah, I think he is. He's got an incredible backstory, you know, very successful soldier. He's come into Parliament. He's fairly inexperienced, you know, he's only been...
2 years, is it? Yeah.
2 years as an MP. And, you know, I actually think one of Keir's failures is he came very late to politics. And I think, you know, people who are promoted too quickly, too soon, often get found out. But I think Al Khan's has got a future in the government. I think Louise Hay, who has run Burnham's by-election campaign and is clearly very close to him, I think will get something. I think Shabana will stay in place. You know, I think Andy has rightly recognised that we are tackling migration, we need to do more, and she embodies that. I hope that Wes Streeting will get a significant position, and I think he would be a clever move for the Chancellor of the Exchequer. I think he's the most effective communicator the government has got. And I think John Healey, who's a personal mate, I think did absolutely and was recognised to do absolutely the right thing over defence by resigning. I think he could find himself back as Secretary of State for Defence.
Look, he did the right thing, but it was a free kick, right? He got all the credit for a principled resignation with the full knowledge that there will be a new cabinet in 3 months' time. So I give him partial credit for, you know, I would say not the biggest act of political courage I've ever seen.
Well, I think if you go back over the past 20, 30 years, it is one of the most principled resignations there has been. The analogy I would put alongside it was Michael Heseltine over Western.
It was a no-lose resignation. That's what Will was saying. He knew that he's going to get another job in a few months' time, and if anything, that weakens Starmer and it gives your future boss a leg up. So look, for me, there was nothing to lose from resigning at all.
Well, I think there was, and his resignation took place before the by-election, before people knew that the scale of victory for Andy Burnham was going to be as significant as it was.
In any case, the name which I don't believe I've heard from anyone is Miliband. There is some suggestion, I think the Telegraph was reporting on this a week or so ago, that you would have Miliband as a Chancellor in a Burnham government. Yeah,
absolutely. Let me just tell you now with Ed Miliband, that man treats the electorate like 5-year-old children. He gets out his stupid little guitar, I forget what it's called, does these stupid songs, these stupid videos, and he treats everyone like a 5-year-old. The man is a green communist. He would destroy this economy if he was Chancellor, and I don't think Andy Burnham is that stupid. We spoke about it in the last hour or so. West Streeting, even though I don't think he's particularly qualified to be the Chancellor, he would probably be the pick that the bond market doesn't panic as much about. He's more, I would say, common sense and in line with people than any of the others. David Lammy shouldn't even be an MP, let alone in the cabinet. He needs to go. Rachel Reeves, 2 budgets have absolutely decimated my industry, hospitality, decimated small business. She needs to go. She'll probably cry again. It's worrying because when you look at this group, Al Kearns doesn't scare me so much. He actually looks like a normal guy. But these look like a clown show. You put them all in a line, it looks like an act, a comedy act. And they are going to be running this country, Will.
But this is the problem, Paul, and West Streeting's position in many ways is exemplary of the broader problem for Labor, in that, you know, if you look at the numbers, he will lose his seat at the next election, most likely to a Muslim independent candidate, which means you've seen him over the last 12 to 18 months move more and more to the left.
I think you start going to the mosque once a week, don't you?
Yeah. Well, again, there is a kernel of truth in that he is well aware that if he has any chance, it is to try and appease that Muslim voting bloc and to move more and more to the left, which I don't think is where he is most comfortable. And there are now several Labor MPs who are thinking the same thing.
Yeah, which means there's not a man of principle.
Yeah.
That's what that would mean. Look, I can see West Streeting standing aside to enable a Burnham coronation if he's promised Chancellor. I can see him doing that. What you can't have is a Miliband Chancellor and John Healey and Al Kearns in the same cabinet. Because John Healey and Al Kearns, the reason they stepped down, which, you know, it's Bill's mate, and I have every reason to trust Bill chooses his mates wisely. The reason they stepped down is because they wanted to secure that position in the future, and they thought that was the best way to do that. Now, in order for our country to survive, we have to bolster our defences. You can't bolster your defences when you've got a climate alarmist net zero zealot in charge of the Chancellery. This guy already spends £10 billion a year on what is modern-day snake oil. Because net zero, let's not make any mistake, is the monetisation of the alarmism of climate change. That's what we've got, and he's fully backing it. Fully backing it. If he has any chance, he will back it further, which means you cannot support defence.
Bill Rammer will be replying to the charges of modern-day snake oil sales after the break. Ladies and gentlemen, this is all still to come on Alex Armstrong Tonight, late edition, with me, Will Kingston.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it? Because the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/your say. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/your say, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From cold mornings
to warm family brunches.
From football to tennis in the car.
In the kitchen.
GB News breakfast is there.
with the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again to start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Welcome back to Alex Armstrong Tonight. Late edition with me, Will Kingston. I'm joined by Bill Rammell, Adam Brooks and Paul Cox. Interesting conversation that we were having during the break, ladies and gentlemen, because we were saying, look, on the one hand, and it is my belief that the quality of talent in political life has never been lower. I think we have a collection of oddballs, misfits and mediocrities that run the country. And as I said to the team, this isn't just the UK, this is a problem across the Western world. And Bill, we were talking and you said, look, you've held senior positions in government, no doubt something which you are incredibly proud of, as you should be. But we were saying, you know, would you, to a young person today, recommend that they go into politics given the challenge we were talking about?
Well, in terms of the quality of politicians, you can make that argument, but I think the challenges of modern-day politics are so much more significant. And I did make the point that, you know, politics, being an MP, was my vocation. I worked incredibly hard to achieve it, and there was a real sense of conviction and duty. But if I was advising, given the way politicians are treated, given the challenges today, if I was advising my young self to come into politics today as an MP, I'm not sure I would.
Adam, I was going to say, Adam, you would be the ideal candidate for reform, right? Would you take it?
No. I've said I enjoy being on the outside of politics. I like to snipe from outside, and look, I'm true to my beliefs, and I've said this before, I can't be controlled. If I believe in something, you're not getting me to vote the way that the party wants to vote. I'm voting the way that I want to vote.
And unfortunately, sometimes as a politician, you do have to suck up the reality that you're part of a team and you have to do things you may not believe in.
And what I said is I enjoy walking down the street, and if a GB News viewer recognises me, it's all nice. And, you know, I speak to people in the public when I get recognised. But one thing I wouldn't want is the same people to be calling me out for a vote that maybe they thought I was going to vote a different way to what I had because the party had told me to vote that way. I don't want to be held accountable that way. But one quick thing, Bill, you said it's now harder and it's not as glamorous for MPs in this day and age. Not glamorous, but, you know, it's not as easy. The reason it's not as easy now for elected politicians is because we have social media and channels like GB News that call out the lies and call out the misinformation that past politicians got away with and had the media on their side to promote and, you know, brainwash people. Now they can't do that. They're being held accountable.
Social media and its algorithms deliberately polarise and divide people, and that stokes that decision. And I'll tell you this, in 13 years as an MP, I never once felt physically threatened. It is an everyday experience. You talk to MPs of all parties, it is an everyday experience. for MPs these
Maybe
days.
they should start representing us, and I'm
Well,
not
maybe
going
people
to,
shouldn't
instead of
advocate
ruling
violence.
us. No, I don't advocate violence. I will call it out. I don't justify violence either. But what I will say is if our politicians started representing us again, instead of ruling over us and thinking they knew better for us, it turbocharged during COVID. They thought they could control us. That is why people have lost trust. That is why people vent their anger, and that is why people push back.
Paul, would you take a seat if it was offered to you?
I'm not sure I would, which would disappoint Nellie Muggins on your side, because she says, I think Adam should be PM with Paul as Home Secretary. Can you imagine that country?
Carnage.
Yeah. I love the idea of Bill denying, by the way, that being a politician was glamorous. I just had a vision of him walking around his constituency like George Best, back in the heyday, chick on each arm, smoking a fag, long hair.
What do they say? It's Hollywood for ugly people?
I tell you what,
that's a bit harsh on Bill.
When I was elected as the MP for Harlow in 1997, I took 54% of the vote. Another 20 to 25% of people in the constituency who didn't vote for me were very comfortable that I was their MP and they had a Labour government. We are light years away from that kind of consensus with the polarisation we had today.
Because we all found out how bad you are, Bill.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you heard it here first. A prospective future government with Adam Brooks as Prime Minister and Home Secretary Paul Cox. Be afraid, be very afraid, but maybe not as afraid as a future Burnham government. Let's go to the papers for tomorrow. The Mirror, game over, simple and effective. The Sun, done and dusted. The Mail, now rip up tax pledges, Labor left tell Burnham. The Telegraph, Burnham plans to be number 10 by September. The Times, Burnham aiming for PM coronation by September. The Express, brace yourself for more reckless tax and spend. The Eye paper, I sense a theme. Burnham's stark ultimatum to Starmer, resign or face mass Labor walkouts. The Guardian, Starmer expected to announce exit to clear way for Burnham. That's all we have time for, ladies and gentlemen. Coming up is The Late Show Live with a sensational host. Stay tuned.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Good evening. Welcome to your GB News weather update from the Met Office. As we head into the new week, it's turning hotter, it's turning more humid, and we've already got an amber extreme heat warning in place from Monday across the southern half of the country. High pressure is dominating, it's sticking around. That'll lead to day-on-day heating and drawing up that heat from the near continent. Through this evening and overnight, though, lengthy clear skies across much of the country. Across Northern Ireland, it will be turning cloudier. We'll see some patchy outbreaks of rain pushing its way north and eastwards into Scotland. To the south of that, clear skies but turning increasingly humid. Temperatures only around 17 or 19 degrees, so a very warm start to Monday morning. Across the north, though, that's where we have cloud and patchy outbreaks of rain. Best of the sunshine across the north of Scotland first thing on Monday morning. To the south of that, there will be patchy, mostly light rain. Similar picture across much of Northern Ireland and into northern parts of England, but to the south of that, across Wales, across the Midlands, East Anglia and the south of England, plenty of strong sunshine. As we head through the day, that theme continues. We'll see cloud and outbreaks of rain across Northern Ireland and pushing into much of southern parts of Scotland and pushing its way north and eastwards. To the far southwest, we will see a few thunderstorms just pushing up from the south, so expect some flashes of lightning, perhaps some torrential downpours, some gusty winds, but elsewhere some good deal of strong sunshine. Temperatures here around 32, 33, possibly 34 degrees in the south. That leads to another warm, muggy, uncomfortable night for sleeping as we start Tuesday morning. But as we go through Tuesday, it's a day of a good deal of blue skies, but it's going to be feeling hotter out there and humid too. That's a similar picture as we go into Wednesday. Thursday, more in the way of cloud, but temperatures really peaking Wednesday and Thursday, 38 degrees possible.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
I'm Andrew Pearce. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
5 hosts, 5 opinions, 5 fearless debates,
5 unfiltered takes on the day's news.
5 reasons not to be anywhere else on Saturday night.
This is the Saturday 5. You got me good there. Britain's biggest Saturday night TV show.
It's not a bad brand.
Yeah.
Uncensored.
Very, very racy tonight on the unpredictable. What does she say? Can you translate it for us?
And always entertaining.
And how can a country go from being led by William Wallace Saturday nights from 6 p.m. only on GB News, the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
You're going to want to stay tuned, trust me.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter? So that's a very live question. Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way. You will not want to miss it, trust me.
The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk
No,
now?
that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up? About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m. weekdays here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Bev Turner. Thank you for joining us on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good morning. Is Sir Keir Starmer going to lay out his timetable to resign this morning?
Allies of the Prime Minister believe he's preparing to announce his resignation after support within Cabinet's collapsed over the weekend.
Well, it comes as newly elected Makerfield MP Andy Burnham arrives in Westminster this morning as rumours swirl of a Labour coronation.
The Telegraph understands both men favour a summer handover, paving the way for Burnham to take the keys to number 10 in time for Labour conference in September.
Well, they promised to stop the chaos and stop the infighting of the Tories, yet it seems like here we go again, that we might be looking at our 6th Prime Minister in just 7 years. Even Donald Trump has waded in, saying that the Prime Minister is going to resign before he even has.
Shadow Chancellor Mel Stride warns that an Andy Burnham premiership could mean higher taxes and more welfare spending. Or could Mr Burnham be the man to turn Labour's fortunes around? We're going to debate that at 7:20 this morning.
And the heat is on. Britain is braced for temperatures of up to 38 degrees as forecasters warn this week could be the hottest June on record.
A heat wave is on its way. Temperatures are rising as we go through the week. It's going to be feeling hot and humid. I'll have all of the details coming up.
And in the World Cup, well, Cape Verde could now qualify for the knockout stage by getting a draw against Uruguay, while Spain put 4 past Saudi Arabia, and it's England versus Ghana tomorrow night. After getting thumped by New Zealand, England, well, Ben Stokes will return as captain for the next test, and also a tearful Keely Hodgkinson pulls out the UK Championship at the last minute.
Good morning, it's just gone 6 o'clock. I'm Ellie Costello.
And I'm Alex Armstrong, and this is GB News Breakfast.
Is Sir Keir Starmer's premiership on the brink?
Yeah, Labour is bracing for a change at the top, and so is the country, frankly, with allies expecting Sir Keir Starmer will announce his resignation as early as today, perhaps even this morning, with support whilst support within Cabinet has collapsed.
Well, party insiders now expect Andy Burnham to succeed him, with the former Greater Manchester Mayor arriving in Westminster today to begin planning his next steps.
Yeah, the Telegraph understands both Burnham and Starmer favour a summer transition, allowing Mr Burnham time to build his team and manifesto, perhaps, before taking the keys to number 10.
Well, let's head to Downing Street, shall we? All eyes on that famous black door this morning. GB News' chief political correspondent, Catherine Forster, is there for us. Any sign of a lectern yet, Catherine?
Welcome back, mate. Welcome back.
Have you been?
Good morning. No lectern yet, but what there are is dozens of reporters. I've got a whole load of international reporters to my left. They'll probably start speaking any second now, so if you hear them talking at the same time as me, apologies. And tons of camera people. Normally, if I am here at 6 o'clock, there's maybe me and 2 others. All the signs are an